Hello friends, my name is Aaron Ciotti. Everybody calls me Ciotti. Welcome to the 12 hours of Christmas. Thank you for coming. We are going to be together for a long time. That little intro was a super quick, super rough edit that I threw together of my trip to Cabo. One battery, the first like half of one battery out of 6 that I flew around this 100-foot yacht in Los Cabos. And yeah, we're going to probably spend half an hour to an hour talking about that trip. And I'm going to take you guys through what I packed in my flight bag, going through customs. Mexico, like, if you look up on Google, can I fly drones in Mexico, for example, there's stuff that says absolutely not. There's stuff that says it's fine. I talked to a bunch of people about it. Some of them said it's a nightmare. Some of them said it's totally fine. It's totally fine for me. And we're going to talk about that. So, yeah. Thanks for coming. Where is it? This right here is about to change because the red onesie, as always, in our 12 hours of Christmas tradition, is here. Here's how it works, friends. For $100 an hour, I will wear that red onesie. It is extremely uncomfortable, and I hate it, but everything's for sale. So we're gonna call it the red onesie. Hold on. We're gonna call it the $100 per hour red onesie fund. And we're starting at 0. And the total that we might get up to is $1,200. Because this is a 12-hour live stream, $100 an hour. Makes $1,200. That's how math works. 12 times 100, it's 1,200. If we exceed the 1,200, I will get drunk, basically. Let me shrink this down a little bit. And yeah, that works. I've got a bottle of Fuji apple sake here. If we exceed the 1,200, every additional $100, I will do a shot of this. Sake is basically the strength of wine. I do not drink anymore, so I am a cheap date. It will not take much to just have me acting the fool. So yeah, Super Chats and PayPals. Looks like I'm putting the onesie on. Matthew McConnell of McConnell Studios just sent $100 via PayPal with the note ONE, O-N-E. And there he is in the chat saying PayPal, first hour, go. Let me do a couple of things real quick, and then the onesie is going to have to go on. So that's how it works. Hour number 1 has just been taken care of by the one and only McConnell Studios. And that's spaced out really weird there. What happened? There we go. That's better. Okay. So that's how it works. So that $100 that McConnell Studios just sent covers this hour that we're in right now. If by the end of this hour we are at 200, then I will have to keep the onesie on for the entire second hour of the live stream. If the end of that hour we're at 300, I have to keep it on for the third hour. And on and on and on it goes. Shirt of the day is from Blip Shift. I don't have many green and red clothes, so I've got a green shirt and red bracelets on. So, you know. Yes, this is filled up, again, by Super Chats and PayPals. Super Chats get 30% stolen from YouTube and Google. PayPal does not. In the chat, if you want to talk directly to me, all you've got to do is type CiottiFPV. If you are not watching this live and you leave a comment on our next live stream, which today's Saturday, Christmas is Sunday, maybe Monday night, no promises, but maybe Monday night I'll stream. We will go through all of the comments in the live chat and respond to them so that you get your 5 minutes of not too much fame. CMYKFPV just sent $100 on PayPal with the note hour number 2. So we're keeping this damn thing on for 2 hours right off the rip. Good. I can see how this is good. You guys can probably see how this is going. Fair warning, since I don't drink, if at some point like it gets rowdy and there's a chance that I won't finish the stream, I'm allowed to pull the ripcord on the drinking thing at any point. I will find, if I have to do that, I will find something else embarrassing to do. I promise. I'll put a hat on. I will, whatever. Take my underwear off and wear the onesie. Bare bottom. No, I won't. That's a horrible idea. Last little thing before I put the red onesie on. This is my full-time job. The winter season is slow. This 12-hour live stream helps a ton for me to get through December, January, February. If you have a couple of dollars extra this Christmas season, Patreon helps me out a ton. Head on over to CiottiFPV.com. The very first link is Patreon. You can get on there for as little as $3 a month. That's only 10 cents a day. It makes a huge difference when a lot of you do it, which you have. Bunch of other ways that you can support me over there. We've got an Etsy store with some stickers and some hardware for your micro builds. Over on Fiverr, you can work directly with me one-on-one. Teespring, I've got some really fun shirts and apparel and tote bags and stuff. Here's the PayPal link where you can send me money directly rather than doing super chats. It's totally up to you. If you do PayPal me, I have my email up, so I will see it. But in the chat, feel free to type at CiottiFPV and check your PayPal. FPV Exchange is a wonderful website run by a wonderful man. I've got a whole bunch of affiliate links. You guys have been absolutely killing with this We Bleed FPV affiliate link. I'm actually We Bleed FPV's top affiliate. So thank you guys for that. Thank you for remembering. That's amazing. I forget to use my own affiliate links, so I set a really bad example, but yeah, these affiliate links are completely free to use. If you click any of these or all of these, and then you do an order on that website, I will get a small percentage of that order. It doesn't affect you in any way. It's to show support to the people mentioning these websites, right? So every time you're doing an order, you have to check it. You have to hit it. Each time you check out, it clears the affiliate code out. So every time you buy something on the internet, think about your content creating buddies. Maybe they have an affiliate link to that website. Hit the affiliate link before you check out, and we'll use that money to keep making what we make for you. We Bleed FPV, Newbie Drone, FPV Cycle, Amazon.com, Get FPV, Oh My God, Flywoo, Banggood, Camera Butter, and AliExpress. Here's my Facebook. Here is a link to FPV Therapy. One of the main reasons that I try to do big, long live streams. What's happening? Hang on. This is not supposed to start until like the 5th hour. It's starting the 5th minute. One of the reasons I try really hard to live stream on top of every major holiday that I can is because those of us with mental illnesses really struggle on the holidays. With mental illness, routine is really important, and it really helps. And the holidays really pull you out of that routine. And there's stress involved, there's financial stuff involved, there's seeing people that you don't typically see sometimes that might not necessarily be great for your mental health. There is, in some cases like mine, it's seeing people that are really great for my mental health, and I'm very lucky with that. But for other people, it's the opposite. Sometimes it's even not seeing people that you really want to see, right? Like I would love to have my parents here for Christmas, but I can't. We saw them a couple of weeks ago and that was great. But yeah, I mean, there's people that are separated from their families that are very lonely on Christmas and other major holidays. So I kind of stole this idea from my favorite live streamer, Jimmy Broadbent. Yeah, he does big, long streams, well, he used to, on holidays, so that you've got a familiar person to kind of hang out with. You know, those of us that are putting content out into the world, we have the opportunity to impact hundreds, if not thousands, of people's lives, and that's it's like an honor in a way. Like that's a big deal, and yeah. This is one of the ways that some of us kind of try to give back, right? I would love to just relax all day. I would love to take these 2 weeks of Christmas completely off and just sit on my ass, and I'd have a great excuse to do that, and I'm sure nobody would mind me doing that. But it means a lot to me, and it's my pleasure to give folks that are struggling and need a friendly face somewhere to go for a big chunk of time. To get them through what might be a hard time. I've certainly been there myself. Not right now. Right now, things are really, really good. I'm very, very lucky. I'm with an incredible family in an incredible home. But as recently as 2-3 years ago, it was not like that. I had a couple of really rough Christmases there when the mental illness was kind of kicking my ass, for lack of a better term. So yeah, I hope that if you're separated from your family, especially with the incredible cold that's in this country, maybe you had plans to meet up with your families and they just kind of fell apart because the entire country of all of America is like single-digit degrees today. Pipes are exploding. Flights are being canceled. Yeah, if you're separated from your loved ones, hopefully this will give you a little bit of comfort, and you'll have a friendly face and voice and whatever to kind of hang out with to get you through the holiday. As all the YouTubers always say way too often, without further ado, I must now put on the red onesie. And no, you cannot watch me put the damn thing on. You creepy, creepy bastards. There is not enough green. I thought these two lights would be green enough to light this bookshelf up in green. But I think what I'll do is make the little globe on top green to get a little bit more red and green in the camera frame that you guys are going to be looking at for the next 11 3/4 hours. Why am I having an allergy attack within 10 minutes of this live stream? That is not, I'm not cool with that. It is cold down here in this basement, yo. Georgia is getting, I mean, I was about to say Georgia is getting nailed by this, but we really aren't. Colorado and the whole north is getting really nailed, but it is colder here in Georgia than normal. And yeah, we're not used to it. So, oh God. All right, hold on. Almost there. Oh, this thing sucks. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. I'm coming. Coming back, I swear. Okay. Okay. I gotta get it situated. Okay. This is what it looks like to sell your dignity. This is what it looks like to be me. Yes, there's a butt flap. It's a weird butt flap. It's not like the traditional like square butt flap. It's just like the whole ass just blows out of this thing. I've never used it. It's horrifying. Why wouldn't you just unzip it and pull it down like a pair of overalls? Because they go over all. Hi. And so it begins. Hold on. Hey, let me try to get a little bit more green in here. Let's turn that globe green. We're going to go here. I'm going to go to the globe, and we're going to change it from red to green. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Cool. That's a little bit more Christmassy. Wouldn't you say? All right, let me get caught up on chat. Alec DeVore. So yeah, this is one gigantic. I have a bunch of stuff planned. Oh, well, hold on. Before I go any further. Yeah, so we talked about FPV therapy. We talked about mental health in general, but so FPV therapy is a Facebook group that I started a couple of years ago. It's not a Facebook group for FPV flight edits that are titled FPV is my therapy. That's not what it is at all. This is a spot for folks with mental illness or folks that want to learn about mental illness to go to talk about that. There's really, I mean, like, sure, if you want to have a conversation about how to use FPV in that way, great. But it's not a dumping ground for flight edits. When I see flight edits up there, I delete them almost immediately at this point. That's just not what it's for. I know that's what every single other Facebook group is for. But that is absolutely not what this one is for. There is a ton of really good info in there. I'm not super active on there, mainly because I'm not super active on Facebook in general. But I have posted quite a few really good articles and personal stories and stuff in there. So this group it's not like a super active group. If you want to be in there and be active, that's great. But this is more like a message board that's filled with stuff that might help. So look at the old posts, use the search, to be honest, just look at the old posts. Just go in there and just scroll down as far as you're willing to go. And there's a lot of great info. And yeah, it'll mean a lot. If you're not struggling yourself, as at least 1 in 10 people, I think it's a lot more people than that, suffer from a mental illness of some sort or another. And if you're one of the lucky ones that doesn't, there are people in your life that are going through it, and they would absolutely love for you to understand what it is a little bit better. Not to mention that you're going to love that as well, because you're going to understand why sometimes they don't return your phone calls for 3 weeks. You know, if you think it's your fault, if that makes you anxious, that you might have said something, you might kind of realize like, hey, it's not me. I'm going to reach out to that person, even though it's good to know. A lot of people in the world deal with it more every day, it feels like. And the more you know about it, the more compassionate you'll be, the better of a human being you'll be here on Earth with other human beings, because that's what it's kind of all about, right? Link to the Discord. In order to get full Discord access, you do have to give me 10 of your whole pennies a day by joining the Patreon. But there are a bunch of Discord pages that are open to everyone, not just patrons. BattleBots info. This is a YouTube edit that'll probably make you laugh. A bunch of my contact info in here. There's my Instagram. There's my YouTube. Those are also linked up here. That's CiottiFPV.com, friends. Help me keep doing this. I love doing this full time. I do rely almost 100% on you beautiful people to keep a roof over my head, and at some point for me to get some health insurance. It's coming. 2023. I feel like I said this a year ago. I feel like a year ago I said those exact same words. 2022, I'm going to get health insurance, I swear. 2023, I'm actually going to get health insurance because the stakes are a little bit higher now. You know, I used to just be this dude floating around the universe with not a whole lot of people relying on him. But now I have, life is, I sounds really shocking, but I've never wanted to stay on this planet more than I do right now. I have people in my life that I didn't know I could love so hard and could mean so much to me, and it's I want to stay around as long as possible. And one of the things depression is really good at is convincing you the otherwise. So yeah, get your asses on FPV therapy if you know what I'm saying. If you understand what I'm saying. I'm going to try to keep this a little bit lower energy than normal. The biggest problem with these long live streams is that my voice will go. I'm usually very excited, and I come in just guns blazing, just like I'm doing right now, screaming, yelling, and then after 3 or 4 hours, my voice starts to go. So with age, I've acquired more wisdom, and I'm gonna try to just keep my voice a little bit down and just stay calm. And this is a marathon, not a sprint. Let's see how long I can make it before my voice goes. Every other hour, every 2 hours, we're gonna be doing giveaways. I missed Monday night's stream, so at 2 o'clock, at 4 o'clock. We're going to do the first 2 giveaways that I missed on Monday's stream. So the Patreon $5 a month tier will be at 2 o'clock. The Patreon $10 a month tier will be at 4 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, I'm going to take a little tiny break, go to the bathroom, maybe get a bite to eat, and then I'm going to fire up Gran Turismo 7 over on the PlayStation 4, and I'm going to do an hour or 2 of a live stream from the sim rig. One of the really nice things about that is going to be that I'm going to pick cars with great exhaust notes so that I don't have to talk very much. My headset over there has the microphone like in my mouth, like I'm eating the mic. So I tend to not scream and yell on that, which will help my voice. And also, I don't feel bad about not talking constantly when I'm on GT7 because you've got the game to listen to. Also, I tend to get kind of into it, and I tend to kind of concentrate. And when I'm concentrating, I'm not yapping. So I'm hoping that will also help me maintain my voice for the entire live stream. and then at the latest at 7 o'clock, I'm gonna come back on here for part 2. This is part 1. The other reason I have to break these big live streams up, because if you go over 12 hours, if you go 12 hours and 1 minute, YouTube does not save the live stream, basically, so nobody can rewatch it. I did a 24-hour live stream at some point. That doesn't exist because I went over that 12-hour mark, and when you do that, YouTube just says, nope, that's too much for us to archive. You did your live stream. Thanks for giving us that much watch time. We out, yo. So yeah, I need to and so technically I could do 12 hours straight. 1323PX. What is that about? Spander super chatted 1226. Thank you, Spander. We're gonna get caught up on chat in a minute, and I'll read that comment. Oh wait, no, that's just on OBS. Never mind. OBS is giving me the pixel width. It just happened to be like lined perfectly up with the stream elements thing. I swear to God, I've live streamed before. Yeah, you have to break. So I could technically do this 12-hour stream, but at midnight, I'm gonna start screaming and yelling, "Merry Christmas, you filthy animals," because at midnight it will then be Christmas. And I'll forget, and I'll be crying and peeing my pants, and then the whole stream will get deleted. So, yeah, I will be breaking this stream up into 2 parts. It'll actually be 3. It'll be part 1, which we're in now, and then it'll be part 2, which will just be a fun Gran Turismo session, and then part 2, the actual part 2 of the live stream will be from 7-ish, 6-ish, I don't know how long I'm going to play GT7, until a little bit after midnight. And so we'll come back at like 7-ish, and then we'll do, so then the 3rd giveaway will be at 8, 4th giveaway will be at 10. Yeah, so we'll do that. 3rd giveaway, the $20 a month Patreon tier, will be at 8 o'clock. And then the 4th giveaway, which is a super chat based giveaway open to everyone, will be at 10 o'clock at night tonight. This is all Eastern time. I'm here in Atlanta. And yeah, we'll be caught up on giveaways for the week. Speaking of new things, I wasn't speaking of new things, I just needed a segue. The Gangly Gang stickers have arrived. These stickers are not up on the Etsy store quite yet, but if you want a Gangly Gang sticker, it's $5 just like the other stickers. The stickers do not cost me $5, but I'm trying to keep doing this full time, and selling merch is one of the ways to do that. So it's a it's a $5 donation to the cause of trying to be a full-time FPV donkey, and then I'll send you a sticker for your troubles. So yeah, PayPal me $5 with your address, and I'll send you a Gangly Gang sticker, and I'll probably sneak another sticker in. Easy phone. Why am I coughing and hacking? Did I get the clap in Los Cabos? I hope not. I keep going off the top of the screen. I need to just sit back and chill. So hey, got a bunch of stuff sort of loosely planned for this live stream. I've got a quad that I brought to Cabo with me that is doing something that stumped even Joshua Bardwell. I kind of knew that he wasn't going to have an answer for me, but just out of curiosity, I messaged him with what was going on, and sure enough, the two of us were like, what? So I'm not going to tell you what's going on. You're going to have to hang out. But yeah, maybe I'll even like message Joshua if he's active. Maybe I'll message him and see if he can hop on Discord, and I'll play the Discord through the speakers, and we'll have a little troubleshoot session with this thing. Because there is like 1 or 2 more things that we can do to kind of try to figure it out, that I didn't do in Cabo because I didn't have my laptop. And yeah, maybe we'll just kind of talk about like how in the hell this thing is doing the thing that it's doing. Fortunately, I brought another 5-inch rig with me, So I was fine. And this did, like, this is flyable, but it's very annoying what it's doing. And yeah, again, you got to stick around to find out what that is. It looks like all of the foam feet ripped off of it, and it looks dumb with just one. So I'm gonna rip the remaining. So this is the Razorback Glide. Big old 25 millimeter FPV cycle motors. Big old Acon 55 amp 30 by 30 ESC, and then I've got the whole like white and red thing going on, like the Razorback in the wonderful Amazon series called The Expanse, and then the rear end of the rig has a big bright blue LED with some blue TPU that lights up. Because the engines on all the ships in The Expanse, the Razorback is the name of one of the really fast ships in The Expanse, and I built this rig to be really fast. This has a 40-degree GoPro mount on it, so this is the high-speed rig, as I used to call it. And then when I got completely obsessed with The Expanse, and I realized that the Razorback in there was a really high-speed ship, I started calling it the Razorback. What do you think of that? If you were ever wondering how much of a nerd I am, now you know! But so are you. I hate to break it to you, but so are you, because you fly robots in parking lots. But that's okay, because nerds rule the world. So yeah, the Razorback is doing something very, very, very weird, and we're going to talk about it. I've got a whole bunch of Tiny Whoop batteries on the charger, and I've got a perfectly working Mobula 6 Ultimate Freestyle Tiny Whoop. And then I've got 2 fresh sets of the We Bleed FPV Gore 0702 28,500 kV motors. Hey, there are not a lot of these left. So if you want to build an Ultimate Freestyle Tiny Whoop, and you do, just take my word for it on this one. You want this. You want this. You need in your life. I'm usually not salesy with you guys. I really try not to like push products on you guys. I really don't, I swear. I want you to buy the things that make the most sense. So I give you guys as much info as possible, and then I let you run with it. But to be really honest, you kind of need one of these. This is a Mobula 6 ELRS that you're going to put a Meteor 65 frame onto for $3, because the frame that the Mobula 6 comes with is junk and it breaks immediately. And then you're going to convert it to BT 2.0. You're going to get the We Bleed FPV 300 mAh BT 2.0 batteries, or the Tattoos, or the Tiny Whoop ones. They're all the same battery. The We Bleed batteries have a better sticker on them, and the sticker does not peel off, and it makes it easier to get it into the rig. Since they're all the same battery, and you're going to get the Gore motors anyway, you might as well get your batteries from We Bleed FPV. So you're going to get a 6-pack or 12 of these amazing batteries in BT 2.0. And then if you want, you can get a little Singularity antenna. Good Lord, do they work better than the stock whip antenna. Yes, $20 is kind of crazy for an antenna, but you'll be able to see where you're going better. And that's kind of important. You're going to snag a couple more sets of GemFan biblades, and you're going to get yourself a set of We Bleed FPV Gore Edition 0702 28,500 kV motors. You're going to put it all together in like 10 minutes, because it's kind of all plug and play. The only soldering you need to do is the BT 2.0 conversion. And you're going to have a rig that just blows your tits off. Put a bunch of Throttle Expo on it, because these motors make a horrendous amount of power. You're going to go into your rates tab, and the Throttle Expo, you're going to put that at like 0.3. And then the most important part is to set your throttle midpoint. When we start doing Tiny Whoop things, if you guys remind me in the chat, I will show you how to do that. It's very easy to do. If you just put your midpoint at 0.3, that's a really good like middle of the road value that'll work on probably 90% of rigs. So if you don't, if you're okay with just taking a guess at it, 0.3 is a really good midpoint, but it's very easy to set it specifically for you, because everybody cruises at a different amount of pitch, And so everybody has a slightly different cruising throttle percentage that they use. And yeah, like I said, I will show you how to set that perfectly at some point in this 12 hours that we're going to be together. And that's it. That's really it. You've got a tiny whoop that will just absolutely blow your mind with how good it performs, and you're going to love it. So yeah, we're going to rip these around. I've got like 13 batteries that I'm going to charge up, and we'll do a big tiny whoop session. Yeah, so I've got 2 of these things, but I did manage to finally kill one of the motors, and so these are spare motors for me. I got 2 sets of these because, yeah, I want to make sure that I have enough to last me a long time, because these motors are kind of brilliant. So if you want to get into the really lightweight, really durable, beautiful amount of power tiny whoop game for freestyle, this is the setup. If you want to go the racing route with tiny whoops, you probably don't want as aggressive of a motor. You probably want their 26,500 kV or maybe even the 24,500 kV motors. In my opinion, well, over on fpvknowitall.com, I've designed a full tilt race build, and it kind of talks about it in there. But basically, the top racers are doing like the 26,500 kV motors, for example, or the 26,000s from Happy Model, and then they're motor limiting them down to about 24,000 kV. That seems to be the hot setup. But I don't do the racing thing, so I'm not going to dive any deeper into that. There are plenty of people in the tiny whoop world that'll talk to you more about how to build the ultimate racing tiny whoop. Let me get caught up on chat because I love you, beautiful bastards. Alec Dvornik was the very first person in the chat at 11:31 a.m. He says, "Hello, CiottiFPV. Happy streaming. Looking forward to spending the next 12 hours with you." I'm looking forward to it too. Well, hold on. I didn't even give shout-outs. Starting at 11:31, there was Alec Dvornik, then Apache Smoke, Wounded Sniper, McConnell Studios, Sleepy CBR, Imp FPV, Razzie B Productions, Bulldog FPV, Paul McDonald, Mr. Blue Sky, Michael D, License to Drive, Eric Moe, Paul McDonald again, Envy of the Birds. I was doing so good not repeating names. Wham FPV. Bring my voice down. Just relax. Just relax. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Wham FPV, Paul McDonald, Jonathan. It doesn't work like that. Paul McDonald, License to Drive, CH3 FPV. We could have one big burst of chaos. Razzie B again, Paul McDonald, Momo Slappy. No, don't go already, voice. Don't. YouTube just did the thing. I'm still like beat up from this trip too, for the record. I've had one hell of a week. Jonathan K, CH3, Danzilla the Terrible has arrived. Gamma Gonad with a 1999 super chat. We're gonna hit that in a minute. CMYK FPV. PJ is here. Brandon's Baked Beans has arrived. I'm going to be talking to you guys for the Tommy Brickler. Maggie Schmidt is in here. She says, "Merry Christmas, everyone." 406 from above. We're going to be hanging out for a while. Tag me at some point. Glow Stick Spinning, Bozadar Rayo, CH3, Huckleberry. There we go. There's a bunch of repeats. I'm like, hey, let's bail. Elijah Butler, Sleepy CBR. If I haven't read your name, tag me and I'll read your name. Let me get caught up on the chat where the folks have tagged me. If you want to talk directly to me throughout this live stream, all you got to do is type CiottiFPV. If you do that, it'll light up an orange like this. You don't have to put an @ in front of it, but you can if that makes you happy. Yeah. Alec Dvornik says, "Happy streaming." Imp FPV says, "Hello, CiottiFPV and the crew. I'll join later because Berlin time zone, it's 18 o'clock with us family time. See you later." Razzie B says, "What's up, collective? Hey, Gangly One. Hope everybody's well. I've been gone quite a while. Is the red onesie again today? How time flies." I know, right? Michael D says, "Happy holidays, CiottiFPV and Gangly Gang." Who else is done with the cold and ready for spring? Jesus, yeah, for real. Michael D says, "Cool idea to follow the yacht. Awesome footage. Thank you, brother." You haven't seen nothing yet. That was the very first battery that I flew chasing the yacht. I was very tentative. I was very like, please don't put this thing in the ocean. I'll tell you guys the story here in a little bit of what happened with the yacht. That's not the yacht that they originally booked. Man, there was a lot of changes and a lot of weird stuff that kind of happened last second, but we made the most of it. We were supposed to sail the yacht out to this beautiful rock arch that you guys have seen a couple of times from other FPV pilots flying. But yeah, everything got kind of messy. But we got some really good, we got the best stuff that we possibly could, and his edit will be awesome. And yeah, we'll talk more about it. CH3FPV says, the Christmas gangly gangers. Paul McDonald says, did you cut the nipples out of it this year? I think that would really bring the donations in. I don't think it would. McConnell Studios says, CiottiFPV PayPal first hour go. We are good to go there. Thank you. Thank you again, Matt. Alec Dvornik says, quit talking about it and put it on. Gamma Gonad with a 1999 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, Merry Christmas, MFer. Shots. I mean, you're a part of the madness that could lead to alcohol poisoning. Thank you, Gamma Gonad. Your $20 is up in here. Is that showing up right? Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so that's going. That's good to go, rather. CMYK says, Bing Bong PayPal. Got you as well, my friend. Thank you so much for the generosity. PJ says, oh man, I missed the start of the show. Such a short stream today. I can't believe I missed so much already. Patchy Smoke Wound and Sniper says, just blew an ESC in my Mobula 6. That sucks, man. Here's what I'll say. The ultimate freestyle Tiny Whoop is shockingly durable. Some of the Happy Model AIOs just seem to last forever, which is really amazing with how cheap they are and how lightweight they are. But your alternative is a much heavier T-motor AIO, and like it's legitimately heavier, and it's going to legitimately not fly as good because of that extra weight. So to make yourself feel better about when, not if, your Happy Model AIOs die, although I don't know, I've got two that have been full-blown indestructible, so maybe you get one of those magic ones and it's good to go forever. But Happy Model stuff is the cheapest, and so yeah, quality control is the worst. Maybe not the worst. You could probably make a pretty good argument for Beta FPV being worse, and they're not as cheap, but we won't go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, you're building a Ferrari that you're running in the red. So when it blows up, just be like, hey, this is the price I pay for extracting every little bit of performance possible out of this rig. And the performance that we get from these Tiny Whoops right now is pretty wild. So hopefully that makes you feel better, Apache Smoke. I've had quite a few. I've had kind of one of every Happy Model AIO let go on me. The AIOs that you get from the regular old Mobula 6 ELRS have been absolutely so much more durable than all of the rest of the AIOs. Maybe you'll get a magic one. Even if you don't, your second time around, maybe you'll get a magic one. I've actually only had one of the Mobula 6 ELRS AIOs fail on me, and I've got 3 that have been indestructible, so that's pretty goddamn good. Michael D says, I was shocked when I learned you don't have a Tiny Whoop affiliate link. Don't be shocked, Michael. Nobody has a Tiny Whoop affiliate link. Jesse does not... Sounds weird, but Jesse does not believe in affiliate programs. It's a weird way to say it, but yeah, Jesse runs a pretty tight ship. He sells stuff absolutely as cheap as he possibly can, and he is like the guy, and he doesn't want people pushing his stuff just to make money through the affiliate program, basically. He wants just... So there's 2 types of SEO. There's organic SEO and there's paid SEO. Affiliate programs are basically paid SEO. You can give Google money. You ever notice when you do a Google search, the top 2 search results say sponsored next to them real small? Those companies gave Google money for that placement, for that top placement. They directly sent Google money for that. The organic search results, those folks did not. Jesse's approach is an organic approach. I love that. I really do. I absolutely love that's Jesse's approach. That's also Pyrodrone's approach. Pyrodrone actually just shut down their affiliate program. They don't want to go with that paid sort of an approach to marketing. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with Tiny Whoop not having an affiliate program. Don't you dare be like, oh, how dare they? That's not it at all. It's their choice, and I think it's a really good choice. I think affiliate programs are a great thing. I think not having an affiliate program is also a great thing. You do you, and so yeah, don't feel bad that I don't have a Tiny Whoop affiliate link. Buy all the Tiny Whoop stuff in the world. It's great stuff. At the moment, I'm pushing the shit out of the Gore 0702s because they're in stock. This is the only high KV 0702 motor that you can buy at the moment. The Tiny Whoop 0702 30,000 KV motors will be back in stock soon. And then once they're back in stock, I'll say to you guys, hey, because I have them on this purple one, and then I have the Gores on this black one. And I can tell a difference. The Tiny Whoop 30,000s do definitely make a little bit more power. The thing that's interesting, though, that I've realized recently is that, so I talk a lot when it comes to 5-inch rigs about how you should fly them with as little power as possible. The less power, the more throttle resolution, and throttle resolution is really important. These Tiny Whoop 30,000s are incredible, but I've been kind of feeling lately like maybe they've got a little bit too much power. Tiny Whoop also has I think they've got a 28,000. They've got one notch down from 30,000. So if for some reason you don't want to go with WeBleed FPV, if Jeff from WeBleed wronged you and murdered your family, there are other options. But I've been kind of feeling like the 28,500s are the perfect KV, and the 30,000s might be a little bit too high. That being said, I talk all the time about motor limiting, so technically speaking, getting the 30,000 KVs and then motor limiting them down a little bit, actually, what you would really want to do is motor limit them down as much as you possibly can. Technically speaking, that's the best. That's the best setup. But in fairness, buying the exact right KV and running it at 100% motor output limit gets you a tiny little bit more efficiency. And it kind of feels good. It feels good to run it up at 100%. But yeah, so there's arguments on either side. When the Tiny Whoop 0702 30,000s come in, I'll be telling you guys, hey, buy either one of these motors. But today, right now, you can only buy the Gores, and 28,500 KV is plenty for me. I do not feel like with this black rig I am lacking power in any way, shape, or form. And that's it right there. Like that's the motor that you want. You want the smallest, lightest weight motor that stays cool enough for the way that you fly and has just enough power. Maybe like 1% too little power. Because again, the less power, the better your throttle resolution. And yeah, that's the name of the game. Motor limiting is a beautiful tool to do that. Buying a slightly higher KV motor than you need and then motor limiting it down is, in my opinion, the best way to do it. I have flown thousands and thousands and thousands of Tiny Whoop batteries over the last couple of years, and I've gotten pretty good. It took me a long time to get good enough for these high KV motors. You guys are if you have not put that many batteries through a Tiny Whoop, you are probably going to have a really hard time with these crazy high kV motors at first. So for you guys, it's probably a lot less important to have the absolute highest kV motor. So I think you're going to absolutely love the Gore motors, and I think you're going to need to motor load them down to like 70% to get started, and then you can slowly push that up 75, 80. So yeah, I don't think... Yeah, you're going to love the Gore motors. You are. 28,500 kV is a great number. I'm hoping that I continue to improve and I can really confidently fly the 30,000 kV motors. But what it feels like lately over the last couple of months is when I fly the rig with the 30,000 kV motors, they have a little bit too much power, and it makes me crash a little bit more often because I have the throttle resolution is not there. I've been tempted to just motor limit them down, but I haven't done that because I want to try to get used to them. I want to try to get used to that extra power, because it's just nice to have. With tiny whoops, like forever, our problem has been not enough power, not enough thrust. So yeah, the gaps that we're trying to shoot these things through are just absolutely minuscule. I've got a new gap we're going to try tonight. It's the burrito blanket gap. I might not be doable, but we'll give it a shot. So the less power, the better, because the more throttle resolution, the more accurate you're going to be. But then there's this whole world of more like three-dimensional off-throttle momentum-based flying that is now accessible with tiny whoops, and you need power for that. So, and this house that I'm in has a huge living room with this big ass open area, and the 30,000 kV motors, you can really just blip the throttle and just let that thing hang and just float all the way across the room, and it's just intoxicating. It's just so fun to be able to do that with a tiny whoop, because like that's the main thing, right, that attracts us to 5-inch rigs, is that like that ability to like take a parking lot and shrink it down and make it feel smaller and just hurl your rig up at 100 miles an hour across the damn thing and kind of bend space and time. Well, the tiny whoops can now do that, but in your house. You just have to get good because, yeah, stuff comes at you fast. It's a different pace of flying, but boy, is it fun. To be able to, with a tiny whoop, blip the throttle and get a bunch of momentum and then let it sit off throttle for like 2 seconds, that's pretty cool, man. Let's get back into chat here. Sleepy CBR says, I saved the Weebly link, and every time I go to the Weebly site, it says at the top, shopping with Ciotti. Very cool. Appreciate that, Sleepy CBR. One of the things that folks have done that use bookmarks to go to these websites is if you change your bookmark to my affiliate link, every time you hit your bookmark, it'll put my affiliate code into your shopping cart, and you won't even have to think about it. If you don't, I don't use bookmarks. I just type, you know, if I want to go to Newbie Drone, I just click my URL bar and type new, and it automatically suggests Newbie Drone, and I just hit return. You can do that. You can type new in, and it'll suggest newbiedrone.com. Off on the right, you can click X to get rid of that suggestion. And if you hit my affiliate link a couple of times in a row, it'll lock in that as your most recently clicked Newbie Drone URL link. And then in the future, when you type Newbie Drone, it'll come up with my affiliate link, and then you just hit return. And so there's a couple of ways that you can make the whole remembering to click people's affiliate links situation a little bit easier for yourself. Or just try your best to remember. It's all good. I forget to do it myself, so I can't talk shit on you guys that forget to do it. PJ says, well said, COVID hit our house again, and we can't go out, so it'll have to be... So I'll be having a gangly Christmas Eve. That sucks, PJ, but to be stuck at home with your family, in my opinion, is an awesome thing. And a nice, chill Christmas is also a great thing. Some of my most favorite Christmases are the ones where I wasn't running all around, bouncing between, you know, like I love my family and all, but it's really nice to have just a couple of core people and just really enjoy spending time with them and just kind of relax too, right? Like it's really stressful to be in the car and everybody's out on the roads and driving like morons and it's cold out and maybe there's snow and yeah, it's cool to take some time off from work and relax. So all of you that are stuck at home, yeah, that's the story that you should be telling, right? Like, yes, I know that you had plans to see your family, this, that, and the other, but why focus on that, right? Tell the story of, hey, the universe threw this curveball at me. This is awesome. I get to spend more time with the people in my house, relaxing, just bringing it down a peg or two with the gangliest son of a bitch on earth. Gangly Gang stickers are available for $5. PayPal me, put your address in there. Tell me that you want a Gangly Gang sticker. Holy hand grenades. Eric Moe sent $100 over on PayPal. I just burped. I'm going to be wearing this onesie for the next 2 hours and 5 minutes, thanks to you beautiful people. That is 3 hours worth of onesie wearing there. Thank you so much, Eric Moe. Super generous. You guys, I don't know if you're sick of hearing this or not. I don't really care. You guys are the reason that I can do this. 99% of my of the money that I make in life is from you beautiful people, and you, each and every one of you, regardless of what you do, regardless if you just give me one view on one video, it all helps. And that's pretty fucking cool that you guys have created this awesome little group of people that come together for 10 hours a week and hang out and share knowledge and testing and well wishes and all the things that make community. You know, in the last couple of years of this live stream, we have shared so much info back and forth that like micros in like FPV micro rigs literally fly better. Like, we've done that. It's happened very slowly and over time, but like, we have actually done that, like right here in these live streams. And that's pretty cool. Like, we know so many more combinations of battery voltage, battery weight, motor sizing, motor KV, propellers, frames, than we did a couple of years ago before this live stream started. And that was the whole goal from day one. From day one of doing a live stream, I'd done all of this testing of micro stuff, and I just wanted to get that out into the world. I didn't want to hoard all that knowledge. I wanted to get it out into the world so that more people could benefit from it and continue to so yeah, I wanted people to benefit from it, like, selflessly. But selfishly, I wanted people to test. I wanted more people to test it and more info to come back. And like, we've done that, and that's nuts. Like, that's really, really cool. So thank you for being a part of that, and thank you for allowing me to be the goofy bastard that has led that charge. A lot of that goes down over on Discord. A lot of the conversations on Discord surrounding micros are pretty wild, and it's really cool stuff. So keep it going. Keep sharing pictures of your builds. Keep asking questions. Keep talking about which setup you just did that flies the best, because that's what I try to do, right? And yeah, I need help. Blizzard FPV with a super chat. Look at you go. I'm gonna get caught up on chat and then I'm gonna hit it, but thank you, Blizzard, for the generosity. Let's keep going on chat here, because I do want to get caught up, and then we can start working on some stuff. CH3FPV says, meddling head tracking gimbal on a Whoop 75. Oh my god, mind-blowing. Yeah, really, really. So cool that I'm going to have to show it. Also, there's a bunch of kind of news-related things that I do want to cover. TinyWhoop.com has a lighter weight battery that's BT 2.0 that I'm actually really excited about, that I saw when I was having my pre-stream crap. One of the questions I get asked a lot is like, how do you poop and pee when you're live streaming for hours on end? And like, I just walk away. I put something on and I just walk away. Oh, wow. So if you guys didn't know, there's a Tiny Whoop Micro FPV Pilots of the World Facebook group that's just brilliant. Philip Aquino has been doing some really cool Whoop science-based stuff, and I am just seeing this for the first time. He's doing actual harmonic analysis like what Chris Rosser does on little Meteor 65 frames, and that's wild. I'm going to drop this link into chat so that you guys can take a look at it. That is rad. Read everything that Philip has posted. What you can do in Facebook groups is use this little magnifying glass here, and then I think you can just search for let's see how this works. Let's see if it actually works well. Facebook search is pretty garbage, but it's not even finding that one post. Maybe it doesn't work, but if you see posts by Philip, read them because he's doing some really cool stuff. He recently realized that you know those foam earplug, cheapy foam earplug things, you know, that they poof up and they're all round on the front, and you take it and you roll it in your fingers, you ram it in your ear, and then it slowly expands in your ear. You could take those and cut them up, and I don't know if he's using them instead of the rubber grommets or in addition to the rubber grommets, but he's been using those, and he's shown a real decrease in vibrations in black box logs. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, he's been doing some neat stuff. What was that? What the hell was that noise? Is something on fire? I'm super paranoid of like pipes bursting. Because yeah, Georgia doesn't usually get this cold. And so every single weird noise that I hear, I'm going to investigate because I don't need any flooding. That was a very strange noise, but I will soldier on without checking it. I'll assume that was not the sound of a pipe bursting. I am looking for the post from Tiny Whoop with these batteries because I want to show them to you guys. Let me search again for Tiny Whoop and find Jesse's regular old page. There it is. Because that's where I think I saw it. Yep, there it is. All right, so Tiny Whoop just announced 270 mAh batteries. I know 270 mAh doesn't sound like much of a decrease from 300, but as he says here, they are more than a gram lighter, and that is a big deal. Lightening up your Tiny Whoop by more than a gram, you will absolutely feel the difference in the air. So that's pretty cool. 15 to 25 seconds less flight time. I don't care about that. Tiny Whoop batteries are so quick to change. You shouldn't care about it either. I'm actually blown away by how much flight time we get on these 300s. It will not bother me even a little bit to have a little bit less flight time. Just heard another noise. So yeah, I will be ordering a bunch of these 270 mAh Tiny Whoop BT 2.0 batteries. They are folded cell. Also, he's got some folded cell 450s. So does WeBleed FPV. We've been talking about those. It's awesome now to have two sources of 450 mAh BT 2.0 batteries. I'll bet you they're both made in the same place because they're both folded cell. So get whichever ones you want. Those are for Mobula 7s. I'm not into that heavier weight Tiny Whoop thing, so I'm not going to really talk too much more about the 450s, but if you're into that heavier weight Tiny Whoop thing, these are what you want, or the WeBleeds. It looks like the Tiny Whoop 450s are, they've got the BT 2.0 like built right in to this plastic piece. This is the lighter way to do it. WeBleed does have that same setup, or from WeBleed, you can get them with a little lead hanging off of them. So if that matters to you for your build, there you go. Always good to have more options. So that's Tiny Whoop. Now I want to show you guys Medlin. Medlin Drone Company makes a head tracking based, they make a module that you put on the front of your Cinewhoop or 5-inch or now Tiny Whoops that has a servo in it to take either, in the Tiny Whoop's case, just the FPV cam, because they don't really carry HD cams, but on a 5-inch or a Cinewhoop, it's got an HD cam and you mount your FPV cam to it, and the servo looks up and down, and then you set that up with head tracking. And I am fascinated by it because it allows you to slow down and even like stop and go backwards while still maintaining your shot. So the head tracking adjusts both the HD and the FPV cam. So your head tracking is how you frame up your shot, and then on the sticks, you're going to be controlling the movement, front, back, left, right, yaw of the quad itself. First and foremost, that's going to be tough to fly. Like that is, and the folks that have been flying it, Gab 606 is one of the main ones right now. They've said that yes, there is a definite learning curve to this. We are very used to everything being connected. I put the nose down, I travel forward. Well, once you have head tracking on, if you're looking down and you put the nose, like if you put the nose down with your fingers and you look up at the same rate, all of a sudden your camera, the shot, the framing of the shot is not going to change, but you're going to start charging forward. So yeah, it's got to be a real challenge to fly, but I love it. I mean, I give me a challenge, please. So here you go. Here it is on the Tiny Whoop. Here it is. Let me show it to you on a Cinewhoop first. So yeah, this is their main kind of setup. On a looks like that's on a Squirt. Hard to tell, but yeah, that's kind of their main setup. They've been playing around with a tiny little setup for Tiny Whoops, and that's my Instagram page. I got a couple cool new things up on my Instagram page. You might want to check them out. I think you'll love them. But yeah, look at this. They've got a tiny little one. It's a great little promotional video too. Coming up and landing in front of the monitor and like looking up and down. I mean, that is just super cool. It's kind of hodgepodge together for now. I love this. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love this. And I hope that they continue to develop it to make it a little bit less hodgepodge. But I don't know what you would do with this other than like practice. You know, like if you're going to get their HD setup. Although, I don't know. This is pretty goddamn cool. It's not, here's what I'll say. This is not a freestyle setup. This is 100% like a cinematic-ish Tiny Whoop. When you look down, you get a ton of the ducts in view, which is kind of stupid, but who cares? This is just a whole, look at that. Like looking down and flying down through the tree. That's really, really cool. This is just super slick. And I hope that they continue to produce this. But if you're going to me, this is the best training setup I could possibly imagine for learning to fly the HD Medlin setup. You know what I mean? Like, because it's going to take some time for sure. I think what they do is they use one of the, Joshua did a video about the HD setup, and he talked about how it's done. You take one of the OSD elements and you retask it to be the angle of the camera, so that in your OSD, it'll tell you if you're looking up or you're looking down with the camera, because you don't always know that. Like when we're flying, our head tends to kind of move around a little bit, Stevie Wonder style. So yeah, there's a whole thing. It's really cool. I absolutely love that this exists in the world. And yeah, go check it out. Subscribe to Medlin's Instagram page. That's what you want to do. I'm going to give you guys a link in the chat right now. It's just Medlin Drone Company, MEDLIN Drone Company. But there's a link in the chat. Subscribe, because they're doing cool stuff. This is, this is like next level-ish stuff. We haven't seen, I mean, people have done this. People have thrown servos and made a little GoPro mount with a hinge on it, but it's always been like super DIY. This is somebody that's making a turnkey setup, and this is a fairly like engineering intensive thing to do, right? Like if you just decided you wanted to do this yourself, you'd probably put 100+ hours into figuring out how to do it, and you would probably not do it in the best way possible. When a company like this puts all that time and effort in, and they work with pilots, top pilots like Gab 707, they end up with a product that's usually better than what you would do yourself. You know what I'm saying? And that's pretty cool, because this as a product, like, if it can be 1% more durable by buying it from Medlin, that's a big deal, because you're going to crash, because this is going to be a mind fuck to fly. So you're going to crash this. And if you hodgepodged it together versus this company, yours is going to definitely break a lot easier than theirs. So this is pretty slick. If I was going to do this, I would absolutely pay extra to get a turnkey setup rather than trying to do it, myself. So really, really cool stuff. I'm really interested in this. Like it. I will say this though, it is a pretty specific kind of thing for downhill mountain biking, which is what Gab is doing with it. This is a big deal, because they are going downhill and they are not going 1,000 miles an hour all the time, right? To take, even at 0 up tilt, to take a regular fixed camera quad and go downhill with a mountain biker, you're going to be hauling ass. And if they slow down, which they do, you're going to overshoot them, or you're going to have to look up at the sky basically to slow yourself down and then look back down at them. Whereas with this setup, you can angle that thing down and then slow yourself down and keep the framing of the shot. So for certain scenarios, this Medlin setup is brilliant. Basically scenarios where you want to be able to slow down when going downhill, or scenarios where you want to go backwards. It's not going to work really well with a 5-inch rig, because you're going to get a ton of props in view. You're definitely going to want to put it on a dead cat rig, but you're still going to get props in view. It's going to really work well on a Cinewhoop, where they put the GoPro really far out in relation to the fronts of the ducts. If you were going to put the Medlin setup onto a 5-inch rig, the Glide would be the one to put it on. It would be the best one to put it on, hands down, because the Glide has the longest nose, because the Glide frame is set up to hold the 20x20 flight controller up front. So a dead cat Glide, like this one that I just flew in Los Cabos, this is about as good as it gets. If you were going to do a 5-inch Medlin setup, this is it, because then it's got the longest nose possible, it's got the dead cat arms, and then, yeah, you would just want to put the Medlin rig as far forward as you possibly could, and there's a chance that you could run, I don't know, my guess would maybe be 20 degrees down before you got props in view. Probably not that much, but you're going to get more on this frame than any other frame. And then if you wanted to do it bigger than this, the Cineglide, unfortunately the Cineglide is kind of no longer around. I don't think you can buy it anymore, but if you wanted to do it with bigger props, the Cineglide would be the best bet, because it's got an even longer dick nose. And yeah, you could put the Medlin setup all the way out here on the big long nose and really get some props in view. Ryan Harrell is actually cutting these 7-inch compatible arms for this Cineglide, so you're going to see some more Cineglide content soon, I promise. All right. Medlin Drone Company, yo. Follow them. They're doing cool stuff. Paul McDonald says we should be setting up the racing wheel here in a bit, doing Christmas early. Very cool, Paul. Love that. Espander says, hey, gangly people, hi. CiottiFPV. What's up, Espander? Paul McDonald had messaged me asking, well, he actually came on to the last Gran Turismo 7 live stream. He was like, what wheel do you have? I forget who he wanted to buy it for. But yeah, I gave him some suggestions on steering wheel and pedal setups for sim rigs. Oh my goodness. John M. Jones with $100 PayPal. He says, happy holidays to you and your family. This one, I'm going to be drunk tonight. I'm just going to call it now. 320 goes to 420. Thank you so much, John M. Jones. Who is John? What is John M. Jones's YouTube name? I wish PayPal would let you type in. I mean, when you guys do the PayPal thing, in the little note, type your YouTube name, because sometimes I can remember, but it's pretty rare that I can remember your. The other thing that gets me is, like, you guys will have your real name on PayPal, sometimes a different name on Facebook, usually a different name on Discord, different name on YouTube, different name on Instagram. So it's hard. And there's a lot of you beautiful people. So I wish that I had a better memory for names, but it was actually a problem I had when I was in sales a long time ago. I just have a hard time remembering names. It's very frustrating, because it's kind of insulting. Like, when somebody doesn't remember your name, it's kind of insulting. But my excuse is that you guys have 18 names online, and there's a whole bunch of you. So there's my excuse. John M. Jones, at me in the chat. I'll see it in about an hour. I want to give your YouTube name the props that it deserves. Denzel the Terrible says, "Oh, hey kids, I got signal. I can see the onesie. Merry Christmas Collective and CiottiFPV, you beautiful bastards." Denzel, have a great Christmas, man. Expander with a 10 super pound chat. 10 super pound chat. And so it begins, friends. Welcome to the madness that is streaming for a long period of time. That will certainly not be the last absolutely insane thing to come out of my mouth. Expander with a 10-pound super chat. He says, "Gangly Christmas, everyone." I'm not going to do conversions on currency that is lower than US dollars just for the sake of time. So I'm just going to take 420 up to 430. Thank you so much, Expander. Very kind of you to support the madness. Brandon's Big Bean says, "Dang, that 24-hour stream is just gone." It is. I have two short clips that someone sent me. Someone was like screen capping a part of the 24-hour stream that they sent me. So I have like two little chunks of that 24-hour stream, but other than that, it's gone. If you are OG enough to have watched some of that 24-hour stream, type 24 hours into the chat. Show yourself. PJ says, "Thank you so much for that group and all that you do. Your positivity really does help, you great gangly bastard." Thank you for supporting me so that I can do this, PJ. That means a lot. Athix says, "I'm late. Whoops." Whoops as in tiny whoops, or whoops as in whoops, I'm late. CMYK says, "They look fantastic." Yeah, they really do. The Gangly Gang stickers really look good. Am I that far behind? I am almost an hour behind. Okay, I gotta go really fast on the chat. Gangly Gang stickers are here. Huge shout out to CMYK FPV for the amazing design. $5 via PayPal with your address and a note that says, "Send me a Gangly Gang sticker," and I'll send you one. You beautiful people that are PayPaling a ton of money, please send me a note somewhere that says, "Hey, send me a Gangly Gang sticker," and I'll send you a Gangly Gang sticker. Trying to remember anything throughout the course of this live stream is completely impossible, so I'm going to rely on you guys to do all that. So, yeah, you four maniacs that have sent me $100 on PayPal, do me a huge favor and shoot me a message somewhere with your address and just say Gangly Gang sticker. I want to make sure that I get it out to you. Because, yeah, at the end of this stream, I'm going to be shot. I'm going to go right to bed, and then I'm sure the kids will get Maggie and I up early, and then it'll be Christmas chaos tomorrow, and then family chaos the next day. And, yeah, so it's everything is going to go out the window. But I want to make sure that I hook you guys up. I have to assume that I'll have the forethought a couple of days from now to go back through my emails and grab you guys. But I'll still need your addresses anyway, so send me your addresses if you don't mind. PJ says, "I got backup sets the other day. We bleed." Nice. That's the way to do it, PJ. YouTube just did the thing. Scrolling back up. Great googly mooglies. Where are we at? Raccoon FPV says, "What's up? Happy Christmas to all of you." Happy Christmas to you as well, Raccoon. Rob Oxison says, "Hola, Senor Gangly." What's up, Rob? He also says, "Finish the glide with the 30x30 flight controller up front." Rob, I've been seeing your emails come through, but I've been in Mexico and all the things. So I haven't replied. I haven't even looked at them because I was trying to keep my data usage low. But in a couple of days, I'll get caught back up on all the things. I'm very interested to see how the hell you got a 30x30 flight controller up in the front of a Glide. Apache Smoke Wounded Sniper says, I've blown 3 Mobulus 6s already, but it's worth it. Really, the full-size boards that I love, how am I not? I can't believe I'm not breaking them. I really can't. Apache Smoke Wounded Sniper, oh, we got that. Michael D says, Jesse does seem like a really cool type of person. Never smiled as much as I did when I received my first Tiny Whoop order. Long live the king. Yeah, Michael D did a Tiny Whoop order and in the notes put CiottiFPV as the Micro King. And Jesse and I have been friends for years. We talk every couple of months, basically. And he wrote like huge on the front, like long live the Micro King, and it was just hysterical. Thanks for doing that, Michael D. Guys, do me. XJet's here. What's up, XJet? Well, he was here an hour ago. Hopefully he's still here. What's up, homie? Yeah, if you guys don't have anything to put into an order note, just put CiottiFPV has a big donger. Put whatever you want, but mention my name and it'll be funny. Do whatever you want. License to Drive says, CiottiFPV, look who popped by, XJet. I hope he's still here. I feel bad that it's an hour later and I'm just seeing that he's in the house. Getting caught up on Chad here. PJ says, guys, he used me as a plug. I did it. What do you mean, PJ? I'm going to miss lots of references. Fair warning. Look, I have Raisinets. Pretty soon we're going to talk about Los Cabos, I promise. 8xFPV says, I remember your Joshua Bardwell Acrobat build video. Man, there's a lot of OG stuff that a shocking number of you freaks remember, and it's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool to have a group that's stuck around for so long. That means a lot. Like the whole like having a huge number of subscribers, that doesn't do anything for me. For me, it's about having really good people. Like it's all about quality over quantity, basically, with kind of everything in my life. But yeah, like having a really good group of people, but then like having people that stick around, like that's, to me, like that's what success is. Success is not having 100,000 followers. It's having, I don't know, a couple of hundred followers that love what I do and are willing to support me and are like members of the community and are getting involved in the conversation and like pushing the hobby and pushing micros and pushing tiny whoops and pushing the things that are awesome to fly. And that's what it is for me. Look at this. Look what they sell on Amazon, pre-made, ready to go. They're a little expensive, I gotta be honest. But I don't know. So this is I think this is series. This is how you take 2 6S batteries and combine the milliamps. This does not output 12S. This outputs 6S. I got these because I've got 7-inch arms coming from the Cineglide, and I want to be able to put 2 1050 mAh 6S batteries onto that so that I don't have to buy one 2500 milliamp 6S battery. And these are a brilliant little way of doing that. And yeah, they're pre-made and pre-shrink wrapped and whatever. You could probably pretty easily. I'm very curious how they did this in here. I wonder if they have just little pieces of wire. And I kind of don't need 2 of them. And I could totally just redo the shrink wrap, but I'm not going to cut them open. I'm just going to trust that they did it right. That's the smart thing to do, right? Just trust that the stranger selling this on Amazon did it the right way. What could go wrong? Oh. I can't say I've ever rolled my eyes so hard that I hurt myself, but, you know, kind of just did. Oh, wait, no, got that. Blizzard FPV with a 5 Canadian Californian dollars super chat. Thank you, homie. He says, check Newbie Drone site ordering in Canada, but then order switching to USD when I go to check out. Just wondering if the site is glitched. That's odd. What do you mean, Blizzard? I've never ordered in anything other than USD, so I don't. I see that you can change the currency. I might be totally misunderstanding, but I guess their checkout forces US dollars, but I would just, I don't know. I would just keep hitting next, and just give them however much money they want. That's my solution. Hey, 69 viewers. Why am I such a child? Blizzard FPV, I'm going to take those 5 Canadian dollars and put them on in here, and we're going to go to 435. Thank you so much, homie. Hopefully I helped in some way. I'm pretty sure I didn't. But Newbie Drone's a great company, and they deserve money. So give them as much as they want. Michael D tagged me with little up arrows and said Morton Upshot has a good point. Morton Upshot says, you know where to turn off your water if the pipes do burst. Better to know without needing it than to search for it when you need it. I do. When we bought this, when Maggie bought this house and we moved in, the previous owners had a big old sign on the main water shutoff, which was great. And then when we had a plumber in here last week, I got really lucky because I was just not thinking about this. We had a plumber in here who changed the oh balls, I forget what it's called. There's an acronym for it, but it's a valve that controls the pressure of the incoming water. It's right next to that main shutoff valve to make, because the water coming in from the city is at a very high pressure, and then there's a valve, a check valve-ish thing that cooks that pressure down for the rest of the house so that you don't have a ton of pressure in the lines to the whole house. He was replacing that, and he said, hey, the cold's coming. You know how to, do you know where your valves are to turn off your external spigots? And I was like, I didn't even think of that. So I started poking around up there, and I found the one valve to the spigot on the side of the house, turned that off, purged it. Unfortunately, though, there's another spigot on the front of the house, and for the life of me, I've tried 3 times now, I cannot find a valve for that. I can't even find the pipe that goes to the spigot, but I had Maggie outside banging on the spigot with a piece of metal, and I can hear exactly where it is in the garage, and I think that the hose is up above the garage where there should be, like, heat. Regardless, I can't find a valve for that. So I can't even find the piping that runs to it. So what am I going to do? Maggie wrapped a rag around the spigot on the outside. It's not going to make things worse. We'll see what happens. That's kind of why I'm being a little paranoid about the pipes breaking. But the garage is the only part of the house that's not heated. The valve that I shut off to the garage spigot. Yeah, so if that freezes, it's fine. It's purged. It's whatever. Nothing else I can really do. Shut off the. So in theory, wherever the hell that pipe is, it's in a part of the house that's heated. I hope. If not, we'll find out when it floods. I don't know what else to do. I did everything I could. I pulled every single ceiling tile on the front of the house, and I traced all the lines, and I cannot find it. And I wasn't looking with my eyes closed, and I'm not dumb, so yeah, I'm assuming that it's routed in some other way. It almost, I don't know where it is, but this house was built in the 90s, and hopefully they thought it through. I'm sure they did. This is a wonderful house. Kiz Bartlett says, imagine you sneeze with that head tracking thing on. Yeah, it's interesting. The the head tracking thing might be a good like exercise for us in not CV wondering all over the place when we're flying, right? Like the head tracking thing would force us to like pay a little bit more attention to our, which is a good thing. Like it's actually really good to, it's a good exercise for you to learn to not move your head all around when you're flying, because when you move your head all around when you're flying, your goggles have antennas on them. So you're going to be pointing your patch antenna all over the goddamn shop. It's there was a point in my flying, in my learning to get good part of my flying journey in this hobby where I realized that, and I said, okay, I'm going to like pay attention to keeping my head level initially, and then eventually after I got good at that, turning my head to track where the quad is, so that I naturally kind of point my patch antenna wherever my ears hear that the quad is. It's one of the things that freaks me out the most about when I fly far enough away that I can't hear the quad anymore, is I don't know where to point my head. After enough like practice, I just sort of developed the ability to like when I fly towards the right side of myself, I will just naturally turn my head to the right. When I fly to the left side of myself, I'll naturally, and it just basically became always hear the quad in both ears. That was what I practiced, and it just became a normal thing. So when I'm flying, unless I'm really into it, like if I'm really concentrating, I will forget to do this. But if I'm not like super in it, flying a really technical spot, for the most part, I will keep the quad in both ears at all times. The other way to do it is that when you do this and when you point your head at the quad with your patch antenna, you get slightly better video signal. So the other way to do it is if your video signal breaks up a little bit, move your head. And you'll move your head, and at some point it'll clean up, with analog at least, because it's so kind of quick and immediate. So yeah. Mr. Huggy says 24 hours. Oh wait, so here's a bunch of you guys. Wow, a shocking number of you guys remember the 24-hour stream and/or watch the 24-hour stream. Athix, Tiberius, One Vision Aerial, Gamma Gonad, CiottiFPV, Mr. Huggy, all saw some of the 24-hour stream. That was a long time ago. I don't think it was not last year. It had to have been the year before. It had to have been 2020. I don't think it was 2019. Had to have been 2020 that we did the 24-hour stream. And it was not a... Was it a Christmas stream? Was the first Christmas stream 24 hours of Christmas? I don't think so. I think it was just like a random stream in like October or something. It was so... That was a terrible idea. That was just brutal. I will not do that again. So Jimmy Broadbent, my favorite live streamer over here on YouTube. He's a sim racing live streamer. He competes in a lot of 24-hour sim races, just like the 24 hours of Le Mans. They do virtual 24 hours of Le Mans and Spa and a bunch of different racetracks, Nürburgring. But they sleep. Like he breaks it up similar to what I do here. And he's got a team. They have like 3 or 4 drivers, and he'll sleep for it. When at some point, the other drivers will do their stints consecutively, and he will go to sleep for like 6 or 7 or 8 hours, and he'll just leave the stream on, showing the in-car with the other drivers on his team. My 24-hour stream, I didn't, with FPV, we can't really do that, right? So I just did the whole thing, and, I was late in my 30s, and that's, that's too long for old people. So yeah, that was interesting. And then to have the whole thing deleted was, that was a little obnoxious, I gotta be honest. I was not happy. XJet is still here an hour later. Thanks for joining us, XJet. Very cool of you, my man. If you guys don't know who XJet is, what the fuck are you doing? Get over to XJet's channel and subscribe. Great content, great guy. Big Water UIV Solutions says, Merry Christmas, CiottiFPV. Merry Christmas to you and yours as well. My friend Michael D says, great idea. My next Weeb Leader Tiny Whoop order is going to say CiottiFPV. Big Dong. Don't you dare. XJet says parallel then. Okay, parallel. Thank you guys. I have to Google it every time. My brain does this thing. When there's two options, I will overthink the question and I will pick the wrong option. If I do it enough times, I'll learn it. But for like the first 15 or 20 times, if there's two options with something, I don't know if this is dyslexia or what, but I will like think the one and then I'll be like, no, that's not it, you're wrong, and then I'll pick the other one, and it more often than not I'm wrong. I noticed this about myself with Crossfire Nano receivers, actually. So Crossfire Nano receivers have TX and RX, and then your flight controller has TX and RX. And for a while, I thought that I knew which pad on the Crossfire Nano was TX and which pad was RX, and I wouldn't Google it. I wouldn't Google image search it. And what I noticed when I was doing build after build after build is that I would look at it, I'd be like, yep, I know this one's this, and okay, hook it up there, and I would do a build and it would be backwards. And I noticed that I was wrong more than I was right. And so at some point I just said, you know what? I'm going to stop thinking about it and I'm just going to wire them up. And for a while, for like years, I would get to that point and I would just, okay. And I would just wire up. The first one goes here. Wherever here is here. The second one goes there. And then I would power up the rig and I would see if it worked. And if it worked, awesome. 50-50 for the win. And I noticed doing that it was, by doing that, it was 50-50, right? Because I'm just guessing. And by doing that, I had a higher success rate than when I was actually trying to think it through. So yeah, sometimes in life, I just decide like, well, I'm going to overthink it because of the anxiety. Let me just 50-50 this shit, because 50-50 odds are better than knowing what it is and then second guessing and getting it wrong every single time. And parallel and series are one of those examples where I'm always like, yeah, that's it. No. When I don't Google it. CiottiFPV says, I run two 1050 MAHs on my 7-inch Octo. Very cool, Athix. Yeah, I totally stole that 2-battery idea from someone. I think I stole it from Bob Rugi. XJet says, I've made those. You can just bridge everything with solder, quick and easy and cheap. Really? The XT60 connectors get close enough where you can... Oh, right. Because you just put the single XT60, you just touch it to the other two, and then just do a big solder blob. Of course. Whatever. It was like I don't know. It was like $11 for two of them. I stand by my decision. But yeah, don't buy these on Amazon. Because you'll probably do it better. You will almost certainly, if you're here, you will almost certainly do a better job than whoever's making this on. Well, maybe not. Let's not crucify people just because they're on Amazon. There's people on Amazon and eBay that do wonderful quality work. So maybe these are made perfectly. Demo FPV with a $4.99 super chat. He says, Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Thank you, Demo FPV. Your $5 keeps this onesie on for a little bit longer, my friend. Thank you. Eva FPV's in the house. Says, hi, CiottiFPV and Collective. I hear somebody on this too.
Do you want some tea for your throat?
I do.
I got some throat coat with honey for you.
Oh my God. I hate the way that tea tastes, for the record. Did I ever tell you that?
It's good for your throat.
I'll absolutely drink it, but I don't know if I've ever told you that before. I don't like the way it tastes. Thank you. Look at this Christmas dress. Get over here. There she is.
Can you see? Oh, here it is, this side.
There it is.
Where's the camera? Where? How come I've never seen the camera? Where am I supposed to look? I love you. I'll be back in a few hours, okay?
She going out. Where are you going?
Ansley's. Okay. Just a little bit. Love you.
All the way to Athens?
Mm-hmm.
Man, you are a good friend.
Be right back. Love
My
you.
girl go jump into Big Booty Judy. Drive Big Booty Judy to Athens to see her friend Ansley. Big Booty Judy is the name of this awesome Lexus that Maggie just got. So when I met Maggie, my least favorite thing about her, I can say that because she's on the stairs. She didn't hear me. It's a mean thing to say, but it's almost true. My least favorite thing is that she drove this big, crazy Toyota Highlander. She got it because it had third row of seating. And yeah, with 2 kids, having third row seating allows you to put one kid and their friends in the middle, the other kid and their friends in the back, and they'll kill each other less. Well, you know, it's 2022. Everything is on the internet. All of Sage and Azalea's friends are on Discord and on the internet. And the number of times that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 cars went into the Highlander per year was pretty low to maybe some years, probably none. So, and yeah, me being a car guy, like, of course, we had the discussion about safety and how cars are safer. And like, yes, it feels safer to sit up really high, but when a car flips over, all hell breaks loose and bad things happen. So yeah, at some point here, she decided that she wanted to move away from, and she actually like would specifically say to me, like, she would ask me like, hey, is it normal for like to feel out of control and like you're going to crash at any moment? Because, you know, big squidgy tires that are meant to go off-road and like a big stupid chassis and 5,000 pounds of weight and big long wheelbase, and trying to drive it in downtown Atlanta is a nightmare because it's wide and long and all these things. So yeah, we went on a little car buying journey over the last couple of months, and I managed to convince her, which I do believe that like station wagons are absolutely the way to go, because what I will say about the Highlander is that having that amount of space in the back to put shit in, furniture and like pine straw and just stuff for life, was amazing. And I have a little tiny Mazda 2 hatchback, and eventually, maybe never, but maybe someday, a little tiny Miata. So for everyone in the family to have a car that has no space would kind of be annoying. So we tried to find station wagons, and unfortunately in America there are not many station wagons, but there are a couple really good ones. The one that we kind of initially settled on and we were really pushing hard for was a Volvo V60. But then eventually I remembered that Honda made a TSX wagon for a couple of years. And we found a really nice one. And yeah, we managed to snag it for a really good deal. Very low mileage, in beautiful shape. And it's got a big old butt on it. And in like looking at other Acura TSX sport wagons on Instagram, one of the guys that has a really fancy one with wheels and slammed and all that fun stuff had nicknamed it Big Booty Judy, and I was just like, oh, that's just the best. So I have nicknamed Maggie's car Big Booty Judy, which she doesn't love. She's becoming more okay with it by the day. So she says she wants to name it herself, but I have called it Big Booty Judy so many times that I think I've won. Cheers to winning, friends. Oh, it's hot. Oh, it's hot. My email has just absolutely caught fire. What's happening over here on the email? There's a lot happening over here on the email. Let me make email sit for a second, and I'm very close to being caught up on chat. We're gonna get caught up on chat, and there's some unbelievable generosity happening over an email. But let me not just run towards the shiny things like I normally do. Eva FPV says, hi, CiottiFPV and Collective. What's up, Eva? How are you? If you guys are not following Eva FPV here on YouTube, you're missing out. Awesome content and some medium format camera content coming soon. Kiz Bartlett says, check your PayPal, just don't read out my address. Deal. Gamma Gonad says, anybody know where to find a Mobula 6 ELRS in stock? Yes, tinywhoop.com. And tinywhoop.com has Mobula 6s in stock with the 26,000 kV motors. Nobody else does. If you're going to buy a Mobula 6 ELRS, get it from tinywhoop.com because those 26,000 kV motors are probably enough for you guys. If you're a complete maniac like me and you're going to commit to flying an ass load of batteries and getting really good at tiny whooping, you might want to go more north of 26,000 kV. But man, those 26,000 kV motors are awesome. So yeah, tinywhoop.com, yo. And they have them in the clear frames, and the clear frames are stronger, although they're still going to break. You're still going to need a Meteor 65 frame. ImpFPV says, check your PayPal. We're almost there. 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 Oh. I thought I was more caught up than I am. No, we're good. We're good. We can get caught up, and then I can jump over to email. We Bleed FPV says, thermal heat tape / or can acquire insulated cover case. What's that in reference to? Zotek. Welcome, Zotek, to the chat. Zotek is We Bleed FPV. Eve FPV says, hopefully you'll have better luck than me. We just had a pipe in our basement burst. Oh, god damn it. Man, I've heard that from a bunch of people, Eva. As long as you catch it quick, it's super annoying, but it's not the end of the world because you just turn off the water main and then you just don't have water for a few days. And I mean, usually it's not a huge leak, so it's like you shit in every toilet, and then you turn the water on, that fills the toilets up, you get a little bit of leakage, you turn the water back off. But it's super annoying, obviously, to be going through that around Christmas. JZ1234 says, can go outside and fly a whoop in the blizzard. We can do that. I'm willing to open the back door, put a whoop out there, and fly around the backyard a little bit. So help me God, if I crash out there and have to go retrieve, though, I'm going to be pissed. Jimmy Carr says, good to see you, bud. Good to see you as well, Jimmy. Michael D says the 24-hour stream was July 2020. I knew it was in 2020. July. Did I do it for 4th of July, maybe? 24th of July? I don't know. That was nuts. Gamma Gonad says, I think I remember correctly, it was during the race. Oh, right, since it was a 24-hour race. Right, I did it on top of the 24 hours of Le Mans. Good call. Good call. Troy says, why did the 24-hour stream get deleted? Because YouTube will not archive a stream that's that long. Like, they must have, like, a buffer, right, that records the entirety of a live stream. Their buffer is only set up to record 12 hours. So if you go 12 hours and 1 minute, at the end of your stream, it's gone. It just disappears. And I found that out the hard way, unfortunately. So today, we will be breaking this live stream up into chunks. It is almost 2 o'clock, and at 2 o'clock, we are going to do the first set of giveaways, the $5 Patreon tier of Tiny Whoop giveaways. So I got to get caught up on chat and then emails, and then we're going to do our first giveaway of this stream. Mr. Huggy says, in Jimmy's 23 hours of Zolder for charity, few of the drivers do the entire race solo. I saw that. That is absolutely ridiculous. I do not... they must turn the force feedback way the hell down, because 24 hours on a sim rig, that's ridiculous. I mean, there are a couple of... like during tire changes and taking tires and fuel, they must go piss. But man, my shoulders get wrecked, and I'm not on the direct drive rig or anything like that. My shoulders get rigged after a couple mangled after a couple hours. Kiz Bartlett says, have you seen the Scrap Heap Challenge TV episode where X-Jet builds a Pulse Jet car? No. What? X-Jet's been on TV? Look at this guy. Look at this guy. That's pretty cool. X-Jet says he was also a tech consultant for Junkyard Mega Wars in the USA for a drag boat episode. I've seen Junkyard Mega Wars. I've never seen the drag boat episode though. Gamma Gonad says, I use one of those 2 battery connections, made my own, to strap two 2200 mAh 6S's to one of my 7 inches top and bottom. Good Lord. Top and bottom. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I was going to put them... I hadn't really thought much about it, but I was going to put like a second battery strap around the bottom battery and just put them too tall. But top and bottom makes so much more sense. Yeah, I'll just put the second battery down here. I'm an idiot. Thank you for commenting, Gamma. I would have had the dumbest setup ever. Eva says hi to Maggie. I think she's already gone. Xnitch says, gotta go. It's 7:45 a.m. on Christmas morning here, so better go open some presents with the wife. Love you all. Stay warm. Keep flying. XJet, if you're still here, have an amazing Christmas. I'm sure you will. Go subscribe to XJet's channel if you're not. He is one of the OGs and great content, great human being. Go do it. Michael D says, yeah, I wish wagons were more popular in America. Then we could get some Subaru Lavorg. Yeah, that'd be fun. Although I'm not a Subaru guy at all. I managed to keep Maggie. I didn't have to keep Maggie away from Subarus because her Outback, that is now Sage's car, has had so many problems over the time of her owning it, as most Subarus do. The flat 4 EJ20, EJ25 engine design is great for performance, but it's not great for longevity. They eat head gaskets like it's their job. They're really hard to work on. It's a very interesting engine design, but there's a reason that nobody really does it. So yeah, it did not take much work to convince her out of getting another Subaru. Big Booty Judy has a Honda K24 engine that could very well do 500,000 miles. Like, it's just inside of a Honda body that has fancy Lexus bits on it. Lexus, it's just Honda's luxury division. So and that was one of the reasons that we went this direction over the Volvo V60. The Volvo V60 is apparently a very reliable car. Volvos are great, but I mean, come on. This is a Honda. This is a naturally aspirated Honda versus a turbocharged Volvo. Like, this was like such a good decision. Adam C says, hello, CiottiFPV and Collective, and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, Adam. Chase says, I had my Fat Shark HD3 LCD fry after leaving the battery plugged in before going to work. Sent to Randy at Fat Shark a week ago. How long you think it'll take? It's going to take some time, Chase. I mean, unless they're like not busy at all, but it is going to take some time. Fat Shark is a small company. They're going to take care of you, which is amazing. The fact that they take care of people, that is rare in anything in 2022, right? But it will take some time. I have no idea how long it's going to take. I've not sent anything to Fat Shark. But I've heard from everybody that sent stuff to Fat Shark that they hook you up, and that is like an absolute revelation. But yeah, it's probably going to take some time. My guess would be at least another week or two, but that's totally just a guess. Michael D says, I know you're not a Subaru fan, but after I got my 27 Impreza, fell in love with it. Became a fan mainly how well it handles curvy mountain roads. Yep. Having the cylinders flat gets the center of gravity nice and low. There's a lot of advantages to that, but yeah, a car that you're going to own for a long period of time, scary. All that being said, there are people with Subarus that have been totally fine. Totally fine. Not all the head gaskets go, but it's a thing. Even if the head gasket doesn't go, though, one of the things that drives me insane about them is that it's so hard to change spark plugs. You don't need to change spark plugs all that much anymore, so it's just a thing. But yeah. I also don't like the way they sound. I know I'm in the minority there, but I do not like the Boxer rumble. It's just not my deal. Chase says, I got Slippy 2-inch frame with 1103 7000 kV X12 AIO and Caddx Ant. Solid setup. 2-inch 1103 7000 X12 AIO. The X12 AIO, mine failed, but I've heard good things about them. Caddx Ant, yeah, it's actually a great little setup. 1103s are about right for a 2-inch setup. X12 is probably the right AIO. Caddx Ant's a great camera. I don't know anything about that frame. But yeah, the powertrain, the only thing I would be worried about is that my X12 fried on 1S. If you're 7,000 kV, you're more than likely on 2S. I haven't heard anything about the X12 AIOs on 2S, but if mine shit the bed on 1S, that doesn't fill me with confidence for it on 2S. If the AIO blows up, you replace it. I would not, here's what I'll say. If the AIO blows up, I would not replace it with another X12. I would replace it with an AIO that is meant for 2S to 4S. The AIOs that are 1S to 2S, when you run them on 2S, you're pushing them to their absolute limit. The AIOs that are made for 2S to 4, I know this might be obvious, but the AIOs that are made for 2S to 4S, if you run them on 2S, they're like chilling, right? Because they're meant for all the way up to 4S. So the only problem with doing that is that X12 AIO has ELRS and the VTX on board. The 2 to 4S AIOs typically don't have either one of those things. So now you have to run an external VTX and an external receiver. That kind of sucks. Chat, do you know of any 2 to 4S AIOs that at least have ELRS on board or at least have a VTX on board? Because then you only have to add one extra thing. Or screw it, when the X12 fails, throw another X12 at it. Maybe it'll last forever. It's AIOs are interesting that way. Now that we have AIOs with both receivers and VTXs on them, God, that makes builds a lot less annoying and a lot lighter too. So yeah, if you get like 6 months out of that X12 and it fails, I might just throw another one at it and get another. 6 months is a long time. So something's gonna break. Something's always gonna break with FPV. June Loco says, Merry Christmas Collective. CiottiFPV, welcome back. Welcome, June. On to the emails, and then we're going to do our first round of giveaway. Not round, our first giveaway of this live stream to make up for the giveaways we missed on Monday. Over in my email, I've got a $10 PayPal from Michael D. He says, 2 Gangly Gang stickers, please. 457 Appaloosa Way. He specifically told me in the chat to not read his address out. And I just, on autopilot, read the words that were in front of me. Sorry, dude. At least I didn't read the whole address. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with me? I'm going to do this. I'm going to write on a couple of Gangly Gang stickers. I can't believe I did. There were just letters. I just fucking read the letters. It's funny that because when I was reading your chat comment to not read your address, I was like, what kind of an idiot would what kind of an idiot would do that? This kind of an idiot. It's almost like he knew. Thank you, Michael D. Salt Lake's, I don't know if he wants me to read it, but We Bleed FPV. We Bleed FPV has, I guess, a separate business or an old business or whatever as their PayPal name, which I just started to read. We Bleed FPV Zotac with a $250 PayPal. Zotac wants to see me uncomfortable for the entirety of the stream in this onesie. Zotac says, thank you for always plugging us and doing the right thing. Keep it real. Merry Christmas and happy holidays from We Bleed FPV, Zotac. Thank you so much. If you guys are new, We Bleed FPV has been a huge supporter of this channel, this adventure, for the last, 8 or so months. That they started really pushing hard, putting out these 702 motors, and I also, they've been around for longer than that, but I hadn't really noticed them, I guess. But yeah, when I noticed them, I was like, oh, they're making some really cool stuff. And the last 6 to 8 months, they've made some really cool stuff. And yeah, that means a lot. So, dude, Zotac, thank you so much, brother. Let's get this gear fund updated here. 4 goes to 6. 4 goes to 9. Did you do that on purpose? Why am I such a fucking child? Why do I laugh? Every time 420 or 69 or those numbers come up. Why am I such an idiot? Oh boy. I hope you did that on purpose, but if you didn't, it's just as perfect. Thank you so much, Tech. Jesus. Yeah, wow. Awesome. You guys are the best. Moving right along here in the emails because we need to get going here on this giveaway. Michael D, although he just retracted it. Weebleed says you're very welcome. Thank you, brother. Weebleed had up arrows pointing at something. Because Bartlett, people might send you free stuff. Nice. Michael D says I'm still laughing. Michael D says, it wasn't me who gave you the comment to read the address. I was screaming at my TV. All right, let's see who it actually was. I'm just gonna read all the address. Oh, fuck. Kiz. All right. Kiz wants Gangly Gang stickers, but Kiz is in England. I will ship them to England, Kiz, but I have not gotten a single international shipment. Not a single international shipment has made it in like the last 6 months. So I will ship this, but fair warning, I don't know what's going on, but I don't know. I don't know, but I will give it a try, and maybe it'll work. Rob Oxison says he whispers, why am I such a child? Wheel Mosh says, I've got the Weebleed FPV motors arriving today. Which props do you like on them again? Bi-blades, for sure. Don't run them on anything bigger than bi-blades. They won't perform any better anyway. And yeah, GemFan bi-blades for sure. Michael D says it was Kiz Bartlett. Athix says, would you do a onesie game of Whoop with heads? What does that mean? What is a onesie game of Whoop with heads? I know what a game of Whoop is, but what's a onesie game of Whoop? Yeah, I guess we just both wear onesies. Yeah, we do that. Yeah, he'll kick my ass. I mean, Heads is a way better Whoop pilot than I am. But if you guys want to see a game of Whoop, we could totally do that. I will totally sacrifice my my dignity by wearing a ridiculous onesie and getting my ass beat by my Heads for sure. Kiz Bartlett with a 1501 super chat. He says, send me a Gangly Gang sticker and put another $10 onto the stream goal. Address. Kidding. 690 goes to 700. I have to wear this onesie for 5 more hours. Thank you, friends. It was Kiz Bartlett. Kiz Bartlett says, nice. It was me that made the comment. It's like I knew he would do it. You guys have gotten to know me way too well. CMYK says FedEx will make sure international shipping makes it. I haven't tried FedEx yet. I've been doing UPS and USPS because that's what Stamps.com uses. Athix says he has a onesie also. Got it. I had a feeling that's what you meant. Eventually. At first, I was very confused. Denzel the Terrible says, I'm going to order a couple of Gangly stickers. You can throw Kiz's in with mine, and I will mail them. Mail is better in the Commonwealth. Really? Denzel, you're going to have to remind me of that. Kiz, are you cool with that? Mr. Huggy says you could do a game of Whoop online in Velocidrone. That's interesting. Man, I suck at Velocidrone, though. I would... we'll figure something out. We'll get into Whoop hours at some point, and we'll do some cool shit. All right, Kiz, I'm going to, as you guys order these, I'm going to have to put your names on them as a reminder to myself. So if you haven't seen them, we've got Gangly Gang stickers. CMYK absolutely killed this design. Don't cheat, but anybody that doesn't know what this font is, do you recognize it? Don't cheat, because I've talked about what this font is from. But anybody who hasn't heard me talk about what that font is from, can you pick out what it is? I'll be kind of impressed. I'll tell you guys what it is in a minute. But yeah, we've got Gangly Gang stickers. Kiz, I'm writing your name on the back of one. L-E-T-T. All right, and now, in theory, I will be able to find your... Although, I should also write... Kiz, are you cool with me shipping it to Danzilla first? You put a smiley face, so I'm going to assume that means yes. I'm going to put a little note. Nope, that's a P. Ship to Danzilla and he will send to Kiz. Wow, that is unintelligible. Will. Wait, Kiz, you'll see what I just wrote on the back of this eventually when it arrives, hopefully, and you'll just be staggered at how unintelligible my handwriting was a second ago. Usually it's not that bad. Alec Dvornik says Goofy movie. That's a good guess. That's not it though. Marcelo Faxis FPV is in the house. He says Get Along Gang. Nope. Bobby Bag says Looney Tunes. Nope. Razzie B says Archie. Nope. Good guesses though. Rob Axis says I don't think Stevie Wonder ever flew FPV. Kiz Butler says yeah. Sorry. Every time I put a smiley face, it deletes whatever I wrote. Kiz Butler says Denzel. Thanks, man. You're a legend. Awesome. Woo. Okay. More emails. Bernard with a 1016 PayPal. He says, Happy Holidays and New Year and so on and so on. Here's your present. Red suits you really well. Greets from Germany. Imp FPV. Thank you so much, Imp FPV. I'm going to put you into the gear. Man, I'm already starting to be brain dead. I can't believe it's happening this early. This is going to get interesting. Thank you so much, Imp. Jesus, my brain. Somebody did an order over on Weebleed and used my affiliate link. Thank you. Somebody else did an order on Weebleed and used my affiliate link. Thank somebody else. Jesus, is this one person that did 4 orders in a row? Thanks, guys. I guess telling you guys that the Gore motors were running out really worked. And then Eric. All right, cool. So let me. Friendly Rider something Gang sticker with a YouTube link. What's the YouTube link to? Is it to this live stream? Let's see. Is my own live stream going to come up? Oh, it's a link to his YouTube. Very cool. Let me make a quick note. I'm saving all the emails. We'll be good. Michael D with a $20 PayPal. Thanks again, Imp. Michael D with a $20 PayPal. He says to help cover any international shipping costs for their stickers. That's very cool. Thank you, Michael D. Super kind of you. It is wildly expensive to ship anything overseas. It's just absurd. But Michael D to the rescue. Hey, we're doing. No, I'm not drinking eggnog. This is tea that's supposed to soothe your throat because Bones I Can says my brain like that again. I stole that from Jimmy Broadbent. He says that, or he might have a soundbite that says that. I forget. Yeah, the hardest thing about these long live streams is having any voice left within a few hours. I don't live a life where I talk a lot. I talk like 10 hours a week on these live streams, and then I talk to Maggie and the kids a little bit, but yeah, all of a sudden talking 12 hours straight is kind of brutal. My brain. There you go. Now you got it twice. Cool. I'm gonna go grab the sticker, the giveaway box, because we're gonna do our Patreon $5 a month tier giveaway. If you act fast and you join the Patreon on the $5 a month tier right now, you can get in on this giveaway. Oh no, I wasn't mimicking Simple Jack. While I go get that box, I'm gonna give you guys another battery's worth of footage from Los Cabos, where I was all week this week on a gig. And then now that we're caught up on chat and emails, from 2 o'clock after we do the giveaway, I'm gonna give you guys back in Airsoft, we used to use the military term for it, which is AAR, After Action Report, on my trip to Cabo. And it's going to take a while. It's quite the story. 2 weeks ago, I did not have a passport. I managed to get a passport in less than a week and go do something really extraordinary and push myself. And it was a big, scary thing. I haven't been outside of the U.S. in over 20 years, and I was going to Mexico with a lot of drone stuff, and the legality of drones in Mexico is very weird. Like, there's some stuff that says they're not allowed at all. There's some stuff that says it's fine. And yeah, there was a bunch of flying out over the water, which we were supposed to do. There was a lot of things that could have exploded. And for a bunch of days leading up to it, I was like, man, I should have said no. I should have said no to this gig. And everything went really, really, really well. And I'm going to give you guys that whole story. And we're also going to, I think the most valuable thing that I can give you guys from it is I'm going to take you guys through everything that I brought in my bag. We're going to go through this bag. Before going on a big gig, I will blow my entire bag up and take everything out of it and just pack exactly what I need. And I did that for this trip. So yeah, I can tell you guys exactly what I made it through the airport, TSA, customs, all the above with, to go to another country and fly drones safely, successfully. This might not work for you, but it worked for me. And I've talked to a lot of folks that have done this. Simpsons lettering is another good guess, Marcel, but that's not it. It's Gumby. This is the Gumby lettering. Because Gumby is kind of gangly, you know what I mean? And I love it. CMYK did an amazing job on this sticker. So yeah, we're going to do this giveaway, and then we're going to talk about Cabo. And right now, I'm going to give you some more flight footage from it. Let me just get some Epidemic Sounds music. I'm also going to stretch a little bit and take a little walk around the house, because this is going to be like 3-4 minutes of flying. So let me just get you guys something chill to listen to. All of the flying that I did was very, very, very chill because Ro, the guy that hired me for this gig, he told me ahead of time the song that he's planning on using in the edit, and it's a Nat King Cole song. Really, really chill, really low key. And yeah, like if anybody ever gives me the audio that they're going to be using ahead of time, it's really helpful. I always ask for it because you can really like have the vibe of your flight. You can just have that song playing in your head when you're flying, and it really makes a difference. So if I'm flying even more gently than you guys have ever seen me, this is why. Actually, yeah, we'll talk about that. I have a Patreon. I have an edit. A Patreon only super quick little super rough edit up on the Patreon only playlist on YouTube with the song that he chose with some of this flying in 4K, exported from Real Steady Go with in ProRes, so it looks beautiful. And I'll give you guys that link at some point here. Remind me. But for right now, you're gonna have to watch it in stream crappy kind of quality. Metal synth pop beats, electro, alternative, future based. No, I want something chill. This says dreamy. It says dreamy and then restless. You gotta pick. Now, here we go. Lose my head. Future bass. All right, here you guys go. Here's another battery. I'm just gonna randomly pick one. So this is horizon locked, and do this. I'm just going to give you the very first. Let me check it and make sure this is a good one. This is a cool one. This is a cool one. So this will show you the resort. I didn't stay at this resort. They stayed at this resort. I stayed in a modest little place. Oh, is this not going to want to play? Really? You can't be cool and like play this? Let me see if it'll play through the desktop. Please, just be cool. Maybe. It might get a little stuttery, but you guys will get the idea. Oh wow, the stream is hurting. Alright, well, if it's stuttery, it's stuttery. But here you guys go. Let me go grab this box and take a 1-minute break. Hit this, hit this. Let's rewind this song a little bit. And here you guys go. Be right back. This is a 23 gig file. Exporting in ProRes is absurd. but here you guys go. Oh, farts. Hold on. There we go. Oh, come on. Computer, please. Be cool. Here we go. Oh, nope. Be right back, guys. Isn't that gorgeous? I'm a lucky guy, man. This was their proposal. So they're making a video. Ro runs a. He does edits. I don't know what to call what he does. He's a production company. And for his friends and family, he wanted to make a proposal video with like honeymoon-ish stuff and like marriage-ish stuff. So it was kind of all in one thing. And man, they went all out. The resort was beautiful. The yacht was amazing. And it just... Normally I would say, like, I didn't have to work that hard because everything I pointed the camera at was beautiful. I actually had to work really hard because the wind was just brutal. So I was, this was one of the more, and that, I loved that. It was super challenging, and I love that shit, man. Bring the challenging stuff on. I'm just a very lucky guy to have gotten this experience. The fact that they trusted me to do this, that they paid to fly me down and put me up. You know, I mean, because there's pilots in Mexico that they could have spent less money on. I'm a really lucky guy. Main thing is I'm very lucky that they trusted me to do this, right? Because wedding stuff is crazy. So I've got my bag of Tiny Whoop stuff. Here's the thing, though. I meant to do this in the first hour, and I haven't had a chance to. I stole that from Mighty Car Mods. Go give them a thumbs up. I sent them an email. I said, hey, can I use that? And they didn't get back to me. So, you know, that's a yes, right? If you don't hear back, it's a yes. I did a We Bleed FPV order for a couple of sets of those Gore motors and a bunch of their awesome hot sauce. Zotec sent me a ton of extra stuff. And when people send me extra stuff, a lot of times instead of using it, I'd like to do giveaways with it because it's super cool that they sent extra stuff and yeah, spread the love and all, right? So we are going to go through this box as an unboxing, and I'm going to use a couple of things from this box for giveaways, and I'm going to show you how generous Zotec was. And yeah, some of these are going to be included in this Patreon $5 a month tier giveaway. And this will also give you guys a chance, if you want to get in on this next giveaway, to join my Patreon over at CiottiFPV.com for $5 a month, and maybe you'll win something. If you win, you're going to win like $20, $30, $40 worth of stuff, and that'll pay for your Patreon tier for the next like 6 months. That's just good business! I do these giveaways every other Monday. I missed this Monday because of this huge trip. And this is us, like, yeah, going backwards in time and making up for those giveaways. Really cool little stack of stickers. All of these are going to be in this giveaway. This $5 giveaway, you're going to get this really cool holographic We Bleed FPV sticker, stick time sticker, We Trust in the Whoop Gods. In Whoop Gods We Trust, I should say. Oh, that's a really cool scripty. This sticker's mine. This sticker's mine too. This one, I'm keeping this one. Sorry, guys. I'm keeping this one too. Sorry. Unplug when I use it. Left unattended. Those ones are mine. These other ones are all yours, though. All right, so there is a set of lighted gates in here, and I am actually going to keep these because this will be really cool for the stream. So yeah, We Bleed has a whole bunch of amazing gates, and yeah, this is a set of their lighted gates with a little 12-volt power adapter. So this I am going to keep because I don't feel bad keeping this because I'm going to use it like on the live stream and like show off their stuff in the hopes that you guys fall in love with it and buy some more. So Zotec, thank you for sending these. These are awesome. These are going to get used for sure. Not today. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time here setting these up because I'll probably fail at it. But on a live stream coming soon, there'll be lighted LED gates hanging somewhere. So I'm going to just kind of tuck that away there. Very cool of them to send that. This is a really cool little fractal sticker that's super slick that I'm not totally sure what to do with. It's a non-fungible slap sheet, 2nd edition print. Maybe if I give away, I'm thinking about giving away the fractal frame. If I do that, I'll put this sticker in there with it. Very cool sticker, really cool design. Oh, this is mine then. So this is a medium shirt. I was assuming that this was going to be like a large or an extra large shirt, so I was going to say if you're a so-and-so size, this shirt will be in the giveaway, but since it's a medium shirt, I'm keeping it. Medium shirts are like kind of rare. Most people are bigger than I am. This is mine. FPV has no borders, very cool design. And this is like a super breathable shirt. It's got like little holes in it. I can see you guys through it. This will be a great shirt for the summertime because it's got all little holes in it. Very cool. This is mine. I'm keeping this, whether you like it or not. Ow! Hold on. Wait, you can't just... There we go. I ordered a couple of bottles of the hot sauce, and I think he sent an extra. This We Bleed hot sauce, if you don't like mouth-torching hot sauces, and if you like garlic, you're going to love this. Azalea absolutely loves it. Our whole family loves this hot sauce. And then a buddy of mine came over, and he liked it as well, so I actually bought him a bottle of it for Christmas. And then I got one of these bottles is wrapped up under the tree for Azalea. For those that haven't been with me on this entire journey with meeting Maggie and this new family that I'm very lucky to be a part of, you might be confused at me saying Azalea. So Azalea is Maggie's now 12-year-old. About a year ago, Azalea thought that they might be trans. And they started playing with the name Felix and going by they, them. And yeah, for about a year, they've been kind of playing around with that. You know, nowadays in school, it's back in my day, the cool thing was to kind of keep your head down and just blend in, right? Or at least that's what I thought was being cool was. Maybe it was just me not wanting to get picked on any more than I already was. But nowadays, the least cool thing is to just be like cisgender, normal, whatever. So kids will have, and this is a great thing, right? Like we need to encourage uniqueness. We have plenty of like just normality. This is a really good thing, and it was really interesting to see Azalea kind of go through that. So that they decided that they wanted to be called Felix. So all this year in school, their friends and teachers and everything have been calling them Felix. Recently, you know, they tried that on. They saw how it felt, and they came out the other side realizing that they are. It seems like, you know, we haven't like, hey, we need you to tell us. Like, that's one of the keys, right? You just give it space. Just let them have their journey. It's not our job as adults to, like we want to give them info that they need, but we don't want to, like, put them in a box, right? Like, let kids be kids. Let them, like, just because you're an adult, it doesn't mean you need to make everybody be an adult with you, right? Like, let kids be kids. Yeah, after soul searching, whatever, very recently they decided that they want to be called Azalea again, and they don't care about their pronouns anymore. And it doesn't matter. Here's the other thing. It doesn't matter. Like, they're an individual, like, not one of us asks to be here, right? Like, we were created by others, and we were just brought into this world, literally kicking and screaming. So it is our own right, in most cases, to do whatever the hell we want, as long as it doesn't affect anyone else. And your gender and your pronouns and any of this stuff and what color you wear and what you look like, it doesn't affect anyone else. As long as you're not, you know, having Nazi tattoos put on your forehead or anything like that, right? Like, so it just doesn't matter. You know, like, the tendency is to be like, oh, well, like, I'm very glad that they came through this, and really, like, no, you're not glad at all. It's not, it has nothing to do with you. They went through a thing. That's a thing that happened. What's next? You know, like, so it's those of us that are from this generation where it was very binary, right? It was, if you have a wiener, you're a male. If you don't, you're female, and that's that. That ain't it. Like, all over the animal kingdom, we see genetic mutations and just things like this happening. It's not just in humans. Even if it were, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It just doesn't matter. What somebody else does, as long as it doesn't negatively affect you, doesn't matter. Live your life. Don't care about what anybody else is doing as long as they're not hurting others, right? That's the obvious caveat there. So yeah, if this conversation makes you uncomfortable, stop caring. Has nothing to do with you. Somebody else's gender has nothing to do with you. Like, if your religion has something written in it that, like, contradicts that, I mean, maybe, like, look at that and be like, oh, that's not right. Because why does it matter? Why should a book that was written thousands of years ago that says it's not okay to have your brain develop in one gender but your body develop in a different gender be a bad thing? Why? Like, back then, maybe they had a reason for it. Well, it's 2022, baby. Things have changed. Shit's different now. And to live your whole life, like, constrained by something from thousands and thousands of years ago, like, you know, I mean, you do you and all, but why are you going to do that? There's a lot more happiness. Like, a lot of times that ends up with a lot of negativity. And, like, why live like that? We don't have long. We don't have enough time. Gotta be happy. Gotta figure out a way to be happy as much of the day as possible. And just having that, like, yeah, you guys know what I'm saying. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. As the concurrent viewers drops it. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I don't know. I was not raised with religion. I wouldn't say that I was raised atheist, but I do kind of consider myself to be an atheist, although Maggie's approach towards spirituality is very, very interesting and very fascinating to me. She is not an atheist. She is not religious in the traditional sense at all, but she's also not an atheist. So I'm coming around. FamG says, do you still believe in Santa? Oh, man. So speaking of Azalea, they were on the couch with Maggie last night, I think it was. And they told, it was like heartbreaking. They told Maggie, like, he said something along the lines of, like, I'm really sad that I found out that Santa's not real. I really wish that I still believed in Santa. Not agnostic, kids. Just the closest thing that would be would be Buddhism to what Maggie's beliefs are, but she's not. And Buddhism is not really a religion. But that's the closest to what her sort of views are, and I find them to be fascinating. I'm still way closer to atheism, but when Maggie talks about it, it's fascinating. I love that such an intelligent, successful person has this, like, viewpoint. Or I don't know. It's a little cold. Atheism is a little cold, and to not believe in something greater is, man, it puts a lot of pressure on you to do everything. Whether or not it's real, right? Like, whether the science backs it up, which I don't know. It's easy for me to say, like, hey, the science backs up that there is no God, right? But whether or not the science says it, there are many good elements of believing in a higher power, and it can really there are many ways that it can make our time here on Earth more comfortable, better. I wish I could say that about all religions, but yeah, there are also good parts of all religions, right? Like, in any religion, you can choose to ignore the shit that makes the world a worse place. That's kind of on you. But yeah, let's leave that there. A whole bunch of We Bleed FPV magnets. Very, very cool. One of these is going to be in this giveaway that we're about to do. the rest of these I'm going to put in here. Into the Tiny Whoop bag of stuff. I keep bags for all these giveaways. I keep like one bag for each giveaway. We Bleed FPV koozies. 3 of them. One of them is going in on this giveaway. This is going to be a mega Christmas giveaway. The rest of them are going to go in the Tiny Whoop bag. This is for me. You guys can't have this. This is another clear. I'm only getting the clear ones now. I was getting the black ones because it kind of doesn't show. Like, so this is for the tiny lifter. And if I go really slowly with the tiny lifter, it'll pick up just the edge of the frame, so the black frames will be a little bit less obnoxious in the camera view. But these Cockroach 75 frames, when they're loaded up with the Insta360 Go 2, 2S, all the things that are on the tiny lifters, I've really exceeded their durability rating. And clear plastic is always ever so slightly stronger than any color dyed plastic, because the dye is a bunch of molecules that are not plastic, and the dye molecules are not strong. Plastic molecules are strong. So a clear frame is always going to be ever so slightly stronger. So I'm starting to buy the Cockroach clear frames now rather than the black ones. So I got myself one of those. Zotek has these. He has these up there as battery containers. It just comes with the sticker inside of it. And he sent me an extra one. I ordered one, and I put the sticker on it. And yeah, it's just a little spot for you to put your Tiny Whoop batteries in. Kind of nice. I'm always looking for little things to kind of clean up my desk a little bit here. And Tiny Whoop batteries I classically have just like strewn about. So yeah, this is pretty cool. And look at that. It's just the right size for you to... There's this satisfying way to put Tiny Whoop batteries next to each other where the little plastic bits sit above and below. And it's like exactly the right size to put them in there. So that's pretty cool. So this will now live on my desk, which is awesome. And I can actually put this right under the little charger, which is pretty rad. Speaking of the charger, I need to... I've got 6 batteries that are freshly charged on here, and I want to put 6 more on so that whenever we're ready to start whooping hour, we can be good to go. While I'm doing this real quick, let me start to get a little bit caught up on chat. FamG says, you were there, CiottiFPV, you're a lucky guy. I am indeed. Yeah, I spent 2.5 days in Cabo. I got there on Tuesday at around 2 o'clock, and we got right to work, getting some shots and flying. I'll talk more about this in a little bit here, but and then Wednesday I was working all day. I had a couple little breaks, but yeah, did a lot of flying on Wednesday. A lot of flying, a lot of work with a Ronin 4D. I got to use a DJI Ronin 4D. That was wild. We'll talk about that for sure. And then Thursday, I flew home at noon. I went from 75 degrees to like 9 degrees. ImpFPV says, where was your position during the video? I was inside of that nest thing. In the end, when I landed, I was right next to where I was landing. I had a really nice little hiding spot. Michael D says, that flight was so clean. When I get into the zone, I start messing up once I realize that I'm in the zone. So that was all of the flight footage that I'm going to play for you guys has been run through Real Steady Go 2. I've actually figured out Real Steady Go 2, by the way. And so, yeah, the raw flight footage is a mess. Those buildings at that hotel, they may as well have like specifically staggered and built those buildings to make the wind swirl. It was nasty. The fucking raw footage is just, it is all over the place. Real Steady Go 2 really helped. Rob Exerson says, flying to music is something we did in kite competitions, ballet. I remember that when I was in the kites, I never actually choreographed or whatever a whole thing, but I used to love flying kites to music, and I used to love watching other people do it. Okay, cool. So that's caught up, and PJ says, I got one of those shirts too. It's awesome. FPV truly has no borders. It's so true. Wheelbeat says, Merry Christmas. Thank you, brother. Michael D says, yeah, our generation was very much in the keep your head down and blend in when you didn't really match up any other clicks. Still going on with most of them. Yeah, it's very true. Lewis H says, that's the best philosophy. Why TF do people feel, I know what it means, but I'm trying not to curse, feel like they have the right to tell you how to live when it doesn't affect them one bit? Yeah, it's I won't, I have plenty of opinions on that, but we'll leave it. Casey Quadtron says, Merry Christmas Eve. Love you, brother. Hope you're doing okay. Finally got a lot of gear. So look forward to doing live streams, creating content with all of you. Merry Christmas to you as well, my friend. FamG says, do you still believe in Santa? Glow Stick Spinning says, amen. Michael D says, I prefer agnostic, a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or anything beyond material phenomena, person who claims neither faith. Yeah, agnostic is very interesting. It's definitely not what I am, but it is very interesting. It's definitely not what Maggie is either. She's got a very specific view that's, like I said, is just super fascinating. I really love it. CMYK says, science says that says in mammals, the lines for gender aren't black and white. We exist in the gray. CiottiFPV, preach it. Yeah, we see it all over the animal kingdom. It's unarguable. This other battery holder is going into this giveaway. We got some stickers, we got a koozie, we got a magnet, and we got that awesome little battery holder. I snagged a set of green Venom bi-blade props. I was really surprised at how well these Venom props did in the thrust testing that I did a couple of weeks back on Whoop Wednesdays. The only thing I don't like about these Venom props is the 1.5 millimeter hole to mount them on the motors. I'm sorry, the 1 millimeter hole to mount them on the motors. It's a little tight. What's up, Ohm? It's a little tight, friends. It's a little tight. And there's not a great way to open it up, friends. But hey, we got some Christmas bi-blades. And yeah, I've got these Venom props in purple, which is awesome, but I noticed that Zotac had them in green, so I said, what the hell, I'll snag another set. I prefer the Gem Fans because they're easier to get on and off, but those Venoms are cool and they're a different color, and you guys know that I'm obsessed with different color things. Fractal 75 base plate. I'm not done with the Fractal frames quite yet. I don't exactly know what I'm going to do with this, but I just snagged it. It was cheap. Yeah, you'll see a little bit more Fractal content on this channel. I have that one big live stream where we really dove in and I gave a ton of opinions on it. It's not, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not my favorite. I'm intrigued by it though. If you want more thoughts, check out that Whoop Wednesday. Bunch of Weebleed FPV little battery straps. I'm going to throw one of these in on the Tiny Whoop giveaway, even though you're not going to use them on, you might use them on a Tiny Whoop. If you do like a 2-inch Tiny Whoop, you might use these little guys. I'm going to put the rest of these in with the micro brushless tier, because those are really good battery straps for micro brushless rigs. This is a little bag of zip ties and really cool branded Velcro pieces. I actually ordered one of these bags because these little squares, these little Velcro squares here, are perfect to hold the Newbie drone gates together. The Newbie drone square gates have Velcro on the bottom and the top, and these things are perfect to stick on either side of that to hold them together. I've got the Newbie drone gate, boom, and then boom, that you guys have seen me fly around a million times. But this is the little Velcro kit that Weebleed sells for their gates, to hold their gates together. There's a bunch of zip ties in here as well. So yeah, I'm gonna hang on to this because this is kind of a specific thing. You randomly getting this, you probably wouldn't use it. I'm gonna hang on to this to go with the lighted gates that I ordered. And then check this out, yo. This is cool. This is really cool. This is something that Weebleed has that I've never seen before. This is It's like knockoff E6000. I don't know if it's really knockoff, but it's E6000. But look at this. Look at the tip on this. Check out my tip, guys. Check out my tip. Look at that. Look at that little precise applicator tip for E6000. And then the cap has this big long pin which pushes the E6000 down so that it doesn't get all dried up and ruin the tip. This is really cool for precision application of E6000. So I snagged one of these because, yeah, sometimes you want to get E6000 like just in a tiny little bit, a tiny little spot. This is really cool. I've never seen this before. Usually E6000 comes in like a big donkey thing, and then you got to use like a Q-tip or a toothpick to push it where you want it to go, and it's kind of sticky and it moves all around. This is rad to have such a precise little applicator tip. And I'm going to put this other one in the giveaway because with such a little tiny tip, it'll take me 1,000 years to actually use this stuff. And I'm assuming that with that little needle in the cap that it won't clog up. I'm tempted to keep this second one. God forbid it ever goes away and we can't get it from Weebleed anymore. But I'm going to trust that little pin will keep the nozzle clean for me forever. Somebody's going to win this. And then look at this. Zotek sent 3 sets of his batteries. 1 set of 6 of the 300s. And then I think 2 sets of the 450s. I haven't even seen the 450s before. I bet you it's 1 set with the BT 2.0 on the lead, and then 1 set with the BT 2.0 on the built into the cap. I'm actually going to keep one of these because I kind of want to do like a cinematic 75mm rig. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing with the HD0 setup. So yeah, there you go. There's a Weebleed folded cell 450 BT 2.0 built in. I'm going to keep this box. The other boxes I'm not even going to open. So let's do this. In this giveaway is this set of 450s. I'm not going to open it. Maybe it has the leads on it. Maybe it doesn't. Whoever wins is going to find that out. This other set of the 300s, I'm actually going to keep this because I'm having those tattoo 300s kind of, they're not holding up super well. So at some point I will need some extra batteries. So I'm going to keep this set of 300s for myself. We're going to give away these 450s because I am finally starting to get through these Tiny Whoop batteries. I cannot believe how long these have lasted me, but I am starting to finally get through them. And then I'm going to keep these 450s as well because I am curious about... I got to find something for that HD0 1S setup, and I think at some point I'm also going to do an Avatar 1S Tiny Whoop setup, and that's going to be perfect for these batteries. So yeah, I'm going to keep both of these sets of batteries, and I'm going to give away the other set of 450s that may or may not have the leads on them. Whoever wins it, you got to let us know. You got to let us know what's in there. I'm going to keep this hot sauce because, man, did we go through it quick. So this is all mine. That's going to go upstairs. I'm giving Azalea the other one for Christmas. I wrapped it up like tight. Like under the tree, it looks exactly like a bottle of hot sauce. This tea is not good when it's cold. Whew. Yikes. Oh boy. Let me pick one more thing for this Tiny Whoop giveaway. I mean, those batteries are a great prize. There's some other really cool stuff in there. That E6000 is super helpful. But I always like to load up these Christmas giveaways. So the batteries that are being given away are the 450s. Those are basically for a Mobula 7. Do I have... Oh, this is cool. Hey, Zotek, are you in the chat? Zotek, if you're in the chat, Do you mind if, I don't know what to do with these 0802 prototype motors. Do you mind if I give a set away? Because these would kind of be good with these 450 mAh batteries. If you don't want me to give these away, I totally understand. But Zotex sent me 2 sets of these 0802 21,500 kV. You're cool with me giving them away? That's awesome. You guys need to understand, these are prototype motors. Prototype motors, like, for example, I got T-Motor 0803 prototypes and all the shafts broke. Couldn't talk shit because they're prototype motors. Then I got the production ones and the shafts are fine. So these are prototype motors, which is cool in itself because like not many of them get made. But if these explode, it's because they're prototype motors. Don't blame We Bleed FPV. You get the prototypes, you beat them, you make changes to them, the production ones are different. These, I beat the shit out of these and they were totally fine. Actually, these are the ones that I didn't even use. So yeah, this is cool. This is an all We Bleed FPV with like super rare prototype 0802 motor giveaway. Do We Bleed a favor, fly the shit out of these motors and let them know how you like them. Let them know how they hold up. Let them know how you like the power curve, all that good stuff. I'm also going to throw in a little UFL whip antenna. What else do I have? You know what? There's a lot of stuff in here already. So the batteries are for a Mobula 7. I'm not going to throw a Mobula 6 frame in. Hold on. I got some... I like to have like a little bit of a theme going with the giveaways. Do I have some? Yeah, I've got some 1.6 inch props that I can throw in. I'm going to throw in a set of GemFan yellow 1.6 inch tri-blade props for you as well, since the theme of this giveaway is kind of 75mm tiny whoop-ish. A bunch of these, I have a ton of these 2.5 inch bi-blade propellers. I'm going to throw a bunch of these in as well. High right, high left, high right, high right. I need a bunch of high lefts. High left in blue, high left in blue. There we go. High right in blue. Need one more blue. A high left. Where's a high left blue? Come on. Oh, you're getting another orange prop. There it is, 4 of these orange props. I'm gonna stop there. That's a big giveaway. I don't want the whole stream to be me farting through this giveaway bag, just randomly picking shit out. Cool? That's a nice little giveaway there. That's a nice little Christmas present right there. Somebody's gonna win it. Let's see who that person is. By spinning the wheel. Put me on the wheel. So this is a Patreon specific giveaway. I told you guys, I gave you plenty of time to join the $5 a month Patreon tier to get in on this giveaway. You can push down on the box and feel the leads, Zotex says. I think I can feel the leads in here. That's some shit that you figure out when you've been shipping a bunch of stuff out, isn't it? Hold on. Let me go get a... I forgot to get one box. Hang on. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. All right. Try my best to put these like directly into boxes to just make my life a little bit easier on the shipping side of things, so that I don't get so backed up on stuff. Okay. So we're gonna put these directly into a bag. I just went over all the stuff. You're gonna get all this stuff. It's all going in a bag. Look at me go. There. Merry Christmas, friends. This is the $5 a month Tiny Whoop tier, all in a purple bag. And so now I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna open up the. Where's my window with all the stuff in it? I think where's affiliate Amazon. FPV know-it-all. Oh, don't tell me I lost my window with all the stuff. Oh no. God damn it. Hold on. Show history. Pokey. December 5th. Yeah, I lost my whole thing. Raffle.pokeyfpv.com. Okay, there's Pokey's raffle. All right, there's Pokey's raffle, and now I got to go to Patreon, and I got to reset up this filter. Stand by, friends. Okay, so we want filters. All right, so this is going to be the $5 a month tier. Why is there no name on that tier? What's that about? Whatever, I'll fix it later. All right, so just so you know, on Patreon, you can set your dollar amount to whatever you want on any tier. So like if you only fly Tiny Whoops, you can join the $5 a month tier, but then if you want to actually send me $6 a month, you can just change your dollar amount. So yeah, you're in control of what tier you're on the Patreon page. So CSV, let's kick this out, and then I got my nice list here. All right, so here are all the beautiful people on the $5 a month tier. Let's put them on the list here. There's nothing for you to see while I do this. And now I'm gonna make another window for Patreon, another tab rather, patrons, and now we're gonna go up to the $30 a month, all of the above tier. And that one, I'm actually gonna include all the top tiers, 30, 42, 50, and 100. And we're gonna apply filters. And there we go. Now we have our list of folks that are super supporters that get included in all the giveaways. And there they are. Drag this down here. All right, friends, here we go. I got my list. I didn't check it. Definitely not twice. But I'm gonna hit submit. I'm gonna share this. We're gonna go full screen. The goat is gonna scream in a couple of seconds. Let me change the timer here. If you see your ticket, pray that it doesn't get blown away, because that'll mean that you won't have won. Here we go! Momo Slappy just got blown away right before my very eyes. Brian Huff, congratulations. You have won a bunch of beautiful Tiny Whoop stuff. I'm going to write your name down on this envelope and then send you some things. Where's that marker? That's not it. Do I not have a marker in here? Come on now. What? Where's the mark? Green. Green, that works. No, we're going to go red. There it is. Brian, congratulations. I'm writing your name down as I speak. All right, so we're going to do another giveaway in like an hour and a half-ish. Whoa, no, in an hour. Jesus, it's 3 o'clock already? Brian Huff. Congrats, my friend. There we go. I think Brian might be on the, I don't know which tier Brian's on. I think he might be on the $30 a month tier, though. The $30 a month tier, man, those folks win a lot. It's great. It's if you like winning things, it's a good tier to be on. Where can I put this that it won't be in the way for tiny whooping? I'm going to put it right over here, I think. Yeah, let's put it right there. All right, cool. Congrats, Brian. I didn't see you in the chat, but hopefully you watch this stream at some point and see your name and jump up in the air. So, hey, let's talk about this little trip that I just took to Los Cabos. So so there's Cabo San Lucas. That's what everybody's heard of, and then right next door is Los Cabos, and we were actually in Los Cabos. But if I say Los Cabos, you won't know where it is. So yeah, it's Cabo San Lucas. It is considered Mexico. Oh God. It's pretty close to the equator. It's down there pretty good. And somebody that I'd worked with previously got married a week ago and wanted to do this big, beautiful edit for his friends and family that, he didn't want to do like a big wedding and fly everybody in. Jackalope says, when do we get to see the Mexico footage? Right now. And so, yeah, he wanted to do, so he runs a company that does edits for anybody. Some drone stuff, some Mavic stuff. He's got an Avata now. He's been farting around with that. So he knows FPV to some extent. He knows enough to know that a good FPV pilot can do some really amazing stuff. Arctic with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, brother. He says, happy holidays. Just wanted to say thank you to all you do and what you bring to the community. Thank you so much, brother. You have contributed to me wearing this extremely uncomfortable onesie for even longer. Where the hell? There it is. 710 goes up to 720. If you're just joining us, this here, for every $100, I have to wear this onesie for another hour. So right now, I have to wear this onesie for 7 hours straight. We are 3 hours in. So 4 hours, unless this gets to 800, 4 hours from now, I'll be able to take this onesie off. And as much as I like money, I also like not wearing this onesie. So, yeah. Either way, I win. But yeah, that's what we're doing. That's our and then so if we get to 12 and I wear the onesie the whole stream, for every extra 100 after that, I will do a shot of this Fuji apple sake, which again I still win because it's just delicious. It's just delicious stuff. So yeah. FamG says, I hear the Avata now requires remote ID from your phone. Only if you update it. A lot of people are not updating them. Kevin Summers says, what will it take to get you in some headgear? A lot more than you guys can send on the internet. That's for sure. All right, cool. No, that's not. I want that. There we go. Okay, cool. Just wanted to get that giveaway window situated there. So, him and his now wife wanted to do a really nice video and go on their honeymoon and have the video include a proposal and honeymoon-ish footage, them riding on horses and stuff like that. I mean, they didn't like film a reception, like a marriage reception, but yeah, just a really, really, really cool thing to send to their whole family to say like, hey, look, we got married. And at the same time, just an amazing honeymoon. So they flew me out, put me up in a clean hotel. I did not stay where they stayed at the Viceroy. And Ro, who's the guy that runs the media company, they're called Hitmakers, Hitmakerz. He had a whole bunch of shots in mind, and he had this 100-foot yacht ready to go. So Monday, not this last Monday, the Monday before that, all day long, I did all these things to rush a passport. There are these companies that can get you a passport in 3 to 5 business days. Did everything that it took. A week ago, today's Saturday, 6 days ago, passport showed up. So, if you have a bunch of money, it basically cost almost $800. If you have enough money, which Ro offered to basically split with me, you can get a passport really quick. You can spend all that money and not get the passport in time. That's really easy to do because, good Lord, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, and you have to do it all perfect. But yeah, it's. I was surprised that I got everything right, but it was doable. I did it, and I did it all in a day, one business day. I did everything that was required, and it was a week and a half before Christmas, 2 weeks before Christmas, right? So Monday, this last Monday, I canceled the live stream because all I did on Monday was get ready for this. And I just wanted to focus because Tuesday morning I was flying out at like 9 o'clock. So Tuesday morning I woke up at like 5. Got ready, get in the car at 6, I woke up at 4. I usually haven't fallen asleep by then. I woke up at 4, got ready, out the door by 5, at the airport at 6 for an international flight. Atlanta airport is a goddamn nightmare. I have waited in TSA for an hour and a half before. I didn't know how international flights would be. So I gave myself 3 hours. 2.5 hours, actually. Walk up. There were like 2 people ahead of me in line for TSA. There's nobody there. Blow through TSA and just sat and just waited and hung out for my flight. So that was kind of cool. International flights are much less, people fly internationally much less than within the U.S. So typically TSA is not as backed up. There's less people in TSA, but yeah, flew right through. Got really lucky. Here, let's do this. Let me pull up and give you guys some visuals because I took pictures all along the way. Sign into iCloud. Yes, keep me signed in. Yes, go. Yes, go. Allow. All right, done. Trust. There we go. Hold on, let me open Messenger real quick. Okay. All right, looks like Eva is okay from the burst pipe. God, that's scary. All right, photos, here we go. All right, so there's a really famous spot to eat here in Atlanta called, that I've been meaning to go to for years, but I've never made it to, because it's downtown. I don't go downtown much, except when I'm working. Hey, here's Big Booty Judy, by the way. Come on. There's Big Booty Judy. Tell me that's not a hot piece of ass right there. I was doing so good not cursing. I was doing so good. So here you go. That's what a passport in less than a week looks like. It looks like a regular passport. Yeah, so this was Monday night. Getting everything ready. Testing, checking. That's the strangest spray tire cover I've ever seen. Let's go to Mexico first, but first sit into the line of traffic until I die. The traffic was nasty to get there. This is what I walked up to. Just completely emptied out. Like, never seen anything like this in TSA. Never seen anything like that. So it's called the Varsity. And yeah, as you see here, first time eating the Varsity was at the airport. They have hot dogs and burgers. It's just one of these, like, you know, OG places. But yeah, it's funny that my first Varsity experience was at the goddamn airport. But with what they sell, which is hot dogs and hamburgers, like it was probably exactly what I would get from the actual Varsity location downtown. But yeah, so here is basically, how do you go? I guess I can just pull one of these. This is basically how I flew. This is an old bag from Airsoft from long ago. This is made by a company called Eagle Industries. They arguably make the best Cordura tactical nylon bags in the industry. I've had this bag forever. What I did here, so this was, so that I didn't check anything. I'm super paranoid about checking luggage. So this was my carry-on, and then this was like basically my purse that goes under the seat. In this bag are every single LiPo battery that exists. There is not one single LiPo battery in this in the Low Pro BPX3 bag. And then when you go through TSA, weirdly, I went through some new TSA thing where they were like, yo, you don't have to take anything out of your bags. I was like, I got about 1,000 LiPos in here. You mean I don't have to take them out? He's like, nothing. You don't have to take anything out. On the way home, I did. But on the way there, I don't know, there was some new scanning machine. But yeah, you put all of your lipos in your little purse bag here, which is the other nice thing about this is you can carry this bag by hand. This is dragging down on your shoulders, so getting all of your lipos off your shoulders, oh, it's really nice. So yeah, all your lipos go in here, and then when you hit TSA, you take all of those, you should have them all in Kevlar fire bags. You take all those Kevlar fire bags out and you put them in the tray. That's a big deal. That prevents this bag from getting tossed, which is just annoying. It's not the end of the world, but it's just annoying. So this is how I went. I ended up taking this. This is the Tooth Fairy 2 on the left. I ended up realizing that this would fit in this bag. And if you look real closely here, you'll see a little True RC antenna sticking out. At the last minute, I decided to take an analog rig, and I'm happy that I did. This is the Dead Cat Glide that I just snuck in here. I had extra room in this bag, so I just dropped the Dead Cat Glide in there. I had extra room in the Low Pro for my analog goggles because they're so small, so I just dropped them in there, and I'm really glad that I did. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, this is how I flew. This rig, this Tooth Fairy 2 rig, ended up fitting in here, so I ended up just stacking it on top of the Dead Cat Glide in here. So all through the airport, I just had the Razorback here, and my DJI Glide with the FPV Cycle 2104 motors in the custom KV that Bob did for me. And of course, I was buying bottled water all along the way. So now we're on the plane. I got some really, really decent iPhone footage, and I put a really cool little edit up on. I got some really nice time-lapse footage, and I put an excellent little edit up on Instagram as a reel actually. But yeah, when you're flying, man, do some time lapses. It's really cool. Don't hold the phone against the window because you'll get jello. But yeah, man, the fucking iPhones, man. There's an old iPhone too. It's really just absurd the quality that we get in the iPhone cameras. This was really cool. We were in between the clouds. That was just beautiful. Got it 2 different ways. And then yeah, man, like when I fly, like I'll have like a movie on the screen in front of me, and I'll play music. But like I'm looking out the window, man. Like I'm enjoying the flight. Like flying on an airplane is a really, it's a really cool experience for me. It really like takes me out of the monotony and the minutia of the world, and it reconnects me with the earth in this really cool way of like, yeah, I don't know. You get to see that the earth, parts of the earth have pushed together so hard that they've formed mountains, right? And just to sit and look at that and really think through that, like it really cements home like how big this thing is that we're a part of, right? And that really helps me out. And I watched. I've been waiting to watch this. I watched the new Top Gun. It was all right. I mean, it was pretty kind of predictable, but it wasn't bad. That was the thing that was really nice, is that it wasn't a bad movie. It was kind of enjoyable to watch. I flew Delta, which was it was fine. It was same flying experience that I've had with Frontier and Spirit for a lot less money, but Delta is the only airline that flies out of Atlanta to Los Cabos. So yeah, there's where Cabo San Lucas is, all the way down on the bottom of this peninsula here. And I thought it was in the California time zone, but it's not. It's only 2 hours behind. And so the entire country was under cloud cover, and then like after, I don't know, just the edge of Texas, we finally broke out of the cloud cover. It was a big cold storm that was coming. So yeah, I managed to catch the end of the cloud cover, but like 2.5 hours was just cloud cover. It was wild. I've never had that before in a flight. So I managed to catch the end of the cloud cover there, which was kind of cool. And then yeah, some really, really, really nice scenery on the western side of Texas here. Yeah, I don't know. Flying, I've always just been fascinated by flying. It's just such a unique experience, and it's not something that I ever take for granted. Like I'm always super bummed out if I don't get a window seat, because just looking out the window at this is a very, for me at least, it's a very healing, like important kind of experience. And it's, it's like, it's easy to take it for granted, especially if you do it a lot, but like, I don't know, it's just cool. And it's just amazing to see what humanity has done. And so there's the edge of Texas, which I couldn't believe I managed to catch all these things, because I was, watching Top Gun and hanging out. I think this is a 737 that we were on. Just also the mechanics of airfoils are fascinating to me and whatnot. And then I managed to catch our approach to Los Cabos. This is cool because you can actually see the flaps slowly coming out as they slowed the plane down a little bit. Turn it around to get lined up. And I think the flaps are going to do one more big hit. Yeah, there they go. Now I think that's full flaps. Caught the landing here. Always cool to see how much adjustments happen during the landing. I was hoping you'd be able to see the flaps on the outside moving up and down as they're not flaps, as the out here are the actual control surfaces. The flaps in here are just controlling the amount of lift, but out here is what's moving up and down to actually it would be roll. It's roll control, but the time lapse is so slow that you can't really see them moving up and down. But I love staring out at them and watching the pilot make adjustments out there. That's really cool. And then full flaps to slow down, of course. There were an awful lot of people. There were a lot of people in Mexico masking, way more than in Atlanta. I thought that was kind of interesting. This was the only time I have ever come down on the runway. Just a set of, you'll see them in a second, a set of, a truck with the ladder stairs, like from, I always think that the truck with the ladder stairs, I always think of that show, God damn it, with George Michael. I can't think of the name of the show, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Little quick time lapse of the bus. The bus went a sum total of about 50 feet from where we were to the I took I took a picture of this because I put myself into I had to turn on data roaming, and I went into low data mode, and I took this picture to remind myself to come out of low data mode, and I'm really glad that I did, because I would have absolutely forgotten. So now I'm going to turn off data roaming, and I'm going to turn off low data mode. Thank you 4 days ago me for doing that, because I would have absolutely forgotten to come out of low data mode, and I would have been like, why the hell is my phone why is the internet so slow on my phone? Los Cabos, Cabo San Lucas, this whole area has one of the most fascinating terrains I've ever seen. They've got mountains, they've got cactuses, there's life, there's desert, it's really, really cool. This is on the shuttle to the hotel. These mountains are just beautiful, man. I need to go back. If I can ever do like a for fun FPV trip to just go fly a bunch, rent a car, drive around, and just fly, man, this would be a cool spot. Oh boy, these mountains are so cool. And some of these mountains are right next to the road. You could just pull over, fly a couple of batteries, and then drive on. Oh my God, so beautiful. This is the view from my hotel. You are going to get to see some slightly overexposed aerial footage of this area. But this just looked like a movie set, man. Like the houses are painted really beautiful colors, and there's just life there. Like, it's not just cookie cutter big fancy houses. It's oh man. So this trip for me, like, it had all these individual moments. Like the work that I did was amazing, and it was obviously the highlight, and it was what I was there for. But like one of the things that this trip really put in my face, and it's something that like has always bothered me, is just like this extreme wealth disparity that we have on Earth, right? But like America is kind of notorious for it, right? And like, man, the wealth disparity was just thrown so hard in my face. So like this, this hotel was clean, but it was a tiny little room, and like it's not a shitty hotel, but like it was fine. But then I go 1 mile to the Viceroy, which is what you guys have started to see already, from that one little piece of footage that I put up, which we're gonna look at some more. And it's like it's just like these guys have absolutely nothing and they're perfectly happy, and then it's like I go to the Viceroy and there's all these like infinitely rich people. Not the people that I was there with. Ro and his wife Coco were amazing. Like they're two very successful people with no kids. They're not like wealthy people in the sense of most of the other people that were at this place. But this is their honeymoon, right? Like the people that just stay at this place for the sake of staying at this place, like they're the ones that are infinitely wealthy. Ro and Coco, like they're doing things right, man. Like they're what I aspire to. If I can ever really make this whole flying FPV thing happen and start to get the really big paying gigs, I would love to live the way that that they live. That's like a goal of mine, where like they did this one thing for their honeymoon and it was just super lavish, and it's like this one experience that they're gonna have forever, but they can't do this every 6 months. Most of the people staying at this hotel, they could stay at this hotel whenever they want. And then for me to be staying in this area here, and then a mile down the road is that, it was just so like, yeah, just such a stark contrast. And yeah, I don't know, it's a bit much, man. Like it's a bit much. We have an awful lot of people with an awful lot of money. And that's something that's bothered me for a long time. And this was just such like an in-your-face example of that. But at the same time, I find this to be absolutely beautiful. Like I find this scene right here to actually be more beautiful than the Viceroy. This like, cause this is filled with life, like this is not like an impoverished area even, right? I find the impoverished areas to be beautiful too, because they're filled with life as well. But yeah, this is just so cool, man. This was so cool to see this outside of my hotel. And yeah, so I got some stuff of that. Let me make sure this isn't like weird. Yeah, so here's where I was staying, Hotel Las Palmas, simple little place. And now this is the Viceroy. And I mean, this is gorgeous in its own respect, but so this is reception at the Viceroy. Can't even get into like the front of the building without like getting checked in and stuff. This is called The Nest. This is a big bar with a bunch of tables to sit and eat at. And then there are like 3 levels here that you're going to see. There's just infinity pools everywhere. You can actually like walk around in these pools. They're really shallow. There's all these lights, and this is really cool Christmas tree. Unfortunately, this Christmas tree had LED lights on it that were they were cycling on and off at a very strange hertz that was giving the Ronin 4D some issues, which is kind of wild. Here's a little pano that I did showing kind of the whole thing. This is this really cool tree that was in, and this is me waiting for Ro to come down from their room. So then we go up here onto the beach, all the way out onto the beach area. And the first thing that we were trying to get is them in this little like candlelit thing with a little fire on the beach, and it's basically like a little dinner scene. So yeah, this is my like little setup here between a couple of chairs. There are horses on the beach. You can rent the horses and ride around the beach. There's also wild horses, which is kind of insane. I'd never known about this, but it makes a lot of sense. This resort does this thing where they have enough rooms and chairs and everything to house, let's say, I would say 300 people. I would say at one given time, they could have 300 guests at this hotel, and all these lounge chairs and all the rooms, they would all be filled up. But apparently what these really high-end hotels do, they build it out like that, but then these ultra-rich people, they don't want that. The ultra-rich people want to feel like they are so much richer than everyone else that only they can afford to go to these places. So what these hotels do is they charge such an astronomical amount of money that they only get 20 or 30 people into the hotel at any given time. They charge so much money that they can afford to have all of these other hotel rooms empty. And then you get this, where it's just empty, which for me was perfect because everything that I filmed, it looks like they're alone. And that's kind of the point for this edit, right? Like if it was filled with people, it's like a pain in the ass. I'd never really thought about that. I feel like I've heard about that before, but I'd never really thought, I'd certainly never seen that. So that was crazy. Like there were just almost wherever we went, there would be like no people. And yeah, for me, that was awesome. What am I doing here? I think I don't know what I'm doing here, but this is down low. This is like the third level down low. These are like these villas that they actually sell for some asinine amount of money. And then people will like do timeshare-ish things with them. Look how big my hands are. They have these little snack, instead of making snack-sized Snickers fat and short, they make them long and skinny. What's this? Is this me talking to Maggie? I don't know, whatever. I'm not going to make you watch that. Right across the street, so I was very paranoid about the water there. If you go to Mexico, don't drink the tap water. And when thinking about tap water, there's all these sushi places, and I really wanted to eat at a sushi place, but what are they washing their hands with at the sushi places on the raw fish that they're then feeding you? Probably tap water. They're probably not washing their hands with bottled water, right? So, and then that spiraled into like, well, no matter where I go, they're going to be washing their hands with tap water. So I don't want anything. So there was a huge Carl's Jr. across the street from the hotel. And I just kind of thought like, it's a fucking hamburger and French fries. Like it's being microwaved. This is probably my best bet. Like I'm not here to eat good food. I'm here to work. And my work is the most fun thing ever. So like, I don't need to eat fancy food, nor do I want to really spend the money. So I had Carl's Jr. for dinner. Judge away. It was actually really decent. I didn't know Carl's Jr. is basically Hardee's. We don't have Carl's Jr. here in Georgia. They're a West Coast thing. It tasted just like Hardee's. It was really good though. This is like their Western burger. It was actually really decent. I have no idea what this is. This is from the roof. This is a pano from the roof of the hotel overlooking the city. That pano did not come out all that good. There was a stairwell that just went up to the roof. They were just, okay, here's the roof. Those are the shoes that I wore. This was, I slept with my buddies here. No, I didn't move this off the couch, but I had to put props on. By this point, I had already flown the Cinewhoop. I fly with the props on the Cinewhoop because it has the guards, but everything else when you fly, make sure you take the props off. You don't need to be stabbing people. So yeah, those were my sleeping accommodations. By the way, you'll notice there's no comforter or anything. There just wasn't. There was just no comforter. There was just the top sheet. So I ended up using towels. I put both of the bath towels on top as like comforters, and it was fine. It's whatever. It was the Las Palmas at night, hotel I stayed at. So this was just a quick like check. He wanted the main run to be on this path here, left to right. I wanted to give them a quick idea of what it would look like if I ran down this one facing towards the egg. So this is just me really quickly doing a pass and then showing it to him on my phone, like, hey, here's the other option. He actually really liked this option for the Cinewhoop. So that's what you guys saw. I flew this route and then linked up with them as they walked across the X part in the middle here. This was this really cool little Zen rock garden thing in the middle, which I actually tiny whooped this, and I have not seen the tiny whoop footage of this, and I'm kind of dying to see it. So I'm gonna selfishly put it on right now because I'm just dying to see this. This is one of the coolest things I've ever flown with my tiny whoop. This was really, really, really fun. So we're gonna do a quick little. I'm gonna give my voice a rest for a second, and we're gonna do a quick little on-the-fly tiny whoop edit. And what I mean by that is I'm just gonna play Epidemic Sounds music while I play the flight footage from the tiny whoop in that little area. I did a bunch of tiny whooping, actually. I was proud of myself. I had a little bit of extra space in my flight bag, so I said to hell with it. And I had the analog goggles, so I was like, all right, I'll throw the tiny whoop in. So here you guys go. Let me find a dreamy song. I'm gonna go into Epidemic Sounds dreamy playlist, and we're gonna sort by popular. Soul of Christmas Past. No, we don't need that. All right, so we're gonna do this is epic and dreamy. I can't even hear this. All right, so here we go. Here's flying this little area. I got 2 batteries flying this area, maybe 3. Isn't that wild? That's the coolest. That's probably the coolest spot I'll ever fly with a tiny whoop. I love tiny whoops so much. I really do. There's something so magical about them. So that was a really cool spot, obviously. But look at this. I'm gonna get a little snacky. I don't necessarily want you guys to watch me eat. Look at this. This is super cool too. Flew this little spot. Let's go space waves. Nah, let's go something a little bit more. Epic and dreamy. Last Odyssey. Let's do Last Odyssey. That might be cool. Check this out. You guys will dig this. There it is. So yeah, that's like the middle area. Steady CiottiFPV with a $5 super chat. He says, Merry Christmas, CiottiFPV. Keep that onesie going. Thank you, brother. Let's get it in there. 720 goes to 725. Thank you, dude. Merry Christmas to you as well. Let me really quickly shrink this down. So yeah, I flew another battery there. I'm gonna do a tiny whoop at it, like a proper tiny whoop at it. Yo, remember I was telling you it was windy? Ooh, was that tiny whoop struggling with? I mean, just getting pushed around by the wind. A couple of those crashes were 100% my fault. Most of those crashes, though, I was just getting pushed laterally by the wind, and I would have the gap. So I did put the old school Runcam Nano onto the whoop. Yeah, with the guy, Rob Axelson says, what's camera lens? Yeah, with the good lens. Yep. But last second, when I decided I was going to throw a tiny whoop in the bag, I was like, I'll be damned if I'm not bringing one with the good OG lens on it. So yeah, that's the oh so rare Runcam Nano 3 with the old school fully round lens. Which I'm still looking for. I'm still looking for another one. If you have an old school Runcam Nano 3 with the fully round lens without the notches in it, I will buy it off of you. Metal Dirtskin, I think, is going to send me one, but I would still love to have another one in case I break one of these. 661 says you have that whole place to yourself. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, they only book... In that whole place, they only book like 20 guests at a time. They just charge these 20 guests like $10,000 a night or some insane shit. And then so the whole goddamn place is just empty. I just walked around all alone, fucking goggles on, DJI. They're like, everybody's super friendly. They're just, oh, cool. It's just like a joke, dude. Like one person will walk by every 5 minutes. It was crazy. It was like, it was just this like, oh, okay, this is how the other half lives kind of thing. Like, it was just insane. So yeah, I did another battery at that little spot there just because it was too cool. And then I did another battery in the little Zen garden area. I don't know if you guys want to watch them. You just got to see the Zen. I flew a little bit harder in the Zen garden area. And I flew a little bit harder in that spot. I don't know if you guys want to see that or if that's boring, but Jesus, it's 3:44. We got to get going on our next giveaway. It's fine though. I'm gonna give you one more tiny whoop. If you guys want to see the other two batteries, blow up the chat. But otherwise, I'm gonna show you the front part of the room that Ro and Coco were in at night. He didn't want me to fly out into the main area, so I stayed up and I didn't want to fly in their main area because Coco was trying to relax. So I flew in the front part of their room. So here, check this out. This is pretty slick. Let's get some more energetic music going for this. Let's see. Beats Epic Restless. This could be cool. All right, let's try this out. So the Ro was pulling footage onto his laptop so that we had all the footage backed up into two different spaces. That's what's going on here. So here you go. Come on. There we go. was trying to shoot that behind my bag gap, but it turned out to be literally too small. So yeah, that was their room. I didn't fly the whole room. I was actually just trying to like burn it back, just get batteries discharged. We were all pretty burned out by that point. I'll tell you why when I get to the yacht part of the story. I was also flying very backed off. I didn't want to just crash like crazy because, yeah, I'll talk more about it in a minute. But I was just kind of farting around, just playing a little bit, trying to make some cool shit happen for a cool little end to the edit. All right, so let me get caught up on chat real quick. I want to make sure chat doesn't get super. Pilot Carbon says that gate thing in the Zen card is just begging to get looped. I know. When I first got there and I walked past it, I was like, I got some tiny whooping that and power whooping the shit out of that. Michael D says the perfect tiny Cinewhoop location. Very cool. Yeah, I really wanted to bring the tiny lifters, but they don't pack all that well. What's cool about the regular tiny whoop is I can fit it all in here. So I've got the power play, the cable for the power play, the little battery checker, stack the batteries up, and then the tiny whoop fits perfectly in that. The tiny lifters don't really fit in here, and then I got to bring twice as many batteries. When you're traveling internationally, technically, I guess it's not internationally, I guess it's different areas. They'll have a limit, like you're only allowed 30 individual LiPo batteries. Sometimes they don't care about the total amount of milliamp. The rules are different all over the place. So I didn't want to like load up with like 12 individual tiny whoop batteries. You know, I tried to bring a minimal amount of batteries. And yeah, I did. This was just kind of for me for fun. Like, hey, I'll fly her in the hotel room, whatever. Just make something fun for Whoop Wednesdays. And then I wanted to fly the little Zen Garden area harder, but it was all raked and very well manicured, and I didn't want to like have to walk in the raked sand to retrieve the damn thing. So I just decided to fly it almost like a Cinewhoop. I had to power loop that thing, and I did fly a little bit harder on this next battery because I realized after I crashed a couple times that the sand was thick enough that I could turtle mode back over and take back off. But then I kind of felt bad because every time I did that I was leaving marks in the sand, and that's like not the point. So I was just kind of keeping it chill with the tiny whoop. It was a little bit of me time. I had a little bit of time throughout the day to myself, and that's so it was. I was like, I love fucking flying this. I don't know anybody else here. I would rather sit here and fly this alone than meet some rich bastard stranger that I can't really relate to in any way. So this was kind of me time, but it was also for you guys. Like I wanted to tiny whoop these little spots to have something for Whoop Wednesday. So yeah, thanks again, Steady Eddie, for the super chat. Kevin Sumner says, high-end hotels, especially in poorer areas, run all their water through filtration, frequently reverse osmosis. I still drank bottled water when I was in India, though. Yeah, and I did eat at this hotel eventually. We're going to get there. Because I knew about that and I trusted this hotel. But I didn't trust these little sushi spots, or I didn't trust like anyone other than this hotel, really. Because I was like, yeah, if this hotel is poisoning the caliber of people that stay at it, they ain't going to be around for long. So, yeah. Ram Douglas says, watching Top Gun, heard it's good. It's okay. You won't be disappointed. It's exactly what you think it is, in both the good way and the kind of bad way. Ryan9 says, the Dead Cat Glide is only the arms, right? Regular body. Correct. Exactly right. Ryan9 says it's more than 400 feet reported. Never. 661FPV says, hey, off axis with a dropping a link to Full Speed RC. I'm intrigued. Copy link address. Let's see. I'm going back in chat a little bit. I want to make sure I don't get too far behind on chat. Oh, okay. With an AIO suggestion. Very cool. AIO flight controller ESC DVR 15 amps 720p. Does this have DVR on board? That's pretty cool. Oh, it's got right. I remember this one. Oh, this is a cool board. I've seen this board before, but you know, for a tiny whoop, it's not really going to work. The memory card is going to hang out and hit the ducts. But for the little 2-inch build we were talking about before, this might be a perfect board for that. Very cool. Good find. Flight controller, ESC, DVR. Is this new? I feel like Bob told me about this board a while ago, but I don't know if I've actually seen it. That's really cool. That's really, really slick. I would rather them have just put a data chip on board, and then you just plug USB in to get it off of there, but very cool. So I guess there's no receiver or VTX on it, so that's the other reason it's going to be a struggle for a tiny whoop. But for a little garden ripper build, that's pretty slick. So yeah, there's that's kind of what I wanted to tell you about the little Zen Garden rock thing. Sending a couple of pictures to Maggie. Yeah, so this is the beach, like all alone. Cinewhoop looking fine with those FPV cycle motors and the. So I was actually flying. Ro had a Hero 11, so I was flying his Hero 11, which kind of bit me in the ass. We'll talk about that in a minute. Yeah, just all alone. They're just hanging out. So these are the villas that people buy. That's a crazy situation, man. The people with money be doing people with lots of money things. It's beyond my understanding, and that's okay. I'm happy. I live a wonderful life. I'm a lucky dude. OBS, what are you doing? There we go. Yeah, so this tree had these beehive-looking things, and then, of course, it lit up at night. So these are all the different hotel rooms here with automatic up and down blindy things. This is that little area that I was just flying. I had like a little 2-hour gap here, so I just like relaxed in this spot. These little chairs rotate around like this, kind of cool. And they're heavy as hell, so you push it and it keeps rolling for a while. This is inside that nest. It's the bar in there, and then these are all like fish. They're like paper mache fish that kind of wobble around. Really, really cool looking. 661 says, just watched Bot Grinder's gorilla whooping video from today. He said, hey, Ciotti, help me build a new whoop. Not sure if you saw that. I did not. But yeah, I will certainly help him with that. Athix says, the ground is lava with the tiny whoop. Yeah, man. Robox says, we got that. Other than the OG Nano V1, what's your second cigar? The current Nano V3 is really good. I still think it's the best one. Apache Smoke says, love to see the rest of the flight footage. Athix says, next time you whoop around yourself, will you hang a banana around your neck for a gangly man scale? I guess. Ramdago says, what a lovely place. What a fantastic gig. Yeah, man, for real. Mr. Blue Sky says, I'm the John M. Jones character. My parents were so creative, and please call me Michael, please. What's that? Is that a quote from something? All right, I'm caught up on chat. Just, yeah, doing some social media things. This is looking out over the thing in the place. If you followed my Instagram, you probably have seen these on my stories. Viceroy Los Cabos, that's the place. This is Ro, and this is Coco here. Just totally cool people. And this is like that reception area. Just gorgeous artwork all over the place. There they are, just being G's. They had like all different looks, all different outfits for different scenes that we were shooting. This is me being a lunatic. Yeah, so he had a Ronin 4D with their new digital transmission setup that we've seen being used a lot on FPV stuff. So we'll get there. I'll talk about the Ronin 4D in a little bit. There's that little Zen Garden area. This guy is fixing some of the marks that I left with the tiny whoop. with his rake. I felt bad. But yeah, this is my kit, like, all loaded up. I wasn't bringing that little handbag with me. I was just bringing my flight bag, so it was really heavy and really loaded down, but like DJI and then analog stuff floating around a little bit. So yeah, this day I did end up eating lunch at the hotel, which was awesome. A little expensive, but I mean, I got the cheapest thing on the menu. I got carne asada and carnitas street tacos, which were really, really, really good. And I just drank water like a pleb. But this was a nice little moment to myself. This was like a nice little half hour to myself to just kind of breathe. We'd done a bunch of flying, and we had a little bit of time waiting for this 100-foot yacht to come through. Yeah, bottled mineral water for sure. There they are. The carne asada one was just awesome. I should have gotten 2 of the carne asada ones, but this sauce here was so fucking spicy. Oh my god, I had the shits the next morning, I think, from this, and I only had like a little couple bites of it. This, I don't know what this was over here, but it was really good. But yeah, doing things. So there's the Dead Cat analog glide, just kind of hanging out, looking all fancy. This is the best looking glide on Earth. This is a very short run of glossy carbon that Bob did, that I got a set of. Yeah, this glide is just so sexy. And so yeah, just doing some, just making some, all these will show up on Instagram over the next couple of weeks. You know, it's nice to kind of load up on a bunch of pictures, and then you can kind of dole them out slowly. Last thing I did before I left is I put this nice big Rush antenna on. CiottiFPV with a $1.99 super chat. She says, Merry Christmas, Eve. Keep the onesie fun going. Thank you so much, Eva. I hope you're not too soaking wet from the pipe explosion. That's ridiculous. We are at 7:27, friends. Just like the airplane. Yeah, this Cineglide is a sexy beast. Look at that. Yeah, look at the slight bend in the antenna. God, doesn't that just drive you insane? So there were these infinity pools everywhere. It was really wild. So this is how I set my bag up with everything on it. I actually stacked the Tooth Fairy 2 on top of the Cinesplorer, and I just made the one battery strap longer so I could hold them together. And then the Dead Cat analog glide on the left, and then the DJI glide, high-speed glide on the right. Yeah, just kind of farting around, making some content. Bottle of water always in the side pocket. What else? So by this point, yeah, so this is when I had that downtime. Just this is a good one. Hold on. Why is there no audio? Well, hold on. It's actually worth it. Here we go.
That man over there just offered me a popsicle. What world is this?
Hold on, what am I doing? I can give that to you guys through the...
That man over there just offered me a popsicle. What world is this?
He rides around the resort on a little 3-wheel bicycle with a cooler and just offers people popsicles. It's you don't pay anything. It's just, you know, pay enough money for a hotel room and a man will offer you popsicles. I don't know if that's good or not. There's Michael D writing CiottiFPV is the micro king in his order note, and then Jesse writing huge long live the king. All right, so this is what I was waiting for. June Loco with a $5 super chat. He says, my last super chat of the year. Thank you so much, June Loco. We are going to 732. I think that's the right math. Thank you, homie. So this, for anybody that's not familiar with it, is the Ronin 4D. This up and down is the 4th dimension of movement on this gimbal. This is a $20,000 rig right here. It is incredibly impressive, and the gigs that you get from having a rig like this pay really, really, really well. But yeah, this is wild, and I got to run this thing a bunch. So this is what Ro uses for work a lot. This is one of the reasons that he has so much money, is that he's able to charge a ton of money to work gigs because this rig produces such good quality. But yeah, so up and down is the fourth dimension, and then it's fully gimbaled. So up and down, and then left, right, up, down, pitch basically, and then rotation. So 1 axis, 2 axes, 3 axes, 4 axes. You can like sprint with the damn thing, and the footage looks like it's coming off of it's just perfect. Bed for Life says, you 1200 milliwatt on your Vistas by now. Yes, I did the NACO mod when I first got them. So yeah, this rig is incredibly impressive. This is it on the boat. So when we're on the boat, it's feeling the boat rocking, and it's adjusting to the boat rocking back and forth. It looks like a little chicken head. So yeah, by this point we're on the boat. I have already run this rig a bunch by this point. So this is actually the next day. No, yeah, this is afternoon the same day. So by this point, Ro had a bunch of shots that he wanted to be in with Coco. So he showed me a couple of things. I went to school for TV radio. I've been behind the camera shooting mainly stills in my 20s and 30s, but I have done some video work. And I'm decent, like, behind a camera. Like, I can pick it up. I understand how cameras work. I understand shutter speed. I understand ISO. I have all the base knowledge, right? And so I was pretty easily able to kind of adapt to this thing. Not to mention that it's extremely easy to use. This is made by DJI, by the way. I'm blown away by how easy this rig is to use. It is just phenomenal. So by this point, I'd probably shot 40 or 50 scenes for them with this Ronin 4D, and I was just having a blast manually pulling focus, and just gimbals are really fun because they're really adjustable. And yeah, he had the rig kitted out like really nice. Like, he had the LiDAR on the front to help with focusing, although we were manually pulling focus the whole time. But yeah, so I did a lot of that. I actually filmed a lot on this Ronin 4D, which was an absolute blast. And that, that actually provided a lot of value for him. Like, not everybody can do that. Actually, not many people can do that. So that was pretty cool. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, though. Let me go back, and I'm going to show you guys a little more of the actual flight footage. So that was all like Wednesday. I just showed you a whole bunch of shit from Wednesday. Tuesday night, they wanted to get a shot of them eating dinner with fireworks on the beach. They hired a company to come out and light off fireworks. One of the first kind of miscommunications and like mess ups with this whole thing was that they thought it was going to be like a bunch of fireworks, and what it ended up being was 45 seconds of fireworks. I was able to sweet talk the fireworks people into doing 2 bursts of 20 seconds with the fireworks, because I just knew that the shot that they wanted was like me coming up and then flying past them as they're eating dinner and then flying up into the fireworks. And I just knew that there was no way in hell that I was going to be... It was just stupid to try to do it in one hit, right? So I was able to They thought it was going to be 5-10 minutes of fireworks. So the situation changed, and then we needed to... It was a really tough situation because we needed enough light on Ro and Coco, but then we also needed the fireworks to show up in the video, right? You can't set fireworks off during the daytime and have them look good. So we let the fireworks guys call the shots as to when would be the earliest that the fireworks would actually look good. Because that's what we wanted. We wanted it to be as early as possible because I'm flying a GoPro, which is not great in low light, and we got it wrong. And I don't know if they're going to be able to use any of this footage. You're going to see it in a second. But we got it wrong, and I was a part of that. At any point, I could have said, like, hey, we need to go right now. I was using Ro's Hero 11, so I was not hooked up to it with my phone on GoPro Quick. So I did not check exposure often enough. and the light dropped really fast. The light drops faster when the days are shorter, and I got caught off guard. I put too much trust in the guy that organized the fireworks, who had been telling me like he does lots of work with drones and he really seemed like he knew what he was talking about. I should have put less faith in him, and I should have been checking exposure more often. This was, if there was one scene that could have had a problem, this was the right one for it to have had a problem. I mean, this was like the sketchiest one for us to get, like, period. And if I had flown this earlier, the fireworks might not have looked good at all. So maybe there was no way to get this. I suspect that there was. I suspect that if I had gone up in the air 5 minutes earlier, that I could have gotten this. But learning experience is, you know, I hate it. I hate missing shots. It's unprofessional. It's unacceptable, to be honest. But shit happens, and GoPros don't like low light. And if you want to get something low light with a GoPro, you're taking a big chance. And we took a big chance, and it didn't pay off. I got the fireworks really good, but I did not get them eating dinner the way that they wanted to. So there's 2 batteries before this where I was trying to get coverage, and that was the other problem. Ro was asking me to get a dive of their little area. I wanted to just wait and just keep checking footage, but he wanted me to try to get some B-roll and a big dive. And so I was busy doing that, and that's when the light dropped really fast. And then this kind of suffered, and this was the main shot. So, I could have for sure prevented this all, but there were a bunch of things going on that caused this to happen. Maybe they'll still use this because the fireworks do look really great. So that was the first pass. This is the first burst of fireworks. I also didn't on this one's bad. I didn't even show them this pass. The other pass was actually decent. Well, I caught up with that one, but these mortars, I didn't realize they were going to go up quite so high. So this one was wasted. The second pass is much better though. And also I asked them to get these fireworks going off not over the water, and they were going out way over the water. I wanted these fireworks to be much closer. Look at how much of a gap. And I'm flying into the wind, to be fair, but there was way more of a gap than I asked for between the fireworks and this area. Maybe they can use this. This is a Hero 11 with 10-bit color. Maybe they can pull something out of this, but I doubt it. I don't think they're going to use any of this footage. But this run was a lot better. They also launched them way earlier than I wanted, and so we had to adjust the timing was the other problem because they were literally lighting fuses. This was, man, there were an awful lot of opportunities for this to go wrong. I'm not surprised that it did not turn out. I'm really pissed that I was the biggest part of that reason, but it's going to happen eventually. So this pass is much better. There's one lingering, and then I really got up into them, which was kind of nice, and I was able to get the mortars much better. This is all in 60 frames, so they can maybe slow that down, maybe pull the bottom up. It'll be the most moody thing ever, but I did get this, and this is one of the main things that they wanted me to get. This is horizon locked. They probably won't use the horizon locked version of this. They'll just get the smooth, but I did get that. I am happy that I got that. And then I did get a nice pass on one of these little ground effect ones. This is props in. Look how nicely it's dropping elevation on props in. I got this guy right here. That was a nice little one. So maybe they can use that. I don't know. The way that these are laid out, it kind of looks like a dick anyway. So maybe dick and balls anyway. So maybe they wouldn't want to use it. I don't know. Once I went up in the air, I kind of realized that, but I was like, I ain't saying shit. Maybe they can use this. I don't know. I'm just, yeah, I'm pissed at myself that I didn't put it up in the air. And I actually bumped into the wind was terrible. Look at the fire from the wind. And then I got a little bit of B-roll here, just kind of moving around. Let's play this without the horizon lock. I haven't actually looked at this. So this is some of the B-roll just kind of floating around. the spot. Yeah, maybe they could use that. But yeah, so these are all the villas that you buy. There's color changing LEDs everywhere. So this is some really, really, really interesting B-roll that maybe they can use. And I mean, this is incredibly moody too, so maybe he can kind of put it together. I'm not sure, but yeah, man, the window of time between the fireworks actually looking like fireworks and trying to get up in the air and get exposure on two subjects was just impossibly tight. And yeah, we were like 5 minutes off. I'm gonna, I hate to make excuses. That was a close call. That was too close of a call. But yeah, that was a nice little pass. Maybe he can use something like there. I think I even saw them cheers their glasses there. We'll see. It's Hero 11 with 10-bit color, so I don't know. Maybe you can pull blacks out of there. I haven't tried yet. He was not mad at me or anything. He knew damn well that we were chasing the dragon with this one, and there was a very good chance that it wasn't going to work out, and it didn't. This is the DJI rig. I was flying this on like a regular old DJI camera. Right at the end of this battery, it was getting dark enough where I was like, "Ooh boy, I'm glad it's not 2 minutes from now, or I would have had trouble finding my way home." But this hotel or resort or whatever the hell it's called is just absurd. Like, look at this place. I mean, come on. Like, what? Every room has control over their LED colors. The default is like this bluish purple. But yeah, everybody can change their colors on their LED on the front of their little balcony thing. So this is that nest down here with the big bar in it. Just getting some nighttime B-roll stuff. Real Steady kind of struggling when we move really hard. When I got really hammered by wind, there would be so much motion blur that Real Steady starts to look really bad. But some of this stuff should be totally usable for B-roll. I just wish I'd kind of gotten the exact right shot that he was looking for. But in fairness, everything else this was the mistake. I mean, if you work a gig with enough different scenes and enough different shots and enough different situations where you can mess up, you're probably not going to get everything 100% perfect. And this was my one actual screw up. So glad I didn't screw two things up. This is a part of it. FPV is a very manual thing. We ain't flying photography drones here that have nannies and easy cover your ass stuff. Like we are all manual, baby. Lock and shutter speed. And it gets even worse when you start to lock shutter speed and narrow down your ISO from 100 to 400, right? Like if I'd had auto ISO or auto shutter speed, the GoPro would have covered my ass. But that's not the shots that I would have gotten wouldn't have been as good. This is a interesting scenario where I might have been better off actually going to an auto shutter in this scenario. Although actually it wouldn't have saved me because I had the shutter locked at 1/120th and the auto shutter would have only been able to go down to 1/60th. So that actually would not have helped. Auto ISO would have helped, but it would have gone all the way up to 600 ISO and then it would have looked awful. So yeah, this was just not enough light. The GoPros just don't do super, super well in low light. It's just a known quantity. So yeah, there's my screw up. EvaFPV says, "Oh shit, I'm jealous. The 4D is such a cool camera rig. It really is. Super impressive. God, super impressive." McConnell Studio says, "If everything went perfect all the time, we would never learn. Looks amazing." Very true. Very, very true. When you fuck up like this, you have to look back at it and you have to own it. That's the first big thing, right? If you don't own your mistakes, you're not owning your mistakes is the worst possible thing because you don't learn anything and you're the asshole that didn't own their mistakes. One of those two things, like not both of those two things. It's bad. So you got to own it. It's okay. If we were perfect, we'd be cyborgs, and that's no good. We don't want to be cyborgs. It's yeah, I got plenty of other just incredible shots, and I learned from this like next time that I do anything, this will be a stark like spike in my brain that's like double check the exposure, yo. And that's all we can do. Making mistakes is where you learn the hardest, and you're never gonna not make mistakes. And if you never make mistakes, you're never gonna get good, because you're gonna be playing it safe. You know, this was we were not playing this safe, man. We were shooting for the goddamn stars with this. We were trying to get the absolute razor's edge of time period where the fireworks looked good and there was enough light for the GoPro, and we got it wrong by 5 minutes. And those 5 minutes were kind of blown from me trying to get the B-roll that I was being asked to get with a big dive. And it was impossible to get the dive because the wind was so bad, and like Ro knew that, and everybody knew that we were shooting for something nuts. So yeah, nobody was pissed, but I'm pissed at myself. But that's why I get better, because I own it. I look at it, I beat myself up about it within reason, right? Like, I didn't lose sleep over it, but I'm in front of you guys saying like, yo, I fucked this up. Look at me. So yeah. Athix says I saw the deck of balls too. CiottiFPV says, not the worst exposure. Even there's definitely some usable shots in there. There are some usable shots. It's just the hero shot. It would have been real good, because I was punching through palm trees. I was making this tight little turn. There were flower petals on the ground. I put it right where I wanted it, right past them. And it looked fucking awesome in the goggles. It looked so good in the goggles. That's what you guys did. Hold on. Hold on. It's on the card. I'll show you why I'm pissed. I'll show you why I'm pissed. Look how good this looks. Look how good this looks. This is why I'm pissed. Come on. And I'll be honest, the Avata, where you're flying through your FPV view is what it's recording. This wouldn't have happened. The footage wouldn't have been as good. The Avata camera is not as good. But once DJI builds a Cinewoop with an all-in-one solution, your FPV view is the HD that's as good as GoPro. Maybe they'll never catch up with GoPro. I don't know. I suspect that they will. That's a really big deal. If you can fly through the... it's a high bitrate GoPro MNTL. It was an 11. Wasn't my 11. The reason, one of the reasons why I got screwed is it was Ro's 11, which was hooked up to his GoPro Quick, not mine, so I couldn't check exposure on the phone. I had to physically pull the camera out of the TPU mount every time that I wanted to check exposure. And between the confusion of getting the other shots, it just didn't happen. I just didn't have time to get it out of the mount. So here's what it looked like in the goggles. And here's the main reason that I'm pissed. It's because it looked fucking great in the goggles. This is me coming back from the first burst of fireworks. They timed that really well. And look at on the other pass, I guess there were flower petals that were flopping up in front of the lens. But yeah, so this is the hero pass here after I turn around. Look at this plebeian resort next door. So we got palm trees, we punched... Look at how bad I'm getting kicked around by the wind. Look at the correction the angle I have to make to fight the wind. But yeah, so like, look at that. Well, you know what? She was like wiping stuff off her face, so that wouldn't have been great anyway. Perfect, good. But yeah, I mean, I put the rig exactly where I wanted. I revealed them. exactly the way I want. It looked even better in the goggles, of course, as it always does. But, man, yeah, the wind was just... I don't think I've ever flown in wind this bad before, because it was constant, but it was also swirling all over the place. Yeah, I was really happy that I saw those two mortars coming up, because on the first burst of fireworks, I couldn't see the mortars going up for whatever reason, but on this one, I was able to catch those two mortars. I'm like, you're kidding me. But yeah, okay. That actually makes me feel a little bit better, because she was like scratching her face or something as I was approaching. So even if the exposure was dialed on that he still might not have used that, and he wasn't doing anything either. Like I told him, like, hey, when you hear me coming, like maybe like do something, right? Like clink glasses or kiss or something like that. So yeah, okay. I don't know. It's still unacceptable to me that I missed a shot. Again, that's how you get better. But yeah, to be honest, I doubt they would have used that, because that wasn't that. Yeah, I noticed that right away just now. I didn't notice it when I was flying it, because I was looking for the fireworks. But interesting. Get caught up on chat for a minute here. Big Willie 350 says, Merry Christmas, CiottiFPV and the rest of the crew. Thanks for hanging, Big Willie. MNTL says, should lock the shutter to 50 or 60 frames per second. So we were locked in at... I don't remember what we were at for that. I think that I brought that down to 30 frames, actually, because... No, I left it up at 60. I left it up to Roe. I said, hey, we'll be safer if I run this in 30, but you won't be able to slow the fireworks. Well, I mean, we can look. I said, yeah, you won't be able to slow the fireworks down. And I said, yo, I've slowed fireworks down before, and it is beautiful. And he said, yeah, okay, 60. I ran all the exposure stuff by him, because, yeah, I mean, it's like he was basically the DP here, and I'm just the pilot. Yeah, it was all in 60 frames. For some reason, this program INA refuses to play these files smoothly. Will QuickTime play these smoothly? These are 30-something gig files. Yeah, QuickTime's playing it fine. Can I slow it down to half speed in QuickTime? Playback speed, half. Yep, yeah, it's in 60. So let's see those double fireworks in 60. Yeah, see, that's hot. That's fucking hot. So is that one. Yeah, there were 5 mortars in each burst. I was like, oh great, here we go. This is gonna be tough. Totally missed that one. Although they might be able to do something with that rotation. That rotation is kind of cool. And yeah, got that one. And then on the way down, this was probably that's cool. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. And then you can see the dick and balls in the distance. So, all right, I'll play everything else through QuickTime. So yeah, that was Tuesday night. And I mean, if we really want to go for it, I was paid a 1-day rate for Wednesday, and it's fine, fly more. But yeah, I technically was not being paid for that day, because travel days are half-day rate, and that was a travel day. So technically speaking, I was doing that just for fun. So if we really want to make excuses, but yeah, I don't care about making excuses. So I played you guys one of the runs from the nest and the fly around with the nest. So I'm keeping an eye on my phone, because I'm trying to get Roe all the footage that he needs, but I'm having to, because ProRes kicks these files out in like 20-30 gig chunks. my 200 gigs on my Google Drive is not enough for all this footage, so I'm waiting for Ro to download chunks of 7 files at a time so that I can then dump 7 more up. Here's the other run. So now that's Tuesday night. Tuesday night's done. I went right back to the hotel and fell right the hell asleep. I was exhausted. Running that 4D rig is heavy, and that took a lot out of me. So now we're into, and I already played you the one video of them walking with the Nest in the daytime. That was actually 5 a.m. It was actually like 5:30 a.m. That was sunrise, believe it or not. The sun came up in a fucking hurry. Good Lord. So now we are into Wednesday, and this is like the full shooting day. I'm gonna play this at half speed. I think GoPro player? Really? Here's the inside of the Nest. Let this run full screen. Yeah, so here's the inside of the Nest, all those really cool birds. This is the bar here in front. So yeah, up bright and early. I was up at 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, we tried to catch sunrise, but the sun came up really, really fast. But we still got nice long shadows, and it still looked really, really nice. Actually, you know what? And the sunrise kind of sucked because there were clouds out there, so we didn't really get any color on the sunrise, which was kind of a shame because the previous day the sunrise was beautiful. But yeah, I mean, this still looks absolutely beautiful. And Coco was a little bit slow getting downstairs. So we couldn't have gotten sunrise anyway, which was fine. This worked out really well. So yeah, I'd said to him like, hey, I want to do 2 batteries here. One of them I want to approach from the side in between those 2 buildings. That's what you guys saw a little bit ago. And then I said I want to do another full battery approaching through the Nest, and then I want to do 1 run around the back of the Nest. So this is our through the Nest. I have no idea which one of these he's going to use. I think he's going to use the ones going in between the 2 buildings. Like, this is cool and all, but in between the 2 other buildings, it's, yeah, I don't know. Like, I like this shot. Nice and close on the orchid, under there, and then look at this reveal. Oh, there's that ugly thing sitting there to the right, though, but what a reveal. They were in just the right spot. The problem was I was getting nailed by the wind there. I couldn't even get myself behind them, but it kind of worked because I was able to do that little move and let the sun peek up like that and get that big lens flare going. So yeah, we did that one, and by now I'm screaming like reset, reset, reset for them to walk back. So they're walking back, I'm getting back, and now the next run is going to be around, and this is all still in half speed, right? Why do I have different playback options this time? That's weird. Yeah, this is half speed, I think. Oh, this opened in GoPro Player. What'd you open in GoPro Player for? That's not what I want. We want QuickTime Player. Oops. That's better. All right, so now we're getting this figured out. I couldn't believe... I guess I've been doing this for a while now. I'm starting to really figure the timing out. The timing between these Cinewhoop shots can be a real nightmare, and you can have to do them over and over and over again. But yeah, I guess I've done it enough now where I can really just judge the distances pretty well and get the timing bang on. Because I mean, the timing was just on the money with each one of these shots in terms of where they wanted to be when I picked them up. And what's nice working with Ro is that he's an editor, so he already has in his head like what he wants and like what chunks of the video that he is going to use, where he might do speed ramps. Come on, QuickTime Player, don't be like this. So yeah, that little elevation jump was from the wind. I'm not happy about that. But I think they're going to use this shot from inside from in between the buildings anyway. I was really fighting to get this damn thing behind them, but the wind was coming in so hard on the side, and I really wanted to slide around side on them, but it just wasn't working out, and I just had to bail, and I just wanted to get the sun back into the frame for him to give him something to do a transition on. Yeah, that was a tough one. Reset again. But again, you know, this is all in 60 frames. He's going to use little like 1 or 2 second chunks from each one of these. And I gave him an awful lot of little 1 or 2 second chunks. The battery life was absolute shit because the wind was so bad. The PID loop was just like fighting for its life. So I was only really getting like 2 passes in. Although this is like 4 minutes. I mean, it's a slow walk and it's a big long approach that I'm doing. I thought I was getting much worse battery life than this. There you guys go. There's where I was. So what was nice about this is I was able to talk to them right through those sticks, but I was completely invisible. Even on this, I think you can maybe just barely see me on this approach here. But I'm not the sub. Yeah, you can see me, but I'm kind of behind that thing. And on this approach, you ain't looking for me, right? You're looking right down the middle on this approach. So I'm as good as invisible on this. So that worked really well. That was a really good spot to fly from. I'm happy that I was able to find that little spot there to fly through. Because yeah, you would never. That weird black metal. I think it's a set of speakers. I guess I don't know. It might be a heater. I think it's a heater actually. But yeah, man, oh God, them being, they were just right there. I really wanted to get up behind them, but good Lord, the wind gusted when I came around that corner. I'll never forget it. I was, when I came through the nest, I didn't know that orchid was there. So when I was coming in, I spotted the orchid early and I was like, ah, shit. And I just stayed in it. And I'm like, I'm just going to buzz it. And I buzzed it perfect. And I was right. I didn't want to have the orchid and then have to drop down. And it just was the perfect angle. And then I came around and I remember thinking like, oh, I hope they're where I want them to be. And I turned that corner and the reveal happened in the goggles and they were right in the middle. And I just had this moment where I was like, you got to be shitting me. And then I came out and I'm like, and I was just so happy. I'm like, this is the one. And I came out and I went to turn right. And the wind hit it, and it just stopped. Like, as I was rotating, and it just stopped it. It felt like it just completely hit a brick wall. It didn't, but it just stopped the slide, and I wanted it to slide. And I pushed into it, and it just stayed right there. And then I just had to push it forward. And that, it's funny, watching it now, that must have happened in, like, because you can't really notice that, but, like, in my head, it was an eternity. In my head, it was like a sequence of events of like, make the turn early enough to round out and perfect. Because what I was trying to do is, if this is that path that they're on, I was trying to turn early enough to where the momentum drug me right onto the path. And then I just perfectly ran the path right straight up as if I'm a gimbal and somebody running down the path. And I turned it perfectly and I was just like, yep. And then there was just this extra little burst of wind, and I got to like right here, and it just, in my head, it was just like, what I thought it was like, but watching that, it was actually just this, but like there were 3 separate things in my head of like, oh fuck, the wind gusted, push through, and then like bail. I literally pushed through harder, and then it was just like, nope, there's no pushing through that. And they're walking away, right? I didn't want it to be like they're walking, I capture them, and then they walk away, and then I catch up, right? It needs to be one like purposeful, big, smooth thing. And I'm so happy that came out the way that it did. Even though it wasn't exactly what I wanted, I really wanted to come up behind them. I almost think that side shot with them might be better because it allowed me to kind of do that. And then the reveal with the sun peeking out from that building was earlier. So he if I'd gotten behind them, he might have to speed ramp to then get that burst of sun. So maybe a happy accident, as Bob Ross used to put it. My voice is starting to go. I should have gotten cough drops. We got to do the giveaway. But what do you guys want to do? The giveaway or me charge through the rest of the trip? I'm charging through the rest of the trip. Whether you like it or not. Did I do another battery there? Oh, I did a B-roll battery. This is cool. You'll really get to see the resort with this one. Let me put this on with some music. I'm going to let my voice chill. The battery, I rewind like 10 seconds. I showed you where I was standing. It's right at the end of the, you can see it right at the end. I was just up against the thing of the nest in that, inside that thing. Yeah, let me give you guys some music, and I'm going to put this just whole battery of B-roll. I'm going to give you the horizon locked version. We're going to do it in, I'm actually just going to run it off the hard drive. Dreamy, popular, and let's do Violet Sky. Maybe that's cool. I'll be back, friends. I gotta let my voice rest for a minute. Oh, no, I forgot. We did it again. That's right. They really liked I gave them playback, and they really liked the in-between the buildings stuff, so we did it one more time. So this is, we did it high elevation this time, though. This is the one I think they're going to go with. So that was one I wanted to do to use the wind to my advantage, to surf the wind and let it push me back like that. I kind of dig that. I don't know. A lot of different options for them. A lot of different options. Maybe they'll use little chunks of each, but yeah, that was the thought behind that one. And then they wanted an orbit in the middle. I told them it was going to be rough because of the wind, but we went for it. And that was the end of that shot. I was walking back anyway, so I figured I would land it up in there. I'm very happy with that. I really am. That might be the best. That might be the best footage I've ever produced with a drone. I mean, that was just, yeah, that was really nice. I'm totally okay with that. There's no file name here. The file name is not showing up, but there is a file name, but it's not showing up. I don't know what's happening. I think it might be a corrupted file. But so yeah, that was Wednesday morning. That was a really important shot because that's them basically like walking to the altar, right? She's got like the full wedding dress and everything on, and they're wearing their rings in that too. So that's like the scene that's like them married, and that was a really important one. And I'll put it this way: they would have had to pay a lot more money than they did for me to get somebody that could have done a better job than that, because I was getting the shit beat out of me with the wind. The ideas that I had that he wasn't thinking of were dead on the money, and they worked exactly the way they wanted. Like, I used every bit of the experience and knowledge from the last 20 years, really, because there's like videography and still photography and wedding photography knowledge mixed in there too. Like, what is a wedding edit? And I learned that as shooting stills. So yeah, I'm really, really happy with that. And I cannot wait to see that in the final edit. That's going to be, he's a great editor. So what he produces is going to be mind blowing. And I'm honored to have been able to fly that, like, truly. Envy the Bird says, sunrise set happens faster, closer to the equator. Easy mistake to make. Does it really? That makes sense, because you're farther out. Yeah, you're farther out. I'll be damned. I never thought about that. Ryan9 says, trip giveaway. How about shots? No trip giveaways. Mr. Huggy says, so new profession for you, wedding photographer. Hell no. So this is now the second. I flew like a real wedding for kind of for Bravo TV. There's a show called Family Karma. I was hired by the wedding videographer, but Bravo TV was also there, and Bravo TV used all of my footage in an episode of this wedding in Family Karma, which I haven't seen, by the way. I got to try to figure out how to see it for free, but I've flown a wedding before. It is a terrible place for FPV, in my opinion. There are so many chances to hurt someone. It's just not a good idea. Not a good idea to have FPV at a wedding, in my opinion. This was not a wedding. This was a very controlled shoot in a spot with like no people. Like, so this was perfect. FPV was perfect for this. Absolutely perfect. But like a regular wedding, nah, man. And wedding photography is a great way to get out of photography. It is a nightmare. Grooms and wives will commonly sue wedding photographers for missing a photograph of their first dance or the first like they'll throw cake in each other's faces and it'll be out of focus and they will sue the wedding photographer. Wedding photography is can be a nasty business. I learned that when I was in Charleston, wedding capital of the world. Riot 9 says, I think he gave him some great shots to work with. Nice to have a look at the backstage of things. Cool. You guys want me to keep going? I can probably talk until I can talk more. Let's just keep going. Fuck it. Because there's some more really, really good footage coming up. What is this? This would be... Okay, so this is one of the next shots. This is the accompanying shot of them now married. This is kind of like first dance-ish stuff. And this came out really good. Ro had one shot in mind. I had a different shot in mind. And we went with the one that I did. This is the one that I had in mind. I ran it twice, and then I ran his twice. And he absolutely loved this. I gotta let my voice rest again. Well, that was pretty. I didn't expect that song to line up so nice, but damn. I'm really proud of this one too. This is the line that he envisioned. wind on this flag. Look at how nasty the wind is. Here, look. To the bottom right of the frame. Look at the flag down on the right side. The two flags. Look how nasty the wind is. The flags are straight out. It was brutal. But this right here, boys, this is using the wind. This is using the wind to your advantage. Look at that fade. Keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. We are nose down. And it just keeps fading back. That's how you use a shitty situation that's kicking your ass right there. Yeah. Man, this is tough. The hardest part about this was surfing the wind in a way that I would pass closely by them. Because I never just had a straight, like, nice even wind from behind. It was always, and it was moving from all this stuff, and it was swirling, and it was pushing me to the left and to the right and all over the place. And there you can see where I was just hiding. It was figuring out, like, how much did I need to turn into it? How much did I need to angle into it to then have it push me so that I would go whizzing right by him? And I just can't believe it didn't take more attempts than this. Like it was a mix of luck and I guess just, I don't know, maybe I'm getting good at this, I guess. Eva FPV says, which ducks were you running? Cloud9 ones I think would have gotten blown away. Yeah, definitely under the Cloud9s. The Stan FPV ducts, on one hand, I kind of wish that I had a second Cinewhoop there with the super low profile ducts. But I literally don't, I don't have a set of those super low profile ducts. I also kind of don't trust them because they're 3D printed. I really only trust the Stan FPV ducts when flying around people, but it would have been nice to have had a second DJI Cinewhoop with even thinner ducts. But yeah, I mean, when you fly those really like minimal ducts around people, I don't know. It's just a little sketchy. Especially on like somebody's wedding day. You smack into them and cut them. Like that's not a good look. Right9 says Hero 11 4K 60. Yep. What other settings still looks good on the stream? I bet the real footage is nicer. But the real footage, I haven't watched a lot of this footage yet. That was my first time watching that, and it's kind of mind blowing. It's just so clean. The only real settings change, high bit rate, which turns on 10-bit color, or 10-bit, 10-bit. Flat color profile. This is all flat, guys. There's shit contrast. There's no corrections, nothing. This is all flat. ISO limited from 100 to 400, just because I knew that we were going to be in really dynamic lighting, and I did not want to just lock it down to 100. Shutter is double frame rate, so 60 frames was 1/120, 30 frames was 1/60th. 1/60th. That's pretty much it. Nothing magic. 50. White balance locked at 5500. Doesn't really matter what number you pick as long as it's close and you leave it on that number. Yeah, pretty simple stuff. What's this? 10 smooth locked. Is this on the boat now? No, so this is now the B-roll of the resort. But I mean, you guys have seen the resort a bunch by this point. This place was just, it's just wild, man. Like the white, the poured concrete, like the infinity pools that are painted blue. Like, I'll tell you what though, it was hard. It was hard to figure out how to show this space without just running a straight line like I'm doing right now through it. Because like when I would do like big rounded loops and stuff, it wouldn't necessarily, it didn't really work with the way that these ovals are. I wanted to like show the property more, but like it's just symmetrically, it really only kind of works straight up. But I was trying to show with this, I was trying to show the different levels. Like there's 3 different levels here. So yeah, I was kind of trying to get a little bit of that, but and also trying to incorporate turns. The wind was so bad that I couldn't really do that because I would get 90 degrees and either the wind would be pushing me really fast or it would be stopping me. And then to push through it, you would have to basically gimbal down, and that would look silly. So I was just trying to make it work as best as I could, under the understanding that, you know, he's kind of cut it down short, so he's only going to use little 2 or 3 second or 1 second bits and bobs here and there. And so, yeah, I didn't, and I was also trying not to, like, because there's other people staying there, and I didn't want to be, like, looking into their, you know, little villa or whatever. So I was trying to stay, like, on the outside and not be the looky-loo, because everybody loves to bitch and moan about drones, right? And the last thing I wanted to do was, like, to get Ro in trouble, because we had more shots that we needed to get here, right? So it was an interesting mix there. But this was me trying to show the multiple levels. I wanted to come in on this second level really tight and slam down on the deck like that, and then kind of do the same thing here. Very, very interesting architecture to this place. I'm also hoping that he can, I know what he does is he talks to these places and says, hey, I can make a beautiful piece of film for you that you can use for marketing purposes. You just got to let me stay for free or give me a big discount or whatever. I'm hoping that once he does whatever he's going to do for them with this, that they're like, hey, who was that pilot? And maybe I can come back out and do some promotional flying for the hotel itself. Because this is not really what that was, right? I mean, this is me getting B-roll for his piece. I'm not totally sure what he's going to do for the hotel, but yeah, I would love to come back here and fly this again and have a little bit. I mean, I had tons of access, but if the hotel is bringing me in, I can say, like, hey, clear out that nest area. I want to fly through there full tilt. Or, hey, where's an empty villa that I can fly straight through? Or, you know, hotel rooms or this or that or the other. So I would love to, and pretty obviously this hotel's got plenty of money to fly little old me out. But yeah, I tried my best here to kind of show the space without invading on anybody's privacy. Which is kind of tough. But, and, you know, if the hotel is the one bringing me out and somebody gets pissed, I can just be like, hey, go talk to the fucking hotel. They're paying me. Whereas in this case, it's like, I couldn't really say that, you know? It's like, go talk to this guy over here. He's paying me. Oh, wait. Shit. So, yeah, there's that. All right, so now, I'll try to keep this short. They had booked a 100-foot yacht that was all white top to bottom. Beautiful. When I was missing that shot Tuesday night, they were on their phones at the table trying to find another yacht because the person that they'd booked that yacht with had called them and said, hey, the yacht's broken down. Can't do anything for you. Good luck. And that was the big shot. That was the proposal shot. The down on one knee shot. So eventually, that yacht company, so they were looking for their own, no luck, whatever. Eventually, they found another yacht. We were supposed to be on the yacht at 11 a.m. on Wednesday to fly out to the Big Rock Arch, fly through that, and then get the proposal shot. We were supposed to have the yacht from like 11 to 3 because that Big Rock Arch is out there in the ocean. This other yacht, 100-foot, blue on bottom, white on top, not nearly as cool looking, whatever. 100-foot yachts all look pretty cool. They couldn't get it in that same time frame. They could only get it from 4 o'clock until 7 o'clock. Well, 7 o'clock ain't going to do anything. It's going to be pitch black by then. But this is all they could get. So we get all that done. We head out. We get to the dock. Yacht's not there. It's 4 o'clock on the money when we get to the dock. Yacht's not there. They call the person. Oh, they're at the refueling thing. It's right around the corner. Oh, okay. We go to leave. The gate had closed behind us and locked. We now have to jump over the fence. We then get in the car, start driving to the other dock. They get a phone call. Hey, he left the refueling dock. He's headed to the original dock. Well, we can't go back there. We're locked out. You got to tell him to turn the fuck around. 4:10, 4:15, 4:20, 4:25. 4:15 or so, we get to the refueling dock. They're not there. 4:20, 4:25, 4:30, 4:35. The yacht finally shows back up. They're dressed in like really nice clothes, right? This is a proposal. They're all like dolled up. 4:35, we finally leave the harbor. We are in full-blown meltdown mode because the sunset is coming, right? We learned that the previous night. It's coming. We were supposed to have 3 to 4 hours on this boat to get tons of Ronin footage. He had a Mavic with him he wanted to put up. We were going to try to get whales. We're going to get out to the rock arch, do that whole thing, eat some food, relax. I was going to recharge some batteries. Instead, utter fucking chaos. I'm getting batteries ready on the dock as the boat is coming in. I'm like, yo, as soon as we break past the harbor, I'm gonna fly off on the right side of the boat. I'm only gonna show the ocean, so it looks like we're in the middle of nowhere. I can do one battery like this. We're getting it all planned out, figure this out. All right, getting the Ronin up, getting everything ready, figuring out where on the boat that I can fly from, where can we hide all the gear, get all the other, there's like 4 or 5 people on the boat, bartender, everything. Where can they go? Get the fucking fishing poles off the back on the top. I'm going to hit those. There's this other pole. Get that shit down. That won't come down. Total fucking chaos, right? And so we start getting boat footage, which turned out really good. You guys saw some of it at the beginning of the stream. I have a super quick little edit that I put with the Nat King Cole song he's thinking about. That I'm going to drop a link to in a minute when I need to let my voice rest again, that you guys can watch in full 4K. It's on the Patreon only YouTube playlist right now. But yeah, so we start flying off the boat. Super sketchy. I had planned on zip tying a liter water bottle to the bottom of the rigs. Didn't even think about it. Just raw dogging it out over the fucking ocean. Changing memory cards every single flight. But just like, yeah, complete raw dog. Just trust your gear kind of thing. To be honest, I just didn't even think about it. I was not thinking about that. I was just thinking about how the fuck are we going to get any of the footage that we need to get for this in a way that doesn't look cheesy, because we're like in by the dock and we're in by the water, or by the land, and that's not what they were really looking for. So yeah, put the Cinewhoop up in the air first because they had to go slowly, right, to not create a ton of wake, like leaving. And then they hit it and they started going as fast. But so the other thing that happens is they have the conversation of, as soon as we get on the boat, of how long does it take to get to the rock arch? And they're like, oh yeah, it takes like an hour. And look where the sun is already. Like, this is just leaving the dock. So we're like, okay, this happens as soon as we get on the boat. I'm already like ripping to get all my gear ready. And we're like, okay, not going to happen. It'll be full blown dark by the time we get there. So that's when we start changing plans. And I'm like, hey, I can get the mountains in the background. I'm trying not to get the hotel in the background so that it's so obvious that we're like right, off the shore from the fucking hotel. So yeah, trying to keep just mountains and open ocean in the frame as much as possible. And I said, hey, we're going to do a couple of Cinewhoop batteries so I can really get close to you guys initially here. And then as we get out farther, I'll break the 5-inch rig up. This is when that fishing pole was still there. I'm flying from inside the boat. Very sketchy because I had no idea, like, what if I fly exactly behind a big thick part of fiberglass and I fall in the goddamn ocean, but just kind of going for it, trying my best to keep an eye on RSSI and see if there's an area that I fly where it drops really low. I was like right in here. I was like right in here behind this part, pointing my head and antenna back. And I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of blown away by how good the man flying on landing on a moving boat is a bitch. I was blown away by how good I had great coverage. There was never a point where the RSSI got all that low, which is kind of wild. And then when I had the 5-inch rig up, it was an analog rig, so I was keeping an eye on link quality, and I never dropped below 100 link quality. It came off of 2. It came off of 150 hertz to 50 hertz, but it never dropped below 100 on 50 hertz, which is pretty impressive because I was putting the 5-inch rig out pretty fucking far. So that was kind of interesting. I did not expect that. Some more Cinewhoop footage here. Now, by this point, I'd have them move that fishing pole. I kind of wish I'd had them take all the fishing poles down, but I don't know. They're kind of a cool look, and I didn't want to get that. It kind of gave me an excuse to keep my distance a little bit, and I didn't want to get that up on top of them. And if they hadn't been there, I would have been really tempted to get all over them. And this pole in the middle here, we couldn't get down. The pole that's right on top of them. That was another really annoying thing because I knew that it was going to be all up on their faces. So I was just trying to fly in a way that didn't put that pole right in front of their faces. I was trying to, to pause and float on the left and right side. And that's kind of good because it gives you a little bit of a side profile, right? Like if you're just following right from the behind, you can't even tell it's a big yacht. It just looks like a boat with a bunch of satellites up top. Or antennas up top, rather. That was about as close as I was getting. So yeah, this worked out really well. Gorgeous yacht. Not nearly as gorgeous as the one that they'd planned to get, but I mean, still pretty goddamn fancy. Yeah, I don't know. This was pretty easy. This was easier than I thought it was going to be. Exposure was absolutely dialed because I'd made that mistake the night before, and yeah, I wasn't about to make it again. So yeah, this is just getting some B-roll. I didn't want to go around the front of the yacht because it was boogieing. I wasn't quite struggling to keep up, but I was bordering on struggling to keep up. The yacht was moving pretty good at this point, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get away from the shore as much as we could. It was relatively rough. We were getting kicked around a good amount. I had my power stance, very powerful. So yeah, this came out nice. And this is all again in 60 frames. So he'll take little 1-2 second chunks from this and it'll look absolutely gorgeous. I had to fly through it at some point. I had already kind of gotten the shots that I wanted. And there was enough battery left that I said, you know what the hell? Let's just go through it real quick. Not all that clean, big correction there, but Real Steady kind of saves it. They won't use that. That was more just for me. But it also gave them a chance to move. That was almost me like telling them to move, which is kind of cool. Working with Ro is really interesting. Like he'll realize, like he'll be able to just tell certain things. It was kind of cool that he was able to tell that. I wanted to get like a straight ahead approach, so that I knew that was going to be ugly on the end of that clip, but I wanted to give him like a big push in there. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Like he can kind of tell when I've hit all the angles, and that's kind of exactly what that was. I was, when he moved after I did that, I was like, man, he's dialed in. Like he gets it. He really does get it. So that was pretty slick. I think that's. I was trying not to show you guys the crotch landing, but it was actually that was the smoothest landing. Look at your gangly buddy here. So now we're on to the 5-inch rig. So for the no, this is more Cinewhoop stuff. So this is the actual proposal. So this was supposed to be flying through this big famous amazing rock arch, and then approaching the boat with him on one knee, which admittedly I'm bummed that we didn't do, because this is pretty unique in itself, and then doing that through such a sketchy gap and whatnot, like that would have been really, like that's the kind of thing that could maybe, you know, actually do well on social media. So I'm bummed that we couldn't do it, but we did absolutely. It's had nothing to do with any of us, right? The other boat broke, and we did what we could. So yeah, I did as many passes, as many approaches here as I could with the boat rocking around. Jesus. I was having to really be careful of the boat to not like list up and hit me, because I was trying to come in, and then of course it's windy, so I'm trying to fight the wind, and I'm also trying to keep an eye on the boat to make sure it doesn't come knock me into the goddamn water. He wanted orbits. He wanted me to come up and then pause and then orbit, but with the wind, the orbits really wouldn't work. So what I was basically doing is approaching, and then I would pause, and if the wind would calm down a little bit, I would go for an orbit. But man, it was really not cooperating. So I would just come up and give him the pause, and then go for another approach and try it from like a different angle. But you know, when you try to do an orbit in the wind, it's not an orbit, it's a big stupid oval. And I've got like the boat that I can easily smack into, and then the railing, and like it just, I think I got 2 little orbits in. But yeah, this was the safest and best thing that I could get while still maintaining like some sort of, and so I was choosing to do stuff like that. Like that was a scenario where I was into the wind, so I pushed past to give him something to transition from. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can't have everything. But I gave him approaches from as many different angles as I could, so that, yeah, whatever the transition is before this or after this, hopefully it blends right in. There's an approach from an angle that makes the most possible sense. So that was kind of my goal here. I really wish these surfboards weren't on the front, but I mean, whatever. Yeah, so you can kind of see her hair is not being blown around really bad right now. So this was one of the times where I was willing to actually give, I mean, it is right here, but I was willing to actually go for a little bit of an orbit, and you'll notice it's not a big oval. Like I was able to kind of keep distance with them. And then I did get blown a little bit here, but it kind of worked because I got that nice little reveal on the boat. So I have a funny feeling that's the one that they'll use, especially because we were now far enough away where we had these nice, beautiful mountains here. So the background wasn't the Viceroy Hotel. So I kind of hope that he uses that one. And I hope that he uses that whole kind of turn, because I'm pretty happy with that one. Man, there was a lot going on. This is hands down the most challenging thing I've ever done with cinematic flying. There was just so much going on. The wind, like trying to make an interesting approach for them, trying to like not get hit by the boat, trying to like, what I really wanted was to have that effect of like FPV quad comes in and then somebody grabs it and just holds it, and you have that moment of like, wait, what? I thought that was a drone. How is it, 2 feet away from them, just like frozen in time? And then I also wanted to give him options with altitude, right? Like, I of course like the whole coming in over the water nice and low, but a lot of people prefer the altitude drop stuff. So I did a whole bunch of passes with big altitude drops as well. And then also just doing it enough times to give them a chance to do a little acting, basically, right? Man, this was tough. And also trying to make sure I don't, crash into the goddamn ocean with a dead battery. So that was the boat. And we pretty much ended on that. I'm going to save the rest of the footage. So there's some 5-inch footage from the boat. And there's a couple little other random here and there's. But that was pretty much the Cabo trip. We wrapped after that. It was dark. Couldn't really get any more footage. I went back to the hotel. I went to Carl's Jr. again. What's that noise? The mic's even picking it up. What the hell was that noise? I'm gonna play another file for you. I'm gonna go investigate what the hell that noise was. This should be the 5-inch around the boat? Yeah, 5-inch around the boat. Well, isn't that lovely? That was it was the garage door. Maggie just got home. Well, that was really nice. Yeah. I mean, like I said earlier, he told me the song he was planning on using. It's a Nat King Cole song, super chill. So like everything I was doing on the sticks was just infinitely slow and deliberate and calm to match with the audio. I'm gonna give you guys a link to the song that he's thinking about using. He's got two in mind, but this is one of them, with some of the Cinewhoop footage from the boat. Just super, super, super rough edit, but I want you guys to see this in 4K. And the music really, it really works. But I did this in like 4 seconds the other day. It's just the first half of a battery. There's no thought put into it. The edits are in just pretty random spots. But yeah, I just wanted you guys to be able to see some of this shit in 4K, because it's just, I mean, I'm looking at it on like a 27-inch beautiful monitor right now, which is not coming through on the live stream. But good God, I'm really impressed by the Hero 11. Hero 10 too. I mean, like Hero 10 would look just as good as this. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank God. Take your time. Cough drops, yo. Cough drops. Oh, thank goodness. Ooh, I hate these. These are disgusting tasting, but they work. Ricola, original herb. Ugh. Yeah, I was able to wang it real far away. Still 50 hertz, 100 on the link quality. It was fine. I couldn't believe it. Because I'm inside the boat. I'm like all up in the front here. I'm like right up in here in the boat. It was fine. If we'd had more time, I would have really pushed out farther. But it was such a rush. I mean, like, you guys have now seen everything. You guys have seen every single battery that I flew. Like, this was it. This is all we could get done. We were supposed to have 3 to 4 hours on this fucking thing. Instead, we had like 1 hour. And the sun is already down behind that mountain. Like, we were done. It was... yeah. Did not go as planned, but we got some really beautiful stuff. I'm really happy about what we got. You know, it's funny. It's been so long since I've flown a 5-inch rig. This felt really weird. It felt really weird to fly a 5-inch rig. I'm so used to tiny whoops and cine whoops right now. But flying's flying. And yeah, the main goal with the 5-inch rig, because it's faster, was to get the front of the boat. We hadn't gotten anything of the front of the boat because I didn't want to put the cine whoops up in the front. So the main point of all this entire battery is the only 5-inch battery I got to fly on the boat, because we lost the sun, was to show the front of the damn boat. So everything I was doing was just trying to show the front, but then they were back there, so it's like, okay, I try to incorporate them in a little bit. The boat was full bore, though. I mean, we were boogieing. And yeah, landing on boats is rough. That's pretty much it, friends. That's the Cabo trip. And yeah, I got this little super quick Cabo edit. I'm going to give you guys the link to this edit, even if you're not a patron. I'm going to drop the link to this edit in the chat. This is in a Patreon-only playlist with almost 100 unreleased, like unseen edits. So if you like this, for $3 whole a month, you can get access to this playlist. It's great. It's really good stuff. I promise you're going to dig it. Yeah. Here you go. Content. Super quick Cabo edit. And get shareable link copied to clipboard. So there you go. That's the link to that. Check that out in 4K with the song that he's thinking about going with. I think you're going to dig it. Give me a minute. I'm going to get this next giveaway set up. Yeah. Come back when you're done. For anybody that doesn't want to click the link, I'll just do this. I'm not going to play the music, but I'll play copyright-free music. Click the link, though, because it's in 4K. So you should all be back by now. Goes a quick little edit. That's what a little tiny bit of color grading done. Super, super, super quick. But just pushing the normal levels that I normally push. So here we go with the $10 a month Patreon 3-inch micro brushless and Cinewoop tier. And we're doing a frame, yo. Speaking of Cinewooping, we're gonna do the old school, classic, good old squirt frame. And along with it is gonna come a little Runcam Racer Nano 2 to keep the weight down. Because you want to keep the weight down on your Cinewoops. That's for sure. So I hope you enjoyed that in 4K. My mind is blown at how nice that looks from a GoPro. I didn't think GoPros could create footage that looks quite that good. So that's kind of slick. Let me get caught up on chat real quick, and then we'll knock out this giveaway. And then I'm gonna take a quick break to break the stream up, jump on Gran Turismo, play a little bit of that, let my voice rest, and Maggie's making me an alcoholic drink, so I'll do some drunk driving, and then the only way to do drunk driving, and then we'll come on back for the second half of this stream. I cannot believe it's already 5:30. Actually, hold on, really quick. Here's the rest of the stuff on. There's the inside of this yacht. Wild, absolutely ridiculous. There's the inside of the yacht, and then I was sneaking some Bacardi into my glass soda bottle at Carl's Jr. for dinner. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, here's the ride out of there. There's the incredible, just beautiful, beautiful area. Oh my God. These mountains, and then, oh man. You know, make some time lapses while you're at the airport. All kinds of cool opportunities. That was a quick one. Backing that ass up. Look at this guy. Yeah, plane taking off. More time-lapse stuff. This is what happens when you hold the camera against the window. It gets all jello-y. And then I haven't done an edit with these yet, but I was sitting like right on the wing. It was kind of interesting. It was cool to watch the wing move up and down in the time-lapse. See that jello? I was holding the camera against the window, like a dum-dum. Yeah, we're right on top of the engines. And then look at that. Oh God, I love it. I love it. Which one's this? Yeah, just watching the wing move up and down. It's pretty cool. I watched this, the Beatles in India. Really cool little documentary on the ride home. An enduring love affair. Some more time-lapse nonsense. And then, yeah, we flew right into sunset. Well, we were kind of flying away from sunset. That was really pretty. And yeah, man, I'm such a fan of flying in airplanes. My God, even in the shitty seats, I'm a lucky guy, you know. Very fortunate to get to be hurtled through the heavens at hundreds of miles an hour at thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of feet. And it got really dark. And I came home to my favorite people in the whole wide world, and we went to Jinya Ramen Bar and had some really amazing ramen. I'm a lucky guy, man. I'm a very, very lucky guy. So, there you guys go. There was the trip. Yeah. What a week. What a week. Jesus Christ. In chat. Right now, no, we got that. Michael D says, be right back. I was going to wait until tomorrow, but I have to watch Turbos and Temples 3. Oh, man, I can't wait to watch that. I think I'm going to watch it tomorrow. Glow6Spinning says, damn, CiottiFPV, you're a good pilot. Definitely looking warmer. Definitely looked warmer than the 6 batteries I just flew. I've been flying for a long time, Glow6Spinning. Long time. Over 6 years. Thank you for saying that, though. It's getting good at flying has been very, very high on the priority list for a long time. It hasn't always been number one. There were big chunks of time where it was number one, but it's always been like top 3. And yeah, the priority list of FPV is very important. What you're spending your effort and your time on. Is it building your social media presence? Is it making money? Is it having fun? Because having fun and getting better are not the same thing. Is it meeting new people? Right, there's a million different things. Is it getting better at building? FamG says, just flying, not spying. It's true. Ethan W says, yo, isn't it fun getting stuck in a blizzard? No, it's hell. I'm glad I can watch you at least. It sucks, dude. Sorry. I was so terrified that my flight home was going to get canceled. EVFPV says, did you have the resort staff come talk to you in the Dominican Republic? I had a couple of times where I was sure I was going to get told I couldn't fly, but every time they just wanted to know more about the drones, LOL. Yeah, that was the same experience I had. All the hotel staff would smile and like, oh, what is it? I mean, not many of them were interested in it, but they were all just like, oh, wow, great. I became known as like the photographer because there was a language barrier. Sometimes they would be like, what do you do? What do you do? And it was just easy to say like, oh, I'm the photographer. And after a while, like they all knew. They're like, oh, there's the photographer. Oh, you're the photographer? Oh, cool. It was pretty amazing. Very surreal. Very, very surreal. Marcelo Faxas says, super cool and really awesome gig. Be proud of yourself. You've come a long way since... since something. Thank you, brother. Right9 says, that's Discord notifications. Thought it was mine. Rob Axelson says, it's a busted water pipe. That was the garage door. Rob Axelson says, does your 1Z have a back flap? It does. It's not a very satisfying back flap, though. It's just like a big seam. It's not, I wish it had like the door. But yeah, it's Velcro. I've never actually used it because you just, unzip it. But there is a dumper pumper. There is a pumper dumper flap. Where are we at here? Paul McDonald says it's some beautiful flying. You should take a clip and email it to all the wedding places around you. Yeah, I'm gonna do a lot with this footage. I'm gonna use the shit out of this footage. I'm going to get in touch with yacht companies. I'm gonna do an edit for yacht companies, and I'm gonna get in touch with them and say, hey, I just worked this gig. You have some beautiful yachts. I would love to help you with some promotional materials. All you got to do is fly me on out. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, this footage is gonna go a long way, and that's part of the reason why I was willing to take the risk of putting out so much money to get the passport in a hurry and just doing sketchy shit and pushing myself and going to Mexico and do all the things. Like I was very uncomfortable this week, and I was huge shout out to Maggie for just being there for me and kind of talking me off the ledge a little bit and just reminding me that that I can do this, because yeah, it was a lot, and it was on top of Christmas, which is already super stressful, and like, Maggie and the kids are the priority, and like I will not let my work get in the way of them ever. That's not something that I'm ever going to let happen, and I was very worried that that's what I was doing, but to have her say like, no, that's not what you're doing at all. You're doing this for us. It really meant a lot. I'm just so fucking lucky. Ramdongo says, half a whole advert vid. Selling it well. Thank you, dude. Mr. Blue Sky says, just finished the build with the Weebly 28,500 True RC antenna. Best Christmas ever with your 12 hours of Christmas. Thanks for the information. Love that, Mr. Blue Sky. Now the hard work comes, man. Trying to not crash that thing. They're hard to fly, but very rewarding when you get there. Steady Eddie says, man, it sucks when the settings are off. I flew a chase shot of 100K Outel, the Dragonfish VTOL. My exposure was set for the ND filters I was using the day before. Totally useless overexposed. Yeah. On the shoot for Bravo TV, I blew an entire 2 full batteries because I thought the ND filter was on and it wasn't. It was in my pocket. It was completely useless. Oh. I do have flying over that little town. It's kind of overexposed and shitty, and it's not great anyway. Well, here it is though. I'll put it on while I'm talking, I guess. I'm not happy with it at all, but it's kind of cool, I guess. You can see that little town. It's not. I've not run it through real steady yet. It's garbage. It's all wobbly because of the wind. Bob Bruce with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, homie. He says, Merry Christmas. Hope you have a great New Year. Looks like you had a great trip. I did, man. I did. Thank you so much, Bob. Because of you, I will be wearing this onesie for a little bit longer. 7:52. So, hey, it's actually coming up. Look, 7:52. Basically what that means is that at 7 o'clock, how's it work? 100. 700. At either at our current rate at so at 8 o'clock I'll be able to take this onesie off. So if you guys want to punish me, make me wear the onesie more. Got to get up to 800 for another hour. And if we get up to 1200 and we keep going, I'll have to get drunk. I'll have to do shots of Fuji apple flavored sake. So, you know, how much do you want to fuck with me? Rob Axelson says, I used to work at Palmer Johnson Yachts. No way. I'll be bugging you, Rob. Very cool. Ram Douglas says, or a whole yacht ad. Let's do some giveaways, yo. Let's do the giveaways you're supposed to do at 4 o'clock. It's almost 6. This is for the patrons on the second giveaway tier, the $10 a month giveaway tier for 3-inch micro brushless and Cinewhoop stuff. We're gonna do a squirt frame, top plate, bottom plate, some TPU. If you need standoffs, I can throw some standoffs in, but this is what I got. Runcam Racer Nano 2 camera, and we've got 2 sets of the D76 GemFan 5-blade Cinewhoop props, and 3 or 4 sets of these GemFan 3.5-inch props. Little known fact, these 3.5-inch props, if you take the ducts off of a Cinewhoop, the Cinesplorer is like this. I'm assuming the Squirt is also like this. You can take the ducts off and run 3.5-inch props, which is really, really, really handy. What you doing?
You ready for hot chocolate?
I am. I am. I know. It's still cold down here, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That hammering you were hearing?
What the hell was that?
I was hammering candy canes. Because look at the rim of your glass. It's like all fancy.
Look at this. Look at this, friends.
It's crushed candy canes. Just to add a little...
She's up there banging away. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
You just
breaking
put
up candy canes.
Candy canes in a Ziploc bag, and then you smash them as hard as you can with a hammer. Get all the Christmas frustrations
Amazing.
out.
Thank
Love you.
You're the greatest.
Drink carefully. It's got the peppermint schnapps in it.
Peppermint schnapps
Pace
with
yourself.
with hot chocolate, friends. Cheers to Christmas and to you beautiful bastards for enabling me to do this 10 hours a week every week. Love you guys.
What does it need more of? Is it good?
It's good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's some peppermint schnapps in there. Oh, it's there. Yeah, whoever wins this, if you need standoffs, I got you covered. I got lots. Is it all up in my beard? Hey, by the way, I forgot to say it's the middle of the stream. This is a 12-hour live stream. This hair on my face will literally be longer by the end of this stream. You know, like 5 o'clock shadow. This is basically going to be like a 9 o'clock shadow. Because 5 o'clock shadow is based on like an 8-hour workday, you know? So we're going for 9 o'clock. Yeah, 9 o'clock shadow. I can do math. Let's see who wins some very cool Cinewhoop stuff. I now have... Jesus, my throat is a wreck. I forgot about this. I did not forget about this. I just haven't had my voice go like this in a while. Barry Cook with a 10-pound super chat. He says, Merry Xmas, CiottiFPV. Thank you, Barry. Your $10 puts me in this onesie for a little bit longer. 752 goes to 762. Thank you very much, brother. I'm a little bit low energy because I'm trying to save my voice. Riot9 says, let's not tell CiottiFPV he's some in his beard. I'll get it in 40 minutes. I caught it a second ago. There we go. Every time I'm going to have to check. All right. Brian Huff won the first giveaway. We're good to go. I'm going to hit this button, and I think it's going to delete. Oh, I didn't want it to delete everybody like that. That's okay. Filters, and I need to go here, and I need to turn this off, and I need to go to the $10 a month tier. Apply filters. And there we go. CSV. Let's kick that out real quick. All right, here we go. So here is the $10 tier, fellas. And then we've got the... hang on. And then we've got the all of the above tier, fellas. All right, so the last one on there is Mr. Huggy, and then we jump in here to from Sleepy CBR to Daniel Maurer. All right, somebody's gonna win a CiottiFPV Christmas present, so to speak. There we go. Submit that. Share my screen. Goat at the ready. Full screen. Here we go. Thanks again, Barry. Thanks again, Bob. Somebody's gonna win. Oh, the goat is tired. Oh, the goat is tired. Who's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Coil Locker? I still see his name. Chopper FPV still. Oh, he just got blown away. Eon 1's still there. Coil Locker's gone. Patrick Scott just got blown. Marcel Off Axis FPV Roberts. You have won, my friend. Congratulations. You've got a... it's not a Cinesplorer. You've got a Squirt coming at you. Awesome. And a bunch of props. And a great little camera. These RunCam Racer Nano cameras are awesome. I really dig them. The only reason I don't run them is the Foxeer Toothless Nanos are Starlight cams that also work in the daytime. So you've got a camera that like works 24/7. But this RunCam Racer is great. I actually ran it on the testbed rig for quite a while. Merry Christmas, Marcel. Yeah, come on. MARCEL. There we go. All right, awesome. We got that. And drunk driving approaches quickly. I do want to drink a little bit of this, though, before I get on the sim rig. So let me shrink this down. And I am actually going to play the flight footage from the rooftop. So I woke up early on Thursday because I was able to get up on the rooftop, and this part of the city looked really cool, and there was kind of like a little mountain out in the distance. The problem was I did not check exposure. Again, I purposefully didn't check exposure because it was so early in the morning that I'd remembered where my exposure was from the previous morning, and I was like, oh, we'll be fine. And I didn't ND it enough. So it's a little blown out, but to be honest, I don't really like this footage anyway. Like, it wasn't anything special, and it just didn't look as good. This was more me just kind of flying for the sake of flying, and I don't do that very often, and I'm happy that I did. So yeah, this was for me. I wouldn't have done anything with the footage anyway, but it's pretty cool, and it's for you guys to see the little town that this hotel is in. This is Los Cabos. You can also see how bad the wind was. This is just constant wind. This is a really well-tuned 5-inch glide, Dead Cat 5-inch glide. on 5236 props. So this is me like being really tentative, looking back over and over again to make sure I know how to get home. This little hill here is what I wanted to kind of play with and get like a big run. I was lucky. This is my hotel. It was a pretty unique looking kind of building, so I was able to see it from pretty far away. I don't do long range stuff, so and when I do, I'm always terrified to not be able to make it home. Oh, fart. I didn't mean to do that. Let me drink some of this and let my voice rest. I'm going to give you guys some piano. There you guys go. Jackalope says, "I can't believe you found your way back." Yeah, I was terrified. I don't like that part of long range flying. I don't like the feeling of like, where the hell am I? It's one of the reasons I don't really do the long range thing. But yeah, I was trying to just push myself and do things that yeah, I don't usually do to get better at them, because that's the only way. But yeah, that was fun. That was There were no expectations of getting good footage. That was me just going up in the air and just floating around and just kind of exploring this sleepy little town in Los Cabos and looking for kind of cool looking buildings and just sort of looking around. The wind was pounding on me. So I was like, yeah, the footage ain't gonna look great anyway. And I just don't, I don't fly like that, right? That's just, long range is a very specific kind of thing. And yeah, that was just kind of for enjoyment. And it was very enjoyable to just go out and poke around and just explore. Which, you know, we all got started to do that. It's funny that we have to remind ourselves of that sometimes. It is 5:56. In like 4 minutes, I'm going to chop this, hop over on the sim rig. We'll do a little Gran Turismo time, let my voice rest. Do some safe drunk driving. And then at around 7 o'clock, I'll come back over here and we will continue this live stream. In part 2, I'm going to change the name of this stream right now to part 1. 12 Hours of Christmas 2022, part 1. And there we go. Here's the link again in chat. Oh, farts. That's the names of all the people. Here's the link again in chat to the 4K version of just an impossibly quick edit from just the first half of one battery slowed down 50% speed because I shot it in 60 frames. Just for you guys to see what the Hero 11 footage looks like off the side of a beautiful yacht. Into the chat. This is in the Patreon only playlist. You got to give me 10 cents a day to get access to the rest of that playlist. Yeah, when you sign up for my Patreon, you get an email with a link to this playlist. It's got all kinds of good stuff in there. Half-done edits, sketchy flying that I don't really want to be public, private live streams for patrons only, lots of really good stuff. CiottiFPV.com is my website with a million different ways for you to support me. Actually, hold on. We got some action going on over in the email. OMFPV hopping up a tier over on Patreon. Thank you for that, brother. Jesse Garcia with a $40 PayPal. Merry Christmas is the note. Thank you very much, Jesse. You are contributing to my pain. And we're up over 800. 802. Very cool, Jesse. Thank you, brother. And then Bot Grinder shared a Merry Christmas post over on Patreon as well. Cheers, friends. I'm going to wait another couple minutes so that we get this to like right on 6 hours. You know, round numbers are better. Somebody asked me a question in the chat and I'll answer it. I don't think I have any of my beard left anymore. So we got 2 more giveaways. We got the 5-inch giveaway and then we got the Super Chat for Everybody giveaway. We'll do those at 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock. I'll probably be on the sim for about an hour or so, maybe a little more than that. And then, yeah, we'll come on back and hang out some more. I mean, come over and hang out with me in Gran Turismo 7. Even if you're not into cars, we can just talk shit. I don't know what we're going to drive yet. I did not even think about that. Hey, look, I got this at the airport. So this is the tequila that I really like. It's called Corralejo, I believe, is the pronunciation. This is the best tequila I've ever found. And look, they got these really cool bottles where they did this beautiful beadwork on them. So yeah, I snagged this at the airport. This is a little expensive, but I didn't buy anything when I was there. I bought this. I bought the kids some stuff, and I bought Maggie something, and I got myself this little bracelet here, which was cool. But yeah. Riot9 says Corralejo translates to mindfuck. Oh my god, that's perfect. That is the perfect name for tequila. So yeah, that's like really kind of the only thing that I got myself. But I really like it. This is just gorgeous. And yeah, that'll make its little home on my bar cart that I'm hoping to get at some point. One of the giveaways is going to include a nut grabber. What do you think of that? Gangly Gang stickers are available. $5 via PayPal. Send me your address and say that you want a Gangly Gang sticker, and you can be a part of the gangliest gang in all of the gangly gangs in the gangle. I think that's all the things that I wanted to kind of hit on. All right. Yeah, they did turn out good. CMYK is a hell of a graphic designer. All right, so for this, for the GT7 stream, I need phone, I need laptop for the chat, and I'll drag the sim rig out in a minute here, and we can kind of get going now. We'll hang out over by the fire together, friends. 5:59:22. Let's give it another second to hit. 6 hours. Nice round number. Actually, no. Let me play the little outro and the end screen thing. I'll see you guys in a minute from Gran Turismo 7 Land. There's just going to be like no audio. I'm just going to leave this up for a couple of seconds here. Wait, no, we can do audio. We can do audio. Maybe this song is good. See you guys in a minute.